Swordmeister of Rome. Chapter 151, Alpha. Long ago, long before even anyone could remember, the human race had been getting weaker by the days because of the lessening of the commoners, but the nobles, or the representation of the might of the humans, still stood strong. The Lorval family insisted that they must preserve the commoner group to ensure the survival of the human race, but the insolent nobles did not care to heed the warning. The ones in the Forbidden Lands were scary, but it didn't matter as long as they avoided going there in the first place. The only other race that might pose a threat was eradicated by a joint noble force. Therefore, no nobles cared to listen to the Lorval family's warning, nor did they care about the alphas either. Even if an alpha appeared, a monster at the basic level of a baron was not much of a threat by itself. That was when the accident happened. The alpha born from two monster races of the eastern continent was the culprit. A race that lived at the eastern end of the peninsula, beasts called. Another race that also lived in the east, at the southern coast peninsula, were the parasitic. These two races almost had no alphas in their ranks, and they were pushed out to the eastern corner by the other races. However, they had two distinct traits. Beasts that ate everything. They were just called beasts because they had the ability to morph. They absorbed the shape and power of the prey they consumed. The traits made them seem strong, but the nobles made this comment pointless. Even if they consumed and changed with the shape and power, it wasn't any good if they could not become nobles. If they were strong, they were merely considered as pets. There were some nobles who captured Muragons and kept them as pets. They fed them whatever the nobles wanted them to morph into. And, these shared similar traits to the Murakan, but they were different. They were very small, silvery insects that crawled the land with a group of thousands, or millions, like a silvery slime. The group consumed everything in its path, and anything that was attacked reached a slime-like state, as everything would be covered by millions of those insects. Their way of becoming powerful was also simple. They used the host that they consumed to live inside them. They absorbed the knowledge and power of the prey they consumed and sent it to their queen. This made the host become one with the swarm, sharing all the knowledge that the swarm had. But made this comment, still just dirty mud. They could not consume or invade the bodies of nobles, and even the race that the swarms took as a host did not become strong enough. They were not even considered as pets. That was when alphas were born from these races. Both alphas did one thing. Muragons jumped in and ate their own kind, while swarms took the alpha as their queen. That was when the change began. After that, the race that consumed the alpha became another alpha. This happened to both the Muragons and swarms. After becoming an alpha, the Merkins had other Muragons to eat them. This continued on and on until all Muragons became alphas. It was even faster for the swarms because as soon as alpha became their queen, it shared its knowledge and secrets of becoming an alpha, paving the way for the rest to easily become alphas. This allowed Murakan and Swarm reach a Rotan level race at an incredible rate, and they began advancing out around the continent. Muragons to the west, and Swarms to the south. The humans were in their way. All nobles, including up to Marquis rank, panicked. Their individual power did not match that of Duke or Marquis, but there were too many of them. The reason why nobles could not win against higher-ranking nobles was because these nobles did not think of joining forces to fight against a greater power. Moreover, there was no reason to. But there were just too many swarms and Muragons. This was also reason why Apental was a forbidden place. The monsters in there were also Rotan-level monsters, but their number was just too much. As humans started getting consumed, swarms and Muragons began increasing in size even faster. And when almost the entire continent was being consumed, the Lorval family stepped out. The Duke showed off his might without hesitation and began pushing back at the Muragons and swarms. The other nobles were shocked to witness the sheer power of the one who had hit the limit. Nonetheless, it was still a hard fight. The Duke and other nobles barely pushed back the Muragons and swarms into their peninsula, and Duke transferred them into his home via the entrance and sealed them in. That was when he added another suggestion to the suggestion he had been offering for a long time. It's a magic that will make us strong. Kreta. The rest was history. Nobles that realized Alpha and a race with certain traits could be a real threat. Thus, they began using Kreta and Siculus trees to increase their power. When they figured there was potential danger around their surroundings, they wiped it out. They wanted to wipe out marriages too, but that would make commoners stop offering to transfer their Akra. Nobles wanted to have commoners as slaves, but after watching Duke's power, they dared not oppose the law set by them. But they then realized it was better this way because commoners trained harder to try to become nobles, and it made them able to send more Akra. I see. Yes. The Grants don't have such dangerous traits, so that's why they were left alone. But to see the number of alphas increase in that short amount of time. Their race was not like Swarm and had no way to increase the number of alphas like that. It only had been a month since their routine scouting. If Raoul was correct, these were not Narajas anymore. They were now Rotans. Damn it, what is up with them? Raoul spat. We must send a message to the other estates. This problem was not something to be handled by Viscount's estate alone. They needed to send warnings to other nearby estates and join forces to crush them. Kagera. How many twins do we have? We have all the twins to send messages to the 3 Viscount estates and 2 Baron estates. Tell them to send the message. Understood. Twins born here were born with magic. This magic allowed twins to share their thoughts no matter how far they were. This allowed nobles to keep the twins to use them as messengers. It meant that they were separating the twins, but the nobles did not care about such things. Other barons, go with Baron Raoul to check their position and see which way they are heading. Hey? Me? Baron Raoul seemed to be shocked that he'd been asked to do that. Yes, you. It's your land and you don't have a Siculus there. Locke spoke as he glared at Raoul. There was no way to refuse. Damn it. This is why I don't want to deal with the higher ranks. Raoul was dragged out. As the other barons walked out, Locke looked at Steele and Xian and spoke. If they were leaving, there was no way to stop them as Steele was a count. You should leave if you will. This is our duty. If you travel to a count's estate, you might find information about Duke Conrad there. I would use the twins to ask, but I don't have any twins that have a connection with Levadan. Xian nodded. Okay. Then. Yes. Do you have a map? Locke seemed to be confused and asked Xian. What do you mean? Aren't you a noble? You trace the direction of Siculus by Akra. Oh, wait. You do not have Akra. Locke then realized what was the issue and laughed. Do all nobles find their way by using Akra? Yes. We sense the Akra resonance coming from Siculus to find our ways. It's not possible for commoners to do that though. Then the map. Why would there be one if you don't need it? If you are to go to Levadan estate, you must go to Viscount Kokel's Siculus and find Levadan's Siculus afterward. I can't help you at the moment though. How are you going to go? They were at the brink of being attacked, so it wasn't possible to ask him to be their guide. Xian scratched his head at the complicated situation. Chapter 152, Alpha. The barons that went out to scout managed to return quickly. Viscount Jerahim. What did you find? They are coming directly toward us. It won't take that many days and there are a lot of alphas. Fortunately, not all the Grants had turned into alphas. It looked like the chief and a few great warriors had turned into alphas. But it didn't make the situation any better as the race as a whole was much stronger now. Damn it! Did they follow him? Locke glared at Baron Raoul as he thought. Locke was being gentle as he was in front of Steele who was a possible count, but Locke himself wasn't much of a calm person either. Baron Raoul flinched at the glare, but he figured he had done nothing wrong and straightened himself up. Locke then ordered the Baron and gave him a room. It wasn't time to think about petty matters. He then walked down to talk with the nobles from the other estates through the twins. Raoul was mad at what Locke ordered him to do. We will be fighting those Rotans soon. You must join the fight also. That was okay. It was expected as Raoul had come over. But the problem was how the other two were being treated. There was the beautiful, gorgeous woman and a weak-looking fool. Both looked like lowlies, but Locke considered them as VIP guests. It looked like they were offered to leave whenever they felt like it. Raoul couldn't complain to Locke, so he complained to Kagera, who was also a baron, but Kagera said some surprising words to him. You can do whatever you want to do to them. Do as want to your heart's content. But he did not listen. If a noble was letting a lowly stay within the trunk and treat them in such a way, there must be a reason. They were even given a better room, which made it even more frustrating. Also, Raoul always needed a woman next to him to sleep, but he couldn't do anything to the commoners of the Viscount's estate, so he was even more frustrated. Ugh, whatever. He wasn't sure if he could trust Kagera's words, but even if these lowlies were important people, he thought a Viscount would not value them over a baron before a fight. Raoul stood up and walked out to find the lowlies. Xian and Steele came out of the room out of boredom and were walking outside when they felt a guest coming to their room. Isn't that Raoul? Yet. What is that fool doing there? I think I know why. Xian. Yet. We've been here for a short time, but I think this place has too many idiots. Well. I would say they're more primitive. The world was created by the difference of sheer power. Power was the only thing that mattered, and the weak were not spared. Raoul was now looking in other places after checking to see if the room was empty. Raoul was up to no good as he fiercely looked around for Steele and Xian. Xian felt Steele becoming excited. Steele. Yet. The stick, right? But I'm not sure if this is going to be enough for a superhuman. What if I get hurt? Are you going to look after me? Xian agreed that it might be a little weak to use against a superhuman, so he took out the gauntlets and put them on Steele's hands. Hee. Do what you want. Xian could guess what Raoul was up to, so he didn't feel sorry for the man. At last, Raoul came out at the empty room. It seemed he was even angrier as he searched around. He looks like a bore. Raoul walked fiercely as he noticed Steele and Xian. Xian made simulations in his head. This was a Viscount's estate, so it didn't seem like a baron would do whatever he wanted to do, so Xian was able to come up with 3 possible scenarios. Bump into Xian and taunt to be attacked to act in self-defense. Sexually harass Steele so Xian will attack, allowing him to act in self-defense. Curse and taunt Xian to be attacked, so he can act in self-defense. Which will it be? Whatever it was, the result would be the same. But Xian didn't know Raoul. Smack the man down and take the woman to bed for a good night's sleep. This was the answer that Raoul had found. Xian could not help to let out a hollow laugh as he saw a punch being thrown at him. Hey! Humph! Raoul was shocked when his fist was captured. What? Let me go! What is this? You dog! Raoul tried to pull his fist out, but he couldn't. So he threw his left fist out too. But the weak-looking man easily flicked his head to easily dodge the attack. What? Raoul then realized something wasn't going according to plan. It looked like the woman was taking out something. Hey? Steele. Why are you hesitating? Don't say you are just going to stand there. The woman handed over a steel stick to the man. Raoul felt goosebumps rising on his skin as he saw the stick. Ugh! Raoul tried to back away with all of his power, but it was too late. Yet, maybe I should do it this time. I'm sorry, I've been relying on you too much. Hee, no. Don't worry. I'll let you take it today. Raoul wanted to run as he watched the man swinging the stick, but he couldn't. What's with your face? It's nothing. No, it's not only the face. It's okay. Locke was curious on what happened to Raoul, but he decided to move on with the meeting. They are coming directly at us. After talking with the other estates, 15 barons and 5 viscounts will be coming to our aid. It's best that we get rid of them in the early stages. Oh! Raoul moaned as he rubbed on his swollen eyes. If that many nobles were to join, it seemed it would be easy to wipe out a newly born Rotan race with ease. That would increase the survival chance for himself also. It'll take some time for the counts to arrive, but we'll stay by the Siculus and defend ourselves first. The distance between estates was too far, so it took a long time for them to come. It wasn't sure how strong these alpha were, but luckily there were only about 50 alphas. It seemed it would be enough to fight it off with combined numbers and fight by the Siculus tree. We might not need the count, but maybe. As he finished the meeting, Steele and Xian were standing outside. Locke noticed Raoul flinch when he saw them, so Locke realized where he got himself beat up like that. But it was surprising that Raoul seemed to be afraid of Xian, not Count Steele. So he does have something up his sleeve. If a baron was scared, there had to be something. Locke thought it was a good idea to push this fool to pick a fight against them and greeted Xian. Good morning. Yet. How is the preparation going? We are getting ready. How is the Acra recharge? It's slow. It takes a long time. You should take it slow. Locke felt he was getting relieved as he talked with them. They were mysterious, but they were definitely powerful. I would help, but would they? It was good to think that they would come to help when the time came. Kukuru was excited as he saw the great tree. It was a place he could never invade, but it was different now. They were different. He tried to take the meat out through the well, but the meat melted away after it was put into the water. But it wasn't much of a deal as he could just eat it inside. He then planted Anton eggs into the monster bodies. His race had grown 1 or 2 steps stronger after consuming these bodies. There were some who became unlike Grants now, just like Kukuru himself. He no longer feared anything. He wasn't afraid of the tree and the monsters living inside it. He was excited to eat them as he attacked. That was why he went straight to the closest tree. He did invade a few towns on the way, but the monsters that lived within those towns had fled. But there was something strange coming to him after he ate the meat. Kukuru decided to ignore it as it wasn't a big deal. Chapter 153, Alpha. Locke gasped as he saw the Red Army coming closer. I can't believe it. How did they get strong that fast? Based on what the Grants were like, they couldn't have become strong like that. After the disaster, nobles eradicated any races that had dangerous traits like the Muragans or swarms, even if they were Naraja, or a non-hostile race. But these Grants had become so much more powerful than what he knew them as. He was even confused that these were really Grants as the color of their skin had changed. This wasn't the important issue at hand, however. Locke looked out. He needed to concentrate on the fight. Xian and Steele also watched as they sat on a branch around the middle of the Siculus tree. Xian, do you see that Red Army? Yet. They're the small things that we saw last time, right? Yet. I think they changed. Yet, I see some change. Yet. They changed colors and grew bigger. Growing a few levels stronger doesn't mean much to you, I guess. And don't you think the energy is familiar? It's just a feeling. I think they did eat something really good for them. The entire race. Xian, you didn't close that appental up, right? I didn't open it. Is this my doing? You know that yourself. Xian couldn't say anything. He initially had no intention to join the fight as these Grants did nothing bad to him, and Locke seemed to be certain that he had ways to defend them. Yet this would change everything. It seemed these Grants had eaten the dead monsters that Xian left at Appental. Ha! I'll go and close the door. Sure. It's good that we know now. It could have been worse if it was kept open. Steele smiled at Xian, who was waking up. He then disappeared. The Grants chieftain, Groran, could not pull himself together with the voices echoing from within. It was bearable until now, but the echo grew larger and began pushing his will to the side. He glanced around to see what was going on, and found the man passing through them. Then all the Grants began turning to the being passing through at the sky. Weaker-minded ones began walking toward the direction that the being went past. They then began to quicken their steps and began to run. Some even hopped on their antennas to follow. As these numbers began to grow, the entire army began running in the same direction. Groran tried to stop his army from going in the wrong direction, but it was futile. He himself was now being controlled. Groran blanked and began chasing the being. Xian was worried that he might not find the lake, but he found it fairly quickly. There were countless green small ones going in while red ones were coming out. These red ones were now much larger in size. Ha, I'll close it and finish it. Xian quietly landed on the ground. Unlike the past where he made loud bang each time he jumped down, he could do it silently now without any of that. Hee. I can land like Krana now. Xian envied Krana's landing without any physical disruption, but he could do it too now. He then began to let loose his energy so these ones would run away. Hee, this will make things easier. But Xian was wrong. The green ones fled but the red ones did not. Hey! Xian pondered on what to do about this unexpected turn of events. Hey, friends! I have a job to do if you'll excuse me. The red ones came out of the lake slowly. No, after they felt Xian's power, they were charging out. Oh man! What is going on? Locke became dumbfounded as he saw red Grants going back to the forest while running fiercely. It didn't seem like they were afraid Locke or the others as they were just about to come charging in. There probably was some other reason, but Locke let out a sigh of relief. Whatever it was a good thing that they didn't come. It was time to chase after them and destroy them. They now knew that the Grants were a potential threat, so they were to be eradicated. Scout the area. Kagera, go after them and find out where they live. Be careful. Understood. Kagera ran out and Locke returned to the Siculus. There, he met someone unexpected. Count Karim. When did you arrive? How did you come all the way? I just got here. Am I in the wrong place? I came to help you. No. Locke moaned. This man wasn't someone that was very hospitable. Nobody liked Count Karim, who had become strong in a very short amount of time. His motto was this: power and rule. Why can't we nobles take both? I will enjoy both for myself. He then began pressuring the commoners at his estate. Most of the count estates had many nobles under them to better provide the protection to compete with other estates, but Karim did not have any. There were two reasons for that. One was that he did not want to share Accra with anyone else. Another was that he had a bad temper. He was merciless and treated anyone weaker than him, including nobles, like they were slaves. This kind of thing was usually not possible, as other nobles would join forces to fight against it. But it didn't affect Karim, as he was the son of the one of the two that were the most famous these days. Marquis Carltonheim, the ruler of the West. No, he was now a duke. Duke Conrad of the East and Duke Carltonheim of the West. These two were the most famous figures in the world. Karim was the son. Even when Carltonheim was a marquis, nobody dared to do anything to Karim, as the marquis estate was very powerful and Carltonheim himself was as powerful also. Karim got worse as his father became a duke. The duke wasn't interested in power, but it didn't mean they did not care about their family. Karim never came to hunt down Rotans. That was why Locke wasn't expecting him to appear. They retreated. Hey? Then why are you not chasing after them? We are waiting reinforcements, we want to avoid any casualties. What? You can't do that. What if those precious commoners get hurt? Bastard! Locke gritted his teeth. He did value the commoners as they were like livestock. But it was not possible to disobey a count, so Locke nodded. At least having a count would lessen the damage. Understood. Then shall we go? Hey? I'm not going. Why would I go for those trash? Then. Go on. Oh, and I heard a female count arrived here? Where is she? I heard she's beautiful. Bastard. Locke realized why he had come all the way here. Chapter 154, Carltonheim. Count Karim had been tasting the power of the Duke these days. He was afraid of nothing even when his father was only a marquis. No one raised any problems on what he had been doing. Unless the opponent was a marquis, he had no one to fear. But a duke. Karim was the one who was the happiest when he heard the news. That was when he heard the interesting news from the twins at a viscount's estate near him. Yes. They want you to join the fight. Nah. You take care of that. Any other news? I heard that a mysterious count appeared recently. It's a female noble with no acra. That's all. Karim ran out of his land at once and headed toward Locke Estate after hearing the news. It was quite a distance, but it wasn't too far for a count to go. Stay there until I get to you, my toy. There were some nobles without estates. Teasing and harassing them was the most enjoyable hobby Karim had. It was fun to harass the weak, but harassing the strong was even more enjoyable. He never touched a count as counts weren't good opponents to fight against when he fought by his estate. This new count seemed to have no estate, and so this was his chance. After he got there were no mutant monsters, but that didn't matter to him. Where are they? The new nobles. We are not sure. We just know that they are here somewhere. Really? It's a bit wide to search. Will they come out if I break down this tree? Karim mumbled threateningly. He couldn't do it as it was a direct order, but this man in front of him didn't know that. I really don't know. Aren't you the lord of this estate? How can you not know? Wait. I heard their acra was weak. Karim remembered and nodded. This man really didn't know if that was the case. You should go now. Go hunt those monsters down. Understood. Karim then searched every part of the tree. He had heard about the appearance but it was too large. Then after a while, he did find her. She looked just like a standard female noble as he was heard. Nobles came in a variety of sizes and genders. There were small ones, tall ones, cute-looking ones, vicious ones, and more. Yet that woman really looked like a standard noble. She had a tall figure with an insolent look on her eyes, and a gait that showed how arrogant and proud she was. Karim then walked up to her and checked the prowess. And he reached a conclusion: I will win. He couldn't check the acra resonance, but the opponent seemed to be a little bit stronger than himself. So if he fought with acra, he would win. It made him relax as he was sure that he will win. He then quickly walked up to her. Good day. Who are you? Karim thought he was the rudest of the bunch, but she wasn't any better. Humph. I'm Count Karim. I came here to see you. Ugh, why are there so many? Hey. Nah, it's nothing. What do you want? Karim frowned at such rude words but he decided to let it pass. It was the best feeling to tame a ferocious beast. Haha, I just thought it would be good to have some good times. At once, a violent wind blew out from Karim. He spoke as he let out his full energy, expecting one of two answers. One was that she would give up in fear of power and literally enjoy the good times, or two, that she would feel humiliated and charge at him. Both options were good for him. Steel reacted very differently. Good times, eh? Yeah, sure. I was bored too. Then she walked up to him. Karim grinned. She's the same type. It wasn't expected, but this was also good. Ha ha ha, good. Where should we go then? Me? Here's fine. Oh, good, good. I like your style. We'll do it here. Karim became excited as he talked and thought it was a good choice to come. I should take her back to my estate. But before Karim could do anything, he saw something coming at him and tried to dodge. Damn it! It's too late. Karim raised up a guard to block the attack and he was thrown off into tree trunk hard. The tree had no damage even after being struck so hard. Its durability was also why nobles loved this tree. It withstood all sorts of things that the nobles did. Karim could barely stand up before he felt another incoming attack and dodged it. As he made a counter-attack, he blurted angrily. You crazy B***tch. What are you doing? What? You wanted a good time and you're okay here, right? You said everything was okay. Haha, I don't have much time so let's do it quick. Xian's going to come back soon. You. Then Karim noticed Steel jumping at him with black metal gauntlets on her hands and he took out his sword and fought back. Hey? What's going on? Xian, who closed all the entrance of Apental and returned to the tree, found some clashing sounds and light coming from the tree. As he focused his eyes, he saw Steel and a man fighting there. They were using their full power but the Siculus tree did not even budge. It was amazing when compared to the Leground region. Steel's going to lose. Xian then sped up and approached them. He didn't know what was going on, so he decided to separate them to ask and thus pushed them away from each other. Ugh! Arg! Karim and Steel felt powerful energy pressuring them and jumped back. Karim was confused but Steel knew what had happened. Ugh, Xian! You're back early. Yet. Are you okay? It's nothing. Steel spoke casually but she had accumulated many wounds, meaning the fight had been intense. What's going on? It's nothing. He just came to me and wanted to have a good time. And so, we were having a good time. Steel spat blood from her mouth but she really did seem to enjoy the fight. It was good to fight someone as an equal after a long time. However, Xian didn't feel the same. Steel, give me that glove. Hey? But it won't fit your hand, Steel said. Her hands were bigger than other women's, but it was still much smaller than Xian's hand. It doesn't matter. I'm not putting it on. Hey? Then why? Steel couldn't understand but Xian took the glove from her anyway. How am I going to fight without it? Steel was confused but Karim was even more confused. Who are you? Karim couldn't act up as he knew this man was the one who pushed him out with his energy and became tense as the man approached him with a gauntlet. His sight was then filled with a black gauntlet that the man was holding and tried to block, but it was too late. Arg! Karim screamed as he was struck in the face with the gauntlet. But he couldn't think as he was then beaten down by the metal gauntlet until he fainted. Chapter 155, Carltonheim. NNGH. Karim woke up feeling pain coming from his entire body. What happened? Karim waited for the pain to subside and thought about what brought him in this state. Then he remembered what had happened before he fainted. Those bastards! The man was probably the man that appeared along with the woman noble. Karim thought he was probably that Steel woman's pet, but he was mistaken. Karim felt goosebumps rising as he remembered the man beating away like a madman. As Karim focused on himself to heal, Akra helped him. Then someone came in from outside. You're awake. Viscount Locke, how long have I been out? Talk. About a week. What? Karim was dumbfounded to hear that. Damn it. Where are those two? They went for the Kokul estate. They are heading for the Levadan estate from there. It has been about 3 days now. NNGH. If you are thinking about revenge, you should think again. What? What do you mean? Karim became angry at what Locke just told him. But Locke shook his head and explained what he had seen after he went to chase after the Grants. They were all crushed? All those alphas? And the rest of them? Yes. Locke was terrified after checking out the size of the Grand army by looking at their corpses. There were hundreds of alphas and a countless number of minions. It was too much for him and the other nobles to handle. The Grand forces were large enough that only joint forces of a large number of nobles would be able to push it back. And the man did it all by himself. Yes. He didn't seem like he wanted to hide it either. If he can do that alone, he's a marquis at least. Damn it. That was too powerful for Karim to handle. Some might say that he should ask his father for help, but that was because people did not know much about Carltonheim. He wasn't the type to overprotect his son. The reason why he let his son run rampant during his marquis days was to pressure other nobles by using his son. He was now a duke, who needed no forces, so he probably wasn't interested in such matters anymore. All dukes left their estate as soon as they became one, as they did not require Accra. Carltonheim estate was now under fierce competition on who would take over. Karim then decided it was best to report it to his father anyway. It was up to him to decide afterward. Then he left for his estate. His estate was the only place with the twins connected to the Carltonheim estate. Karim talked through the twins after coming back to his estate. He was very tense. Yes, father. Karim answered sheepishly. He was always too terrified by his father Carltonheim, even when it was only a transferred message through a twin's mouth. So, what do you want from me? Don't say you want to borrow my hand. Karim shook his head frantically. No. I just thought I should report to you. You don't need to report such petty matters. By the way, you should come here soon. Hey? What is it? Duke Conrad is coming our way. It will be a good chance for you to see him also. Come. Yes, father. Humph. Who are they? Carltonheim thought about it after finishing up the conversation. Other than the fact that they appeared out of nowhere, there wasn't anything special about it. Well, if Appintal has been closed off, it's good. But Conrad. Duke Conrad contacted to visit him at the moment he became a duke. It was as expected. I will look forward to your visit. Carltonheim smiled. You know, I always thought these people here were so primitive. But it looks like you adapted well to this place. I'm proud of you, Xian. Hee hee. Xian couldn't say anything to Steele, who was enjoying teasing him. Steele, aren't you going to thank me or anything? I came to save you like a knight in shining armor, didn't I? Yeah, and beat him up like a mad dog. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. You know I'm just joking, right? So was Appintal all taken care of? Xian seemed unhappy, but he sighed and answered. Yeah. I destroyed the entire lake and the surroundings, so we can't enter through there anyway. I didn't expect the dead bodies to have the will to do it. Well, was that why it made those monsters come after you? Right. Haha. But 5 years. Did you then fight in there for over 1,000 years? Steele remembered it had been over a week when he was dropped at Appintal last time. If the current time was 5 years, it seemed like it meant 1,000 years inside. But Xian shook his head. I think that's because I was at the 8th floor. I think the time difference lessened as I came up. I think it was probably about 100 years there. The first floor probably had about same time speed. I see. Steele then changed subject to the Accra. But this Accra is really convenient. We just need to follow this resonance. Can't we just go directly to our final destination? I heard the distance is too far for that. Even when the Siculus tree had powerful Accra resonance, it did not reach out too far. Even the Accra resonance that they were following now, wasn't really big. It was very slight and a small sign that only superhuman senses could follow. I heard a marquis or a duke can cross over 1 or 2 estates on the way, but I can't do that. I guess I'm below a marquis considering that. Yeah, the man said he was a count too. So you must be a count here. As they spoke, they saw a giant tree from a distance. There it is. It really is far. It was the Kokol estate. Kokol Estate's tree didn't seem as large as the tree back at the Lock Estate. After they arrived, they searched for Viscount Kokol. Greetings. I am Kokol. Kokol already had learned of their coming, so he greeted Steele and Xian with hospitality. He would have done it anyway even without the message, as Steele was now full of acre that spread powerful resonance. Kokol seemed to be tense and Steele scoffed. Look, it makes me look like I'm a scary person. It's better than you having no acre and beating up everyone every day. Kokol then turned to the man. Locke said this man next to the count was even more powerful. But there was no acre in him. This kind of man was more dangerous because there was a chance that someone might attack him by mistake. So, I heard you are going to Levaden Estate to find out about Duke Conrad. Yes. I heard he went there while ago. Is Duke Conrad's information is what you need? No, I want to meet him. Kokol then seemed as if he was confused and slapped his hands, realizing what had happened. Oh, have you not stopped by a baron's estate on the way? No, I just ran straight here. Then you probably didn't hear. You don't need to go to Levaden Estate. Kokol laughed. Why is that? We have received a message, all of us nobles did, that Duke Conrad is on his way to meet with Duke Carltonheim at his estate. You should go there too. Hey? Is that information that important? To tell all the nobles. It was good that he knew, but Xian couldn't understand why the ruckus at one noble meeting another noble. We won't have such a chance. Kokol also seemed very excited and began explaining to Xian, who was confused. Chapter 156, Coronation. Commoners were always curious about one thing. Who ranked the nobles? There was no definite standard, but higher-ranked nobles would know when they saw it. A viscount could see if one was baron or a viscount, and a count could see who was count and a viscount. Then who knew if one was a duke? Only a duke could do that. All the nobles on the continent were excited. It was a rare moment when a duke appeared. There was only one way to decide. It was to fight another duke. There was no need to do this, but it was a continued transition. The last duke that reached the rank went to fight the new one. Everyone was excited to see this fight. The most recent coronation of Conrad was done in secrecy, so it was even more interesting. Carltonheim and Conrad openly announced it and invited people to come. But no nobles were scared enough. In fact, no one wanted to be considered a chicken, so everyone was on their way now. Besides, it was a great honor to see a fight between dukes. Viscount Kokol was one of them. Xian, Steele, and Viscount Kokol were now on their way, crossing the Great Plains at an incredible speed. So are those barons not coming together? Unlike Carltonheim Estate, our land has a lot of marriages around, so it's better that they stay behind. Carltonheim's place is safe. Yes, they eradicated most of the hostile races about 300 years ago when some alpha appeared. There are only weak or friendly races left there. I see. That's interesting. Did people have experience with such things? Nobles were afraid of the birth of a Rotan-level race. The Swarm, or Murakan disaster, was about 3,000 years ago, and since even dukes only lived for 1,000 years, it was weird that people were so scared about those races when they had no first-hand experience seeing them. Then Kokol shivered at some bad memory. Ugh. Hey. No, it's nothing. I just remembered. Kokol then explained everything. What, so you experience that when you become a noble? It's when we go to get the Siculus tree. Yes. All nobles, except new barons, wanted a Siculus tree to help grow their estate. This tree was now being distributed by the Lorville family. It was developed by the Siculus family, but Marquis Siculus passed the duty on to Lorville after becoming a duke. Nobles then went to the Lorville family to get the tree, but they were all forced to pay a huge price. I won't ever go for a second tree. Nobles spoke of the same thing after coming back from the Lorville family. It looks like you don't see what the point in having an estate. You need to know the gravity of the problem. You can let the Narajas pass, but you can't do that with the Rotans. We will show you why. Then they dragged the noble into Murakan territory. And then they taught the nobles the terror of Rotans. After pushing them back in a few more times, they were finally given the tree. Wow, they are hardcore too. Lorval family enforced very primitive ways to enforce things upon nobles, but it worked very well. It was what helped the human race prosper on this land. And they force us in there when we go up a rank. The higher the rank, a longer the captive of Lorval family. But they always spoke of the same thing. You all live for hundreds of years. This is nothing. It's all for your benefit. They did become much stronger as they stayed in Rotan territory, but nobody loved coming back from a life-threatening fight. So, it's like the Great North Wall, but a forced one. 3 of them kept moving while they talked. Kokol seemed to know which way they need to head towards, so they didn't need to stop by any other estates on the way. He was a bit slow, but Xian wasn't in any hurry, and it was good to talk with a person who knew a lot about this world. After a long journey, they now saw something appearing over the horizon. Steel was confused. The resonance seemed to be too far to be close. Is that? Yes, that's the Siculus of Carltonheim estate. Whoa! Steel was in awe. It was huge. There was no word to describe its sheer size. The tree back at the Lock estate was nothing like it. It was as big as a mountain. Haha, well, we call it, which means black snake. The trunk resembles a snake's scales. It even has a name. Yeah, there aren't many Ciculuses that are owned by marquises. Beside, Carltonheim's tree is unique. Why? Did you remember that all nobles get their trees from the Lorval family? Yeah. But some marquis Ciculuses are different. Why is that? Steel asked. Kokol grinned. Please guess the age of that tree. I guess it's much more than tens of years. Right. That tree was born since the founding of Siculus. It was planted when the noble numbers went down drastically after the Murakan and Swarm disaster. Doesn't it need the energy of nobles? Correct. It was a time when the human race dwindled and other Rotan races came into power. All nobles and commoners had to join forces around the marquis. There were 21 Siculus trees planted at that time while the Lorval family held the Swarm and Muragons back. Humph. After that, counts or viscounts went on to create their own land with different trees. So that is one of them. It's over 3,000 years old. 21, so only the strongest marquis had them. Yes. Not all the Ciculuses of the marquis are the same. And there is a name for those 21 Siculus trees. What is it? It's called the A nest. Marquises who owned those trees usually became dukes in the end. It also means you need that kind of a tree to provide you its acre to become a duke. Another marquis takes over when the previous marquis leaves after becoming a duke. I see. So it was raised by many nobles then. Yes. We can safely assume that the tree raises a marquis in that case. I heard that the dukes who trained under those Ciculuses came to have special powers. They talked more about it and were now by the Ville-Dex routes. Where are we going to stay? Nobles can stay within the trunk. There should be a lot of nobles that have gathered already. Already? Yeah, we heard Duke Conrad will be coming soon. Please, this way. Kokol then took Xian and Steel inside. Which tree did he train upon? Carltonheim thought as he read through information about Duke Conrad. He thought Conrad came to power without training by a tree, but he seemed to have a lot of magic to be considered as such. I'll see once I fight him, Carltonheim mumbled, smiling for the upcoming battle. Chapter 157, Coronation. So, they are the ones that trained with Accra. Yes, Karim won't be enough to fight them. Marquis Rit's son thought as he looked at 2 who came into the tree. The woman was definitely strong. She seemed to be powerful enough to become a marquis if she trained within a tree. The Accra resonance proved it. Karim was one of the stronger counts, but she seemed to be much stronger. But the Marquis was more interested in the man. It was him who wiped out the Alpha mutants. If the rumors were true, it was hard even for him to wipe them out single-handedly. He also heard that Karim was beaten up by the man. If those rumors were correct, he was at least a Marquis. That was why people were watching out. When Carltonheim left this estate after he was crowned as a duke, it might mean that they have gained another competitor. Therefore, Ritz's son came all the way here to Villadec. He couldn't miss the fight between the dukes, but that wasn't enough. His own tree wasn't any smaller as it was raised since his Viscount days, but this Siculus tree was much grander. The amount of acre being supplied by the countless number of commoners and the Villadec's power itself made Ritz's son dizzy. Surely, the other marquises were also tempted to take over this estate. But that was after the battle was over. Ritzon then turned to the higher ground of Villadec. The fight was to be held a bit farther away from here, but it was enough of a distance to watch. So, commoners all live by the roots. Xian spoke as he looked outside the trunk. Nobles were busy inside finding spots to spectate the fight between the dukes. The commoners didn't seem to budge at all. The area near the route was very quiet. Yes, if the battle starts, the aftershocks will be terrifying. But Villadec can nullify that, and that's the why commoners are staying indoors to keep to themselves. I see. I thought nobles would try to watch it more closely, not from the inside. Then Kokol grinned. Haha, it's a fight between dukes. We can see it from here anyways. But I guess we will get to see what kind of magic that the dukes have earned. Nobody has seen Carltonheim's powers yet as he recently became a duke. It's the same for Conrad, it will be a good fight. I think they will fight by the mountain area there. Nobles ranted that the mountain was bothersome when walking over it, so they will probably erase it with this chance. Xian nodded. I should meet with Conrad after. It wasn't a fight to kill each other, so Xian thought it would be okay to ask if Conrad was the Conrad he knew about. But didn't he arrive yet? Why aren't they starting? Maybe they want to talk about a few things beforehand. We should wait. Xian felt powerful energy going up the tree. He became curious since they didn't start yet, but still seemed uninterested. On the top of tall Villadec were two figures. Greetings. So where did you train? Carltonheim asked Conrad. He wasn't sure how powerful he was, but now he did. Conrad was at the limit of the race. He looked like a small girl, but it didn't matter. He was a duke. Is it that important? I'm sorry I'm late. I had to take care of my business elsewhere. Conrad, who had the body of Kal Kirat, had grown a bit so he looked like a teenage girl, but a young child was the same to Carltonheim anyway. You must be sure of yourself, to accept it at once. Carltonheim asked, frowning. Even after becoming a duke, their power varied because of the way they trained their magic and their skills. Conrad laughed. Haha, no. I came here to ask you for an offer. Carltonheim became intrigued. An offer? What is it? You probably don't know much since you just became a duke, but I'm only in for 5 years also. I just took the job since I was free to go. So, are you one of the members of Duke Lorvel's group? Conrad then stopped the small talk and looked at Carltonheim. Where did you hear that? Unlike Conrad, who seemed to have gained interest, Carltonheim was losing interest. I have a way. It's not even a secret. I don't think so. Conrad became stern. You didn't go through a coronation either, didn't you? Carltonheim asked without answering Conrad. Well, I was just offered an invitation to join because I'm special. But does it matter? You just need to fight once and you can choose whether to join or not. Conrad spoke. He was not smiling anymore as he felt something wasn't going as expected. Well, it does. I don't want Lorvel knowing something happened to you when you don't call him back. Conrad grimaced at the word. It's broken. Well, you've been doing well to fix the barriers, so you must have expected as much. I didn't know that this had been created. It's good that you're here. The fixing will take longer without you, it will buy me some time too. Perfect. Damn. Conrad pulled power over his body. Carltonheim didn't seem like he was going to let him go easily. He was now being overwhelmed by a black energy. Conrad then saw the message popping up. Escape. Enemy has infiltrated through the barrier. Escape this place and send a message to the Lorville family. He needed to get out of Viledec to even have a chance of fighting against him, but the chances were slim. Kokol. Yes. Kokol turned to Xian, who seemed to be having concerns. Didn't you say that the coronation is held somewhere far away to keep people from getting hurt? Yes. Even when Viledec can withstand the damage, the aftershock will be too much. Then you should all run. Hey! Right after that moment, a powerful energy wave shook the tree. Ugh! What is? Xian! What happened? Steel asked as she looked to the top. She knew what was going on, however. It looked like Conrad and Carltonheim had begun fighting at the top of the tree. She just asked because Xian might know much more in detail. I thought dukes were more civilized, we should get out. He couldn't stay as Steel would get involved. He thought of getting out first and coming back to stop the fight, but a weird screeching rang out and the nobles dropped as they held onto their heads. Ugh, what is this? Xian frowned. The estate was now absorbing all Acra among the tree at an alarming rate, including Steel's. What did you do? Conrad asked as he felt the weird absorption happening from below. It was too uncomfortable to let it pass without asking. I can't let the food walk out before I eat them. It's why I spread rumors to gather all of them. You prepared well. When did you come in? It was getting weak for the past 5 years. I got in somehow. Damn it. So the weakened Appental was the problem. Conrad spat. Chapter 158, Coronation. What should I do? The Siculus tree was now absorbing Acra at an enormous rate and all the nobles and commoners were unconscious. The marquis or counts were trying to get out of range, but the energy absorption was too quick so they couldn't get out in time. To make matters worse, Conrad and Carltonheim's fight sent out powerful earthquakes that were threatening. It was being blocked by Viledec, but if the fight became more intense, it would surely hurt the people. This isn't normal. He had never seen a coronation before, but if the others knew that this might happen, they would have not stayed here. Xian then grabbed Steel and Kokol with each hand and got out of the tree quickly. He would have saved the others but he needed to save the people he knew first. Carltonheim smiled. Lorville, you dog, we're back. Conrad was very strong but it was impossible to beat him when he was being charged by the Siculus tree. Carltonheim needed information. All needed information was being sanctioned by the Lorville family and it seemed like this Conrad was one of them, so he thought he would gather information from Conrad. Carltonheim stormed at Conrad. This was his home ground. He had altered the tree to work at his benefit when the time came. All the energy that filled him was the result of such work. Ha ha ha, you know a lot of interesting tricks. Do all dukes know that? Damn bastard. You talk too much. This is my own. Conrad blocked the black whip with his and spat. The magic Carltonheim used was similar to the magic Conrad used, but it was more powerful. Status, Carltonheim. Ruler of Rodaval, descendant of Black Serpent, infested noble. Level, 399. Acra. Skills, Infestation, Division, Gorge. They were both blocked by the limit, but the conditions were too different. Carltonheim was pulling up the energy endlessly from the nobles below and Conrad was blocked of using any communication or short-range teleportation by using Acra resonance. He did prepare. Anyone would have been dangerous if they had just walked in here. Conrad then used his most powerful short-distance magic, at Carltonheim. It was powerful magic that destroyed inner body mechanics by crushing the space. It was very effective against superhumans. Carltonheim's right hand that was struck turned blue at once and then turned to grey, scattering away. Carltonheim casually touched his right arm with his left. Black snakes came out from his left hand and began devouring the grey remnants of the right arm to replace it. Carltonheim looked down at the snakes with loving eyes. Then the snakes began swirling themselves, turning into a right arm. Conrad scowled at the sight. His magic was very powerful, but it was the result of thousands of magic priests that studied to create it. It was fascinating for that kind of magic to be created by one person. This continent is filled with monsters. Then Carltonheim used his new right arm and attacked Conrad. Conrad barely blocked it and blurted out, "Damn it! I wondered how you became a duke so fast. Haha, it would have taken 100 more years if I didn't get help. People here are more greedy toward power. They are like primitives. I don't think it was like this before. I don't know. It's not too long since I've been here." Conrad spoke and used an at once to attack. However, Carltonheim blocked the attack easily with his blackened arm and hit Conrad. Conrad then was thrown off into corner of a pillar. "Damn it! I can't." He was dumbfounded that he faced such danger to a place he was casually visiting. He didn't spend hundreds of years to come over to this land to die here. Carltonheim smiled. He was now going to store Conrad here and do it slowly. The world is large and there are a lot of powerful men. Don't be too ashamed. Carltonheim's body began turning black. Then the snake began dropping out of his body and it slithered over to Conrad's body. It didn't eat Conrad, but it swept up and wrapped Conrad. Carltonheim looked on while smiling. The tree was being infested well. He was taking it slow to not get caught, but it was going well. The Vile deck was being covered with black speedily. When the black came all the way up to the top of Siculus, his first goal would be complete. But he needed to work. Lorval would surely be alerted if Conrad went missing. He couldn't handle Lorval's other dukes at such a rate. But it was no problem when the one sleeping beneath awakened. Carltonheim then moved down to the bottom of the tree. I don't know why Appental became weaker, but it's all good. Carltonheim was happy that things went as planned since he passed through the cursed barrier. Steel and Kokol quickly regained their health as they got out of the tree's distance. After the heavy storm of Acra resonance died out, Steel asked, "Ugh, do all coronations go through this vampiric event?" Kokol shook his head while breathing heavily. "No. Unless Carltonheim has gone mad." It meant this was surely not normal. Steel then turned to Xian. Her past experience told her that the usual culprit of any abnormality was close by. "Xian, is there something you didn't tell me yet? Maybe you didn't fully close Appental." Xian replied. "No way. I destroyed it completely. I even checked on the Appental getting broken out from our dimension. It was so hard. I did what I had to do." You shouldn't always accuse me when something wrong happens. Besides, it's my first time coming here. Why would it be on me? Well, I guess so. But... Steel seemed unconvinced. She couldn't find any connections, but it was weird that these unusual events kept happening after they came here. "Well, you can blame all you want, but it's not on me this time." Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I was just shocked. Are you two okay now? I'm okay. Me too. But where are you going to go? Steel asked Xian, who was trying to jump out. I'm going to take Conrad. He's our only lead. Oh, right. Steel then remembered why they were here. The fight unraveling at the top didn't seem like it was just a casual fight. They were fighting to kill each other. Xian figured they were both about the level of dukes, enough for Xian to handle easily. Xian then jumped quickly to the top of the Siculus tree. Its leaves and fruits were all crushed and branches were burned out. He needed to stop before he was killed. But at that moment, the battle stopped and Conrad's energy disappeared. Did he die? Xian was confused, but it seemed like it wasn't the case. It looked like Carltonheim had done something. He was now jumping down to the roots. Xian then followed Carltonheim to where he was headed. Chapter 159, Coronation. Is this the place? Xian followed Carltonheim. He took it slow to not scare the nobles or commoners who were still crouching by the tree. The space below the roots was large, so it took him some time to find the trace, but after following him for a while, he found that Carltonheim smiling proudly at something. He doesn't seem like a good man. A good man would not have created a secret room underground and dragged a man down wrapped by black snakes. Good day. Hee. You should control your new recruits. Hey. Is he mad? Xian became confused as Carltonheim was speaking nonsense to him. I don't know what you're saying, but I'll leave you alone if you give him to me. Xian didn't want to spoil the man who seemed to be working hard, so he decided to talk it out. His experience told him it didn't end well when he used force. Ha ha ha. What is this? A Lorval dog trying to solve things peacefully. I don't know what you're saying, but I'm not related to Lorval. Hey. Carltonheim, no, Kaikaro, then looked at the man with weird eyes. There was no Lorval seal on him. It was a cursed seal that he could have seen from afar. Then who are you? It looks like you have business with that Conrad, but I do too. Can you give him to me? Ha! He was at a loss for words as the man didn't seem to be making sense when he was not even related to Lorval. I don't want to threaten you, but I think it's better for you to just talk things out with me. I was really sad when no one ended up okay when I fought them. It looks like you're working hard and I envy that. I think you shouldn't get hurt. Haha. He said it very carefully, but it meant that he was threatening him to hand over Conrad if Kaikaro wished to be spared. But he didn't care. He had fulfilled his goal and it looked like the man didn't want to solve things by fighting. Haha, well, we don't need to solve things by talking. Hey? You're mistaken. Then something came up from the ground and swallowed Xian. What's going on? After he was swallowed by the black snakes, his power, or magic, everything was nullified. But at least the power of still remained and allowed Conrad to check on the status. Escape from the black snake's stomach. Carltonheim's magic trained by the black serpent sealed within has consumed you. Escape immediately. Time limit, 5:14. The limit was decreasing even now. I should have gotten the seal. He refused it because he didn't want to be associated with one place. But he never imagined he would end up like this. Then a new alarm came up. Conrad looked at it, hoping that it was a reinforcement, but it wasn't. Black Serpent has been resurrected. Status, Vile Deck. Blue Serpent, Beta of Levera Tribe, Minion of Kaikaro. Level, 1. Skill, Gorge, Division. Damn it. It was over. It was the one that went over its limit. The problem had gotten too big. Ha 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 ha. Success. Kaa. Kaikaro laughed like a madman as he watched shooting out of the roots. It was a black pillar passing through the mile-long roots of the Siculus tree. After Viledek swallowed the fool that walked in, it was moving by the roots with its huge space. It was raised well until Carltonheim became a duke. Kaikaro waited it out until Carltonheim became a duke to begin, but it was worth the wait. He even managed to capture Conrad that used special magic. He didn't have the seal, but it didn't matter since he was connected to the barrier. The biggest success anyway was that Kaikaro removed the magic that sealed Viledek. He wasn't sure why all these nobles wanted to watch two who were not even alphas, but it helped him get energy enough to unseal the bind. I should tend to the Siculus now. Viledek was also very large, but it would take a long time for it to destroy the Siculus tree. It was the tree that was successfully bound the snake and sucked its life to grow. At that moment, black energy came out from Carltonheim's ears, mouth, eyes, and every opening and was absorbed into the roots. It was now to speed up the infestation of this tree. Viledek, go up and satisfy your hunger. Nobles are good sources, but the commoners are okay. Oh, eat him too. Viledek was screeching constantly. Kaikaro then realized why. Pain? Is the seal still intact? Kaikaro quickly sped up the infestation to the siculus. But the problem was much more severe. The great serpent writhed in pain between the roots, but it couldn't move much as roots were too much. Then, at that moment, the neck part of the great serpent began to rip. It was hundreds of yards away from its mouth, but the weird sound could easily be heard. Viledek's insides weren't like the simple insides of an animal. It was the space of another dimension that sealed the power of the one it consumed. It wasn't something that could be ripped apart. There were definitely ripping sounds coming from Viledek's neck. At last, Viledek's neck was ripped and two figures jumped out of it. Viledek couldn't bear the pain and transformed to millions of small black snakes. It was Conrad and the man that Viledek just swallowed. Ugh! Damn it! Viledek! Block him! He needed to buy time. He wasn't sure who that was, but he just needed to finish infesting this tree and he'd be invincible. Kaikaro then ran to the core while millions of snakes were attacking Xian. Ugh, you dirty rat! Xian thought about chasing after him, but it might endanger Conrad, who was unconscious, so Xian began grinding all the snakes that were attacking him. Kaikaro couldn't believe what he saw. Let's focus. He decided to give up on Viledek as it will not win against such a monster. He also decided to give up on Conrad and Carltonheim that he left behind. He just needed to infest Siculus. The infestation was now almost complete. The tree was turning to black smog and mud. Almost done, now I just need to remove the barrier. You were here. Kaikaro turned to the man standing behind him. Damn it, but you're too late. The core is already infested. You must know what that means. Xian was readying to smack Kaikaro, but Kaikaro quickly replied frantically. Wait. You fool. I'm now one with Siculus. You killing me means you're killing the tree also. Is that okay? I don't know what you're talking about. Xian clenched his fist, but Kaikaro panicked even more. Damn it. It means there will be a hole in the barrier. Are you really okay? It's the barrier. I don't know what you're saying, but let me ask you one thing. So you're saying that barrier shouldn't be broken? And you were playing inside here to kill the tree? Xian asked and checked on the tree that was quickly dying out. That explains it. But before Kaikaro could say much, Xian smacked the core that was the source of the infestation. Chapter 160, Barrier. NNGH. Quest completed, you have escaped the Black Serpent's bind. Conrad ignored the message window and glanced around. How did I get out? Did someone from Lorville come here? Conrad shook his head. If that was the case, he would have been notified. Then, who is it? He then realized there were millions of dead snakes around. It was surely an alpha from the sealed Levera tribe. It was only at stage 1, but to destroy it at this level was beyond believable. He then felt a strong energy radiance coming out from above and ran out. Ugh! NNGH! Humph! Xian punched the core and the infested area reduced each time. He couldn't smack it too hard as it would destroy the core, but this Kaikaro was able to withstand the weakened punch. It was also absorbing the tree's life force, so Xian was having a hard time. There are some weird races here. It seemed like this black smog was also a weird race. After a while of continuous smacking, the infestation diminished and so did Kaikaro's power. The smog was still smiling. What's so funny? Hey! At that moment, the smog boiled up instantly and evaporated. The place was now left with the core that had used all of its energy. The mysterious smog destroyed the core before it completely died out. Ugh, it even self-explodes. Xian was frustrated, but he realized it wasn't his fault that the tree was destroyed, since it was going to be destroyed anyway if he didn't do anything. The person who watched from behind thought differently. Conrad was dumbfounded when he found Xian punching the core. And there it was, the destroyed core. What have you, did you just destroy Siculus? No. The Siculus tree of the Carltonheim estate was now in an entirely different state from any other day. Its sky-covering leaves were dried out and all the branches were damaged by the fight between Conrad and Carltonheim. The tree trunk and its roots seemed to be intact, but they were not. The core that allowed the tree to grow was destroyed, so the roots were losing its power and the trunk that was full of acrid energy from the environment was now empty. Above the roots were the nobles and the commoners regaining their strength as they plopped down at random places. Their acras were taken out of their bodies forcefully, so a lot of people almost fainted and they needed time to recover. There were 4 people watching over this. Duke Carltonheim, Duke Conrad, Xian, and Steele. They were gathered at the top of the tree. I've seen her somewhere. Xian knew the girl from before, but it was an entirely different being now. He decided to ask later and concentrated on Carltonheim and Conrad's discussion. What happened? Duke Carltonheim, are you okay? Conrad asked. He had heard about the banished race, Jurna, for the past 5 years, but it was his first time actually seeing an infested one. The status window showed that the infestation was lifted, but Carltonheim didn't seem too well. I'm okay. But I'm not sure what happened. Carltonheim was dumbfounded. He didn't know there was a race that could control a noble. It was shocking. If this race controlled a duke, then that meant it could control the whole human race. Conrad smiled bitterly. You'll get to know about it as time goes on, but this is a special case. I think all of you here have the right to hear, so I'll explain. Conrad glanced at Xian and Steele, but he figured it going to be okay. They didn't seem like the type to go away anyway. The race that controlled you is called Jurna. I've never heard of them. Of course. Lorville hid their existence. Why is that? It's complicated, but they were holding them back well, Conrad continued. The continent was full of interesting species 3,000 years ago. There were a lot of species like Muragons, swarms, grunts, or barkhans. Humans did not care about the other species back then, so there was a various number of species. But Jurna was a special one. They did not have a body. They traveled around in a black smog-like state. But they hated roaming in the air, so they always found somewhere to settle down and control a species. It didn't matter what species it was. They always invaded and controlled one when something was available. A Jurna invasion wasn't all that bad, as it made the host to grow in power quickly. Jurna guided the host to become stronger, as it was good to have a strong host, but Jurna had full control over the host. They were all over the place on the continent, but it was not widely known. This species didn't do much even after taking control, so nobody noticed them. They just continued to increase their numbers. The strangest part about this species was that as their host became stronger, they also became stronger. They could not invade and control others who were stronger than them, so they started out with the weak and grew stronger to control stronger targets as time went on. That was when the Lorville family realized that the Jurna had spread among many humans. Upon closer examination, they found these Jurna were everywhere throughout the continent. Lorville did not want them. They weren't doing much now, but these were parasites that devoured the living soul and controlled it. Lorville wanted the human race to be strongest, so the Jurna was a bad sign. That was when Lorville decided to drive them out. However, it wasn't easy, as it was spread out too wide through the land. So they decided to do 2 things. Eradicate parasites or drive them out before being infected. Never allow them to invade the human bodies again. Lorville then gathered all who weren't infested and began executing their plan. It was anew. Chapter 161, Barrier. It was hard to fight against an infested species. Humans were powerful, but it included a large number of infested people. Conrad explained. The humans thought they were the most powerful, but most of the power had been transferred to the Jirna already. And the infestation didn't only remain on humans. There were a lot of other strong species too. Thus, there were two big problems at hand. One was that they could escape before the host died and try to invade others. Another was that alphas were born among the Rotans with Jirna's help. These were too strong for even Lorville to fight against. Lorville then created a new species to counter the Jirna. These species were powerful enough to fight against alphas and resist the control of the Jirna. And these species were Murakan and Swarm. Well, they didn't make it to be exact. They just altered them. They studied the Narajas, created alphas, and pulled them up to Rotan level. Duke Lorville then used his magic to stamp the on these races. It was the seal of control that enabled him to rule over them, and Jirna could not control them. One would only need to control a single swarm or Murakan to control the whole race. The new species left the peninsula where they were being tested on, and roamed the lands. It devoured the infested species and killed them. They killed all the infested humans, which was 1/3 of the whole human population. So that's how Muragans and swarms were born. Carltonheim was dumbfounded as he continued listening. The disaster was actually intended. Yes, it made them retreat to the north. Lorville successfully drove the Jirna out back to the northern lands, but one thing was left remaining. How were they going to block them out from entering? They were hard to kill when they were in their spiritual, smog-like state. Lorville did not want to create another disaster to kill people if the infestation occurred again. That was when Lorville began making a large barrier to block their invasion. A barrier big enough to protect not only the humans, but all species that roamed the land. Lorville found the hint from Appental. Appental was a place where spiritual beings were sucked in and never allowed to come out. That was where Lorville got the idea from, and he planted the 21 Siculus trees around human territory to create a big dimensional barrier. It wasn't much, as he just combined Appental and Siculus and increased their absorption over to the entire human lands. This allowed the Jirna to be absorbed into Appental when they approached. And that's why our teleportations were always connected to Appental. Conrad smiled bitterly as he remembered performing the experiment with Takian. They did not know why they were being pulled into Appental then, but it was this barrier that made it happen. So no Jirna came over after that? Carltonheim asked. Yes. As long as the barrier was intact, they would not come over. So what happened this time? Carltonheim asked again. If this barrier was being held up tightly, there was no way this could have happened. Duke couldn't control himself, but he remembered what had happened while he was being controlled. Conrad smiled. Because Appental had become weak in the past 5 years. Conrad remembered the days when he arrived. Lorville contacted him when he was walking these lands and told him to join them for their goal. Conrad shared their interest on making mankind the most powerful species and joined them. But he didn't want to serve them, so he did not get the seal and just created an alliance with them. After telling him various information, Lorville asked Conrad, "The barrier that blocked the Jirna has been weakening in recent days. It's probably because Appental is getting weaker. Can you fix the barrier for us?" Conrad, after examining on Acra and Siculus and how barriers were formed, concluded that it was possible. Therefore, he began traveling around the lands to fix the barrier. The barrier was created by the runes installed at the Siculus trees. People here were not really good at magic unless its focus was to destroy, so Conrad used all of his knowledge to fix it. He just needed to overwrite the existing magic runes and it would make the Jirna stay out even without Appental. He was going over all 21 Siculus trees, but the speed of Appental being destroyed had quickened and came to the problem. If it wasn't for Xian, this place would have been the start of barrier's destruction. Steele was looking at Xian with a weird smile. Xian asked, "Steele, what's with that smirk?" "Hehe, what did I tell you? I knew there had to be some connection." Well, it's not your fault but I was right. Ha ha ha, you always exceed expectations. Conrad became curious as he heard Steele laughing and he approached. I am late on introducing myself. I have heard a lot about you, Xian. I must thank you for saving me. No problem. But are you really Conrad? You look like someone I know. Xian asked the question he had from the beginning. So, you must know about the owner of this body. I have been reborn into this body as the soul of the previous owner was destroyed. I'm sure you know about the orb. Conrad didn't go through the normal process of reincarnation, so he didn't have Kirat's memory. But it seemed like Xian knew about the owner of the body. Xian decided to let it go as it wasn't a friendly acquaintance. He then realized why Conrad was speaking like a 100-years-old man when he looked like a teenage girl. Oh, never mind then. It's good to meet you too. So how do you know about me? Conrad laughed. I have heard from Lei Jaob, but I have a special skill too. It is really convenient. Conrad was talking casually, but he was shocked at what he was seeing. By the gods, the third stage mutant. Status, Xian von Roman. Second Roman son, beta of human race, unintended destroyer, special title from the achievement. Level 3. Skill? He was shocked when he saw Duke Lorval, but Xian was much more than he expected. He couldn't believe that such man was born from the Xian continent. And what is that weird title? Conrad couldn't pass on the weird title and asked, I thought you decided to stay behind. How did you come over? It seemed Xian was planning to live peacefully on the other continent. But he was here now. Oh that! Xian began to explain what had happened after. Conrad was left speechless. So, he killed all those monsters within Appental and came up. That was why the barrier wasn't working. Appental was destroyed from within, so it was why barrier didn't work. The way that they thought about, but didn't dare to try, was done by Xian alone. It's an amazing feat. Conrad spoke from bottom of his heart. The reason why Appental had no guard was because if there was a man who was strong enough to survive in there, no guard would work against him. Well, I didn't want to do that and it almost got me killed. By the way, what were those below? Xian decided to ask about Roa later and asked the questions at hand now. The black serpent could only be killed because Xian had become stronger after Appental. If it wasn't for him, the snake would have consumed everything. He thought he was the strongest here after looking at the dukes, but this changed things. Those things combined could be dangerous. Hey? Oh, you mean Viladek? It must your first time seeing a beta. Xian didn't have any betas, so it was why Xian didn't know. Conrad began to explain. Chapter 162, Core. Races that transformed from Nerija to Rotan were called alphas. However, even though humans said they hit the limit, or the wall, it didn't mean there was a level above it. The seven-horned Harrigan was good evidence for this. Even among the Rotans, there were some who surpassed their limits to reach the next level. They were also called alphas, meaning the first of its race. But there was a difference between Nerija and Rotan. Unlike the Nerijas who could become alphas with just one mutation, Rotans needed to overcome many barriers to become an alpha. Those beings that encountered the barriers but weren't alphas yet were named betas. So I am a beta. Xian was on his way, so he was probably a beta then. The serpent you saw was a beta. It's a beta of the ancient race called. This is why the Jurna are dangerous. You mean? Yes, they were controlled by the Jurna. No, they overcame the barrier when they were infested by the Jurna. Both races are able to overcome the barrier together, which makes the infestation even more dangerous. That was why they attacked the Jurna before more betas appeared. They were strong, but there weren't that many betas yet, so the combined number of swarms and Muragons barely managed to destroy them. All in all, Lorval thought they would be a useful food source for the growing Siculus trees, so they buried them underground. So that's why all the dukes who trained by the tree were able to obtain the power. Carltonheim nodded. Yes, it grew with the power of betas, it allows you to gain the magic that the beta had. Carltonheim's magic wasn't something to be considered lightly. It was powerful magic used by an ancient race. Carltonheim smiled bitterly. But it's not mine, and I was controlled. I am ashamed. Don't be. You would have become a duke anyway. It is why you have been in control of the 21 Siculus trees. Xian curiously asked, but can we leave it like that? I thought that tree is what reinforces the barrier. It's not okay, but we can't do anything now. We can't maintain the barrier until those people get up to their feet and send Akra to the tree. Luckily, the tree wasn't destroyed. There was no way to gather all those commoners now since it was going to take time for them to recover. What are you going to do now? Xian asked. Conrad shook his head. I just fixed the barrier so I'm not sure. I just made sure they could not destroy this entire tree, but we can't create a barrier without the core. So, we have one thing to do. What is it? We should ask the person who planned this. Hey? Is there a twin connected to the Lorville estate? I have never heard of. Carltonheim spoke as he never heard of such thing, but Conrad smiled. There's a way. Conrad then began preparing to activate the magic. Xian sensed the familiar flow of energy and spoke. Communication magic. Right. We don't need a twin to talk. Don't you need to have the same frequency on the other side? And a lot of energy? Xian asked as that was what he heard. Even at Xian, they needed an artifact or a building made for communication purposes for it to work. Yet Conrad seemed to not have such limitations. I am a duke here, so I should be able to do such a thing. But I'm the only one who can use magic here, so it relies on me, but we have the twins for another method. I see. Conrad was the emperor of the old empire and had studied magic endlessly. It would be weird if he couldn't do such a thing. Conrad then seemed to have successfully connected and began talking. Steele and Xian eagerly watched Conrad. He must be talking to Lorville. After a while, Conrad finished talking and turned back to the three people. Okay. I talked about what to do next. It's good that you are here. What is it? I have good news and bad news for me, and the same for you, Xian. What do you want to hear first? Xian answered, let's start with yours first. Oh, okay. The good news is that the barriers can be restored. Only the tree's core was destroyed, so we can replace the core before the tree dries out. Luckily, this Siculus tree is the last one we have to fix, so when we restore this tree, the barrier will be complete. If Conrad had managed to finish the barrier quick enough, the core wouldn't have been destroyed. Oh, so the barrier will work then, Carltonheim answered brightly. Yes. We just need the core, send Akra into it, and the barrier will work as intended. Xian then became confused and asked, didn't you say that there are no more Siculus tree cores? I heard these 21 trees use special cores. That was what Xian heard from Conrad's explanation. Yes, that is the bad news. Lorville says he has no leftover cores. He knows where to go to get it, but it's really hard to get it. Oh no, Xian answered. That wasn't any good even if the barrier was fixable. Well, let's talk about you, Xian. You said you came to see me because you want to go back. Yeah, Xian nodded. He was looking for Lei Jaob, but he remembered that Conrad was probably in charge of the installation of Roa since Lei Jaob did not know how to use magic. Conrad answered, the good news is that you can go back home. Wow, really? Yes. The first thing I did when I got here was that I tested to see if I could install Roa. I did manage to find out that if we alter Akra and Siculus a bit, it could let us use Roa. It would take a lot of energy and alteration to go across the continent, but it can be done. What's the bad news? It's the same for both of us. Since our barrier isn't finished yet, we don't have the manpower to focus on alteration. That's why I couldn't install RA yet. I needed to fortify the barrier first. Oh. To be exact, you will never go back home at this rate. The Jurna will keep invading and they will keep trying to destroy the barrier. There's a small room for now, but they will surely attack Siculus first. We can't travel far without Siculus. So, I need to get the core then. Conrad nodded. Yes, while we hold back the Jurna, it would be great if you could go and get the core for us. But don't worry. It won't be much of a problem if you came through Apental. For us, it's better for us to fight the Jurna. Humph. I'll do it. Xian nodded. There was no other way. Let me explain on the way. It's a very remote place, but it's hard to miss. Conrad then started explaining. Chapter 163, Core. Xian was running through the plains with steel, reminded of what Conrad had explained to them. I should make it quick. Well, it will take some time for the commoners to recover and for the alteration to the rune to be finished. You should come back before that is over. Conrad seemed overly relaxed and Xian wondered why. Isn't it a serious problem? You look too relaxed. It was a race that made humans suffer terribly enough to drive it out. In comparison, Conrad seemed like he was more irritated than concerned. Haha, well, we did alter all the Siculus trees to work as small barriers. Even without the 21 trees, all the big cities that a marquis or a count ruled over had their trees altered to work as a barrier to block the infestation underneath it. You can enter the tree if it's infested though. Oh, then. Xian realized why Conrad was so relaxed. Yes, it's good that they wiped out most of the monsters around the area. The only ones that they can control are either some counts, viscounts or barons, and some Naraja races. It won't be enough to fight against big estates of a marquis or a count. Given a long period time, it will still become dangerous, but we will finish it before it takes that long. We just need you to fetch that core to seal it tight. This was why Conrad wasn't worried. Oh, and you should take this steel. What's this? It was a small marble. It works for one person, but it will block any Jurna from entering. It's easy to make, but we don't have any talc stones to make any more. It's for me, but I won't be leaving this place until the barrier is finished, so it's okay. They can't come into the tree anymore. Conrad was working on something when the situation was over and Xian realized what it was. Steel nodded. I see. What about me? We have not seen any Jurna powerful enough to invade you. If there were such Jurna, they would have already broken the barrier. Have a safe trip. Humph. So wiping out those races helped that way. Even if the Jurna was threatening, they were not much of a threat when they had no host to consume. Let's have a nice trip. Yeah, but we still have to hurry. First, we have to head in the direction of Apental. Yeah. It was. Conrad had simply answered Xian's question on where to go. Lorval told me that it's at the west end of Apental. I've never been there, but is this enough to find it? Hold on. It seemed like Conrad wasn't too sure and he tried to communicate again with Lorval, but that was the only explanation. Xian, do you think you can find Apental's entrance? This was a place without any maps, so Steel was worried that it might be hard to find a simple lake, but Xian wasn't concerned. Don't worry. Oh, there it is. Steel realized why Xian wasn't concerned about trying to find Apental. There was a crater in the forest as if a large meteor had fallen there. So we just have to go straight toward the west from here, but can we really find it that way? Conrad said not to worry as they could easily find the place. As they ran, Xian knew what he meant. It should be that, right? Yeah. I can't think of anything else. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This continent was full of powerful people, but there was no civilization. There no literature, art, or manners. But there was this huge structure beyond the forest. What lay ahead was a wide ocean over the horizon. that's why no one lived over on this side. There's only an ocean. The building was located at the end of the cliff. It was huge and had an unusual look to it. It doesn't look like it's made out of stone. It's metal, but to create the entire building with metal. Steel tapped on the building wall curiously. I don't think there's any danger. Let's head in. They walked inside the building. This is interesting. Xian glanced around. This was like the armory that Lei Jiao showed him before. This one, however, was lifeless and was dusty. So, this is the place where Lorval stayed. I'm not sure. But it's amazing. Xian was never good at machinery, so he couldn't understand what all this was for, and so did Steel. It doesn't matter. Let's find the core and get out. Conrad said we just need to go down and we'll find the core. Steel shook her head at the explanation and sighed. Go west of Appental, find a strange building and go down. How detailed. Yeah, but it's amazing that no further explanation was needed. Right. They couldn't find the core yet, but the direction did get them to the right place and they began finding a way down. He thought about just smashing his way in, but he couldn't as it might destroy the core. Steel then found something placed in the middle of the building. Xian, is that it? I can't find anything else, so. There was no stairway connected underground. The place Steel pointed to had a strange-looking ring installed there. Inside was a bluish barrier that shielded the view of the other side. I don't want to go in, but I think that's where the core is being held. Yeah. It reminds me of Appental. It didn't feel that dangerous, so Xian decided to go in. Do you want to stay behind? Yeah. I'll look around. Sure. Come in if you find any danger. Don't worry. I don't think there's anything around here. Xian nodded. He scanned the area a while ago and found nothing. He then jumped into the blue barrier. What is this place? It was a vast space. The floor was created with some unknown metal and the ceiling was created with some various crystal orbs, so it was very dark. It did not bother Xian. What bothered him were the living beings inside. They were all different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common. Powerful energy flowing through their bodies and armor-like outer carapaces. They were each placed at the corners of this vast space. This continent really a lot stronger. They're all betas. Conrad said there were names for those who overcame the barrier like Xian. He overheard it back then, but he realized that it meant that this world had a lot of those beings. These were all betas. It seemed that they had barely reached the first stage, but there were a lot of them. Xian then realized why Conrad said it was nothing for Xian. It's about Appental's level. The ones in Appental were all blocked by the wall, but there were more of them there. And they're all fatigued. These betas looked very tired. Xian should be an intruder to them, but they did not pay much attention and just sat at each corner. Good for me. Xian thought it would be good if he didn't have to fight. He began glancing around to look for a way downstairs, but the betas began changing their attitude. Humph! I knew it. He didn't expect to walk peacefully and the betas began standing up. Will they cower if I unleash the full energy? Xian couldn't find the entrance yet, so he exerted all of his energy outward. If these things had instincts, they would not try to fight someone stronger than them. Xian was wrong about that. Oh my! All the betas, including the ones that were resting further away, stood up instantly and began charging at Xian. Xian let out a sigh. Chapter 164, Core. Xian realized what was going on as he fought off the betas. They're defending against the intruder. That's why they couldn't come. It would require a very powerful being to pass through such defenses. It seemed that Lorval did not have such a man either. It would have been dangerous if it was before Xian entered Appental, but this also meant that it was no threat to Xian now. Xian advanced as he destroyed the betas. There were betas coming up from below, so it was easy to find the way down. He carefully walked down as there might be stronger beings coming up, but there weren't any. After going down 3 floors, there was another ring that worked as an entrance. Please don't say that it's an exit. Xian sighed and walked in. He thought there would be another beta, but there wasn't. It was like a lab. Unlike the large building upstairs, this was like a small, personal lab. So, the core is in here. Xian expected something amazing to be stored in the lab, but there wasn't anything special, so Xian became disappointed. If the place was guarded that heavily, he thought there might be an artifact like the carapace that was destroyed in Apental, or Carnine that lost its purpose as a weapon. He was curious about what this place was, but there wasn't much. He then searched for his original purpose and found the red seed at last. It was radiating a life force within the small, tube-like glass encasing. It was the same energy Xian felt from the core of the Siculus tree. Out of the 25 tubes, only 4 remained. Xian then realized where those cores had come from. So they took it from here. But why not the other 4? Upon closer examination, he realized why. These 4 cores seemed to be unstable. Well, they must have their reasons. Xian took out all 4 cores and put them into Carnine's space. He looked around to check on what else to take and then jumped out to return. Xian, what took you so long? Hey! I waited for a week. Hey! I came out within a day, Xian answered. He did take some time to go through those guards, but it wasn't as big as Apental and the number was much less. Nonetheless, it seemed it had been much longer in outside time. Hey? Really? Yet. I guess it's a different dimension in there. That's why the time difference happened. So, what was in there? Steele asked and Xian told her about all those betas and weird labs. Oh, so that's why they couldn't enter. But it only took you a day to go through the Apental-like place. Yet. Even in Apental, it took me longer because I had to find the way out. I see. So did you find the core? Yet. What did you find here? The building wasn't that interesting. But come here. Steele then ran toward the ocean and pointed below. Look. What, this is? The cliff was actually a destroyed trace. From their location to the visible end of the coast, everything was the same. It wasn't something that was created naturally. Xian then sent an energy wave into the ocean to check what was in the water. Then he groaned. It's really deep. It was deep, even for the greatest Harijans to travel through. Xian never heard of a coast getting deeper as it got closer to land, especially one that large. After checking it out, Xian concluded, someone destroyed this place. It was a trace of a fight between powerful beings. Maybe it's a fight between that Krana and Dragona. Maybe. But I'm not sure. Xian wasn't sure. Maybe Krana would do such a thing, but Xian couldn't find a reason for Krana or Dragona to come all the way here and inflict such damage. Don't worry. It looks like it's really old. Right. Let's not come near here anymore. I don't feel too good about this place. Yet. I wondered why there's an ocean here all of a sudden. The damage seemed like it had been there for over thousands of years. It explained why the forest was suddenly cut off by the ocean. There was probably land here before. Xian was calm. If a being powerful enough to create such damage intended to destroy the land, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. If the human race survived even to this day, the one who did this was probably not interested in destroying the world. Let's return. Yet. Xian and Steele then headed back. The road on the way back was much more comfortable since they had gone through it once. However, the path was now filled with monsters that Xian hadn't seen before. So, those are swarms. Yet. They're quite interesting. Silvery things were roaming all over the place to the Baron estates, the Viscount estates, and the Naraja races. It seemed like they were attacking randomly, but they weren't. They were targeting the infected ones and they even consumed the black smog that came out after the host died. So those swarms know who is infested by the Jirna. Yeah, they were created to kill Jirna after all, right? The surviving commoners and nobles were moving to a count or marquee estate where the barrier was set up. They were attacked by Jirnas on the way, but the swarms stayed around those humans and consumed all that were infested. But Narajas didn't have such things, so they were continuously infested by the black smog and they kept getting attacked by the swarms. It's working well. No wonder why Conrad wasn't concerned. Yet, but the Jirna are increasing. It will be a problem if the barrier doesn't close soon. Swarms were consuming the black smog, but the number was still growing. And unlike the swarms who crawled the land, the smog flew away at much faster speed. There were some races that were completely consumed by the Jirna and they tried to attack a count's estate. The Jirna wanted to go into the estate but they were blocked by the barriers, so they infested other races and attempted to launch an attack. Some Jirna also tried to invade Steel's body but they were reflected out thanks to the orb. Those Jirnas then targeted Xian and tried to invade him. Oh! Hee. I will now control your... Arg. It was worse inside. The Jirna instantly melted away at Xian's power. It was like when the Akra was sent in. You know, you're like a lamp. One that lures the bugs and burns them. Then they were at Viladek. The tree was still enormous, but it was very much lifeless without any leaves. So the core is really important. Let's hurry. Chapter 165, Core. A higher spirit of Jirna, Karen mumbled. He knew Lorval would have been prepared, but it was more than he expected. All the powerful beings worthy of being controlled had taken refuge under the mysterious tree. They weren't sure why, but it wasn't impossible to control those under the tree. They never came out from the tree, but it didn't matter as they could control those Viscount, Barons, or Naraja level races to attack. However, these cursed silver insects were roaming around and they were consuming his species at once. They were getting stronger, but if the barrier was fixed beforehand, it would be a failure. They needed to destroy this Siculus tree, but it didn't seem like it was going to be easy. Something had to be done before the barrier was finished. Karen prepared his last resort. Oh, Xian! You're here! Conrad greeted Xian happily. Did the people regain the energy? Yet. But they can't leave the tree. The current barrier was only a quick fix, so the radius of protection was only within the tree trunk. Therefore, all of the people including the commoners had to stay inside of the tree. Conrad also used his defensive magic on him to protect himself from being infested when he went out to work on the runes. There are a lot of swarms. Yes, we can't defend everything when all of the people are staying inside. This place is a good target, so we need a lot of swarms. Viladek was still huge even in its dried up stage. But the vast area with the roots were all covered by a silvery wave of insects. What about others? And weren't there the Muragans? Conrad laughed. Well, they are not the only ones that we need to fight against. We barely had room to use the swarms since we were successful on strengthening the Muragans. But they should be enough. Oh, and there is a person who brought the swarms here. Do you want to meet him? Sure. Xian nodded as he was curious about the Lorval family. I'll get you to him before I install the core. Oh, but can you give me the core now? Sure. Xian took out the 4 cores and handed them over to Conrad. Anything wrong? Xian asked in concern. Conrad answered, no. They're all unstable, but we have 4 of them, so it should do. How long will it take? The core installation won't take too long. It will take a few hours. Come this way. Conrad then jumped down to where the infested core was at. Xian and Steel then found a man transferring energy to the place where infested core was originally located. The man with a weird word drawn on his forehead greeted Conrad. Siculus. Conrad. This thing is so big that it's hard to even keep it alive. He's supplying the energy all by himself. Siculus was providing energy to Viladek all by himself, and that normally required numerous commoners and nobles otherwise. Even as they talked, enormous amounts of energy were pulled out of Siculus and were absorbed into the tree. So you brought the core. Good. Are they the ones? Yes. I'll install the core while you guys talk. Sure. Siculus then stopped supplying the energy and Conrad went in. Siculus greeted Xian and Steel. Good to see you. I am Siculus. Good to see you too. I am Xian. Steel. But it's amazing. You really brought the core. I went in there once and ran out right after. So you really are a third stage beta. If that means that I went over 3 walls, yet. It's really amazing. I barely went over 1. Siculus seemed to be much stronger than Conrad. Conrad wasn't powerful enough to provide the energy to keep this giant tree alive. But Siculus, are you the one that created this tree? The one from 3,000 years ago? Xian asked. Siculus grinned, yeah, the core allowed me to do that though. It's been a long time. How did you manage to live that long? Does overcoming the barrier allow you to live that long? Xian was confused. He heard that dukes could live about 1,000 years, but 3,000 years was something else. Well, it's impossible, but Lorville had another way. I didn't want to live this long, but the world was full of bad fools. Siculus spoke, but Xian was surprised. I didn't imagine that there could be a way. Yet. It does have some side effects though. Xian had never heard about a way to increase a human's lifespan. No, wait. Lei Jiop did tell me something once. It seemed like Siculus' way was different. Xian decided to ask him. So, what is the way? Siculus hesitated. Oh, I probably can't tell you. It's only allowed if you join the Lorville family. Oh. Okay. Xian gave up. He was curious, but he wasn't interested in immortality. Even at his current stage, it seemed like he would live for thousands of years. They then changed subjects and talked about different things. Then the ground trembled. Xian frowned. Don't say the tree will fall. No way. But the tremor grew worse as the time went by, and they soon realized the reason behind it. The tremor was now right beneath them. It was the underground dragons that usually never came up to the Siculus tree. Oh. It's the underground dragons. How do you deal with them? Xian asked, as he thought there must be a way to deal with them. Instead, Siculus seemed surprised. I've never thought about that. No, don't look at me like that. I don't know everything. Besides, they can't destroy the tree anyway. Yet. The dragons that came up were about 10 feet thick, but they were much smaller than the enormous Siculus roots. But these Jurna were in a hurry. They don't like controlling unintelligent beings. Really? Yet. They're a proud race, so they only target intelligent races. That's why they love humans. But that's not going to be enough. Xian said, underground dragons. They have betas too. Siculus nodded. Yeah, we've never seen one before, but they do exist. They are Rotans. How did you know? Siculus wondered, as Xian's question was more of a statement than a question. There's one coming right at us. What? That one might be strong enough to destroy the tree. We should get rid of it beforehand. The Siculus tree was huge, but the one approaching was also enormous. If it began chewing the roots, even if the tree did not fall, it will not revive even with the core. Xian couldn't let that happen, so he stood up and walked outside. It was still far out, or tens of miles away, but the tremors could be felt all the way from here. Xian then walked out of the tree's range and began grabbing onto the space in the direction below. Steel flinched at the energy that was focused on Xian's fist, but it didn't cause any destructive damage when Xian slowly pushed it out. The place he sent the energy toward only made a swirl, but the result happened elsewhere. A screeching sound came as something jumped out of the ground from miles away. It was as if a mountain of rocks emerged from the ground. The ones at the roots moaned. It was very far, but the sheer size allowed them to see it all. The monster's body had been destroyed and it was writhing in pain while the black smog was seeping out of the crack. It was infested. Xian approached the dragon quickly and Siculus sucked in a breath as he watched it from afar. That easily. Even when it was the same beta, a different race meant it had different sizes. Underground dragons weren't easy to deal with. The carapace that was created by the extracted rocks were hard for even a beta to destroy. Unless they were a race that hated sunlight and was easily scared, they were probably the strongest race on the continent. Yet, Xian easily destroyed the huge monster with one flick of a fist. Siculus then remembered and mumbled, We do need a god. Chapter 166, Core. Xian approached the dragon. The dragon's enormous head was on the ground and the black smog was watching Xian. Ugh! I didn't imagine one like you to exist. Xian felt bad for the smog, but he still couldn't let them destroy the tree. I just have to have the barriers stay intact. I don't want to do this, but you can't destroy Siculus. You should go back to your home. What are you talking about? We were the ones who lived here. We allowed those to live when they fled as their nations were destroyed and they drove us out instead. Hey! Xian expressed his confusion and Karen then realized that this man didn't know anything. Yet, Lorvel's not the only one who's strong. Xian spoke as everyone seemed to think that strong ones were from Lorvel. Karen scoffed. No way. All races have their limits. You're only a human and no Lorvel will share their blood to those who are not related. Hey? What do you mean? Damn it! If someone like you protects those humans, we will never be able to return to our homeland. I thought this was our best chance. Karen seemed to have taken huge damage from the attack, so he was barely keeping his form. He then disappeared and Xian looked at it bitterly before he jumped back to the tree. On the northeastern side of the continent, a giant mountain was located between the peninsulas. There was an enormous tree that had grown up the mountain. The villa deck at the Carltonheim estate was huge, but this one was much larger. It was where Duke Lorvel stayed. The tree was thus named. A fierce fight was taking place below the tree. Mysterious giants were charging at the Lorvel Siculus tree. There weren't that many of them, but it was much more threatening than an army of millions. Each of them was several feet tall with armor-like skin, and they had horns in the middle of their heads along with a weird open mouth and sharp teeth, proving that its temper wasn't a gentle one. But they couldn't approach the tree easily. Small beings were fighting against these giants. They were much smaller, but they were eerie-looking monsters. Some had 3 arms while some had mouths on their backs. Some shot fire out from their mouths and some turned transparent. These weird monsters fearlessly charged at the giants. And there were figures looking down at the fight at about the middle of the huge tree. They were the dukes. These were not new dukes. Most of them had overcome one of the barriers. They all had one thing in common. Weird drawings on their forehead. These new ones are really powerful. The Muragons weren't that powerful before. Yet, to fight those giants like that, it might be hard even for us. The dukes spoke as they looked down on those monsters, or the Muragons. The giants weren't just powerful. They were all those who had broken a barrier, or a beta. The giants that came from the other side of the continent were very dangerous. Since there were a lot of betas, they used the swarms and Muragons to drive them out. The ones that crossed the peninsula were all very powerful, so the dukes could not bear to leave the post. This time, the Muragons were successfully driving them out. They were becoming even more stronger as they consumed the giants. Muragons began growing the giants' armor-like skin on them and became bigger. Now we have some room. I didn't imagine such monsters to come right after we were finished with the journey. The man sighed and remembered what happened 3,000 years ago. When they drove out the journey 3,000 years ago, things seemed to go well. The newly acquired swarms and Muragons also proved to be useful. They were an altered race, so they could not become betas, but they obeyed and were large in number. He thought it was matter of time for the human race to invade the lands and rule. But they were then attacked by other races over the peninsula. I never imagined they stayed back because of the Jurna. The Jurna had a power that any race would fear. The humans managed to drive them out with careful planning, but they were powerful entities that had the power to rule over the land. That was why these races did not come over the peninsula. As they noticed there were no more Jurna, they swam over the shallow sea and attacked. It had been 3,000 years of siege and defense since then. There had been thousands of deaths. If the number of dukes weren't replenished by raising the human races, they would have been infiltrated a long time ago. But this was over now. If the Murugans were that strong, they had room. They only needed Murugans to defend against both fronts easily. Let's send swarms to the north and wipe out the Jurna. Then we will have more Acra for Siculus. If it wasn't for Conrad, it might have been a problem for them. It was good that Conrad even had forgotten magic with him. But it was all solved now. This was all due to the one who returned. Duke Lorval looked proudly at the man next to him. Lay Jaop, it's amazing. Where did you get that blood to change those Murugans? It's good that you've returned from the Forbidden Land. To bring those who studied forgotten magic. Lay Jaop smiled. I was lucky. Lukraz opened the way too. But that's the most interesting thing. Did those insolent bastards let you pass? Lorval asked. He didn't expect much when Lay Jaop was sent to the south, as he didn't think Lay Jaop could manage to go across those crazy bastards. It wasn't easy. But I got through. I guess they've calmed down. At that moment, Lorval turned to the sky and spoke to Lay Jaop. The barrier has been reinstated. Wow, already? Lay Jaop answered. Yes. The man named Xian brought it. But, is it true? Third stage beta. The Duke seemed like he couldn't believe it. He had lived for years and even when the divine nation was at its peak, but he had never seen a human that had passed the first stage. Without his divine blood, even the first stage would not have been possible. But such a man was born from the land of the monkeys. It should be correct if Conrad examined it. You should know it better. Haha, you are right, Lorval laughed. But aren't you worried? That such a strong man appeared? Lay Jaop asked. Lorval scoffed. Why? It's a blessing that we have such strong being born among the human race. It's our long-lost goal. Lorval spoke as he reminisced about the past. It's all going well. We will clean out the inside and send the swarms out to the north. They needed to wipe out those pests. The quest to finish the border was complete, so they were now trapped within. The defense was now secure. It was time for expansion. Lorval looked upon the various quest windows popping up, telling him what to do next, and smiled. Chapter 167, Lorval. The barrier is in place. That was quick. Yes, preparations were in place. We just needed the core from you. As the core was placed, the core began giving energy to the tree so that its energy started to absorb all the Acra from the environment and the people, restoring the tree. It replaced the energy that had been provided by the members of Lorval family until now. Then a pleasant energy wave came out from the center of the tree and spread itself out. It met with the energies of the other 20 trees around the continent to create a barrier that covered the skies. It's fascinating. What a sight! My 5 years of hard work has finally paid off. Conrad spoke as he watched the barrier. Then something else happened from below. The swarm that had been covering up the area around the tree began to scatter and disappeared. Xian asked Conrad, where are they going now? Siculus answered him instead. They are on their way to clean out the rest. Cleaning? Yeah, there are still more infested within. That needs to be taken care of. Oh, I see. Then they will move north. To wipe them out. Xian didn't understand the last part, so he asked, Hey? Wipe them out? Yeah. They are strong only when they find a strong host. The north doesn't have such races. There are a few rotans, but the swarms can handle them easily. Then why didn't you do it earlier? Because we did not have room for that. Siculus then began explaining the siege happening by the peninsula. Oh, that's why. Yes. That place is too fierce that no one under the rank of a duke is going to help. We need to raise a duke from within, and someone from Lorville comes to fetch them when the new one comes out. We disguise it as a coronation. I see. But not everyone will join the Lorvilles. It seemed like most of the dukes were under the Lorville family. Xian couldn't understand since all superhumans were too proud of themselves. Siculus shook his head. We don't force them to do anything other than defend the peninsula. Besides, there are things that are similar to them, and an environment allows them to fight as they please there. There's another perk that makes everyone join also. I was the same. Xian looked as it seemed like the secret that Siculus hid last time. Are you interested? Yet. Then join. I'll tell you. Never mind. Xian did not want to waste his youth as a guard, so he decided to let it go. He didn't want to know about the Lorville family's secret that much. Really? It will be a great help to you. What a shame. Siculus gave up quickly, and it reminded Xian of Lei Jaop's offer. Has everyone accepted it until now? Siculus shook his head. No, there's one who hasn't. Who is that? You know who it is. Siculus pointed to Conrad, who was working on parts of the barrier to finish it up. Conrad. Yet. He said he is a free lancer. He wanted to help when needed but refused to join. He said he'll manage things from within and raise the human race. It was a reasonable offer that we could afford. So, it's not forced then. I thought you guys were forcing everyone to join. Hey? We are not some gangsters. Everyone joins on their own will. As Xian and Siculus discussed the Lorville family, Conrad finished his job and approached them. What's all the fun? It's nothing. Is the work done now? Yes. There's nothing I can do anymore. Swarms will wipe out the rest and the barrier will stabilize itself. Oh, then. Xian became excited and Conrad smiled. Right. I think we can manage to send you and Steel back to our Xian once the barrier stabilizes. It will be easier to move about once we have to remove the barrier and use the Siculus energy elsewhere. If they exterminated the Jurna of the North, there was no need to keep the barrier anymore. They had no room to send the Jurna or Muragans out of the war front, but Lei Jaop's work allowed them to do that. Oh, so we're not going to install Ra Shar Roa? Xian asked. Well, we don't have Apental anymore, and Ra Shar Roa is a rune used for a large-scale transfer. We don't need that to transfer just 2 of you. We can make 1, but it will be after we clean out the north and release the barrier. Oh, right. I see your point. Even if they wanted to return here, teleportation magic would suffice, as it wouldn't be connected to Apental anymore. Xian, where should we stay now? If you two have nowhere to go, why not come to Lorville Siculus? Hey! We will teleport you out from there. It's the largest and safest Siculus location. We have the most stored energy there too. Besides, it's closest. That sounds like an idea. Xian, why not go there? Steel asked Xian, but he had the same idea. He was interested in the Lorville family itself, and if going there would speed up the process to go back, there was no need to go elsewhere. Sure. We'll go there then. Siculus, are you coming with us? Siculus shook his head. No, I need to control the swarms. You go ahead. Okay. Xian, Steel. This way please. Conrad began running out to the east and Xian and Steel followed. They are coming. They will be here soon. Lorville spoke to Lei Jaop after Conrad contacted him. It's amazing, a being that went over 3 walls. A being that we can't handle even with those new Muragans. The upgraded Muruggans were beyond expectations. They were first-stage betas. Muruggans were not beings that could overcome the barriers. It was a great feat to make them Rotans when they were only Narajas, but it wasn't enough. Even when they were outnumbered, it was impossible to fight against the rank that was 2 steps above them. Among the giants or mysterious mermaids were great warriors or princesses that were at second-stage betas. It was impossible to fight against the Muruggans without breaking through the barrier. That was why they needed a lot of dukes. Those second-stage betas were dealt with by having the Muruggans attack them and ambush with joined forces of all duke, as the dukes were first-stage betas. But there was no need. The blood that Lightnovel brought pulled those Muruggans break the barrier forcefully. It took a few years to make just one of Muruggans turn into a first-stage beta, but that was enough. They made the other Muruggans to absorb its power, and they made all the Muruggans reach the first stage. Great! We have even stronger control over them. Can they become stronger? The seal only allowed them to control up to first-stage betas. If they became stronger, that would pose a problem. Lightnovel smiled. No, that is their limit. You don't need to be worried. Good. Then I'll go prepare to meet our new guest. Lorville walked out and Lightnovel turned back to concentrate on the Murukan research. He was curious about how Xian had changed over these years, but the problem at hand was more important. Chapter 168, Lorville. There it is. Oh! Xian and Steel gasped at the size of the tree that appeared over the horizon. They had been seeing larger trees each time they moved to another place, but it didn't get old. Is that the largest Siculus? Haha, yes. You have seen the largest one now. It's really enormous. I heard no commoners live there. Lorville Siculus was rumored to be too dangerous, so no commoners lived there. It also meant that there was no Acre supply, but the tree was even larger than Viladec. Well, the people staying there are all dukes who have overcome the wall. It's no wonder the tree was able to grow that big. Is there some old race buried beneath it too? Xian asked. An ancient serpent, Viladec, was buried under the Viladec tree. It worked as a nutrient to the tree, so Xian thought that was a possibility. Well, I haven't seen it in person, but I was told that a number of betas were killed by the tree, so they are probably all absorbed as nutrients. On the second thought, those are probably all fed to Muruggans, so maybe not. I see. Xian could imagine how fierce the war front might be. Lorville has come out to greet us. There was a well-built and tall man at a distance standing under the tree, waiting for them. Conrad, long time no see. Yes, Lorville. It looks like Lightnovel's research went well. Yes. It's a success. You did good work too. Xian looked at them weirdly as he watched Lorville and Conrad talk. Lorville turned to Xian. Good to see you. I am Lorville. I am Xian. Xian looked at Lorville curiously. It wasn't because he was mighty strong or anything. The reason Xian was looking was because of the strange blood within him. Blood that looked like that of humans, but different. It didn't seem like it was because he was a beta. Something more superior was coming from within him. Lorville was intrigued by Xian's attention and spoke. Oh, you see something? Yeah, I see something, but I'm not sure. I'm sorry if I was too rude. No, no. It's amazing. So a being who has surpassed 3 barriers can see through everything. I'll tell you all later. We have more things to talk about for now. Lorville laughed and guided the two inside. Conrad, aren't you coming in? I have things to discuss with Lorville later. I'll prepare for your teleportation for now. It will take about a week or 2. We need to stabilize the barrier first. Take your time. He'd spent 100 years in Apental. It was easy to wait just 2 more weeks, so Xian nodded. They talked about different things as they walked in. Then saw a fierce fight going on from a distance. Xian focused on the sight and found 2 peculiar groups fighting each other. what are those? Oh, the ones that are fighting. Yes. I guess one of them must be a Murokan. Xian heard about the Muragans but he'd never seen them before so he could not guess which one was which. Both groups looked grotesque. The ones with different shapes and sizes are Murokan. And ones with the fins, are mer people. Mer people? Mermaids. Xian became confused as mermaids were something he heard in fairy tales. And they didn't fit the description he was familiar with. The type of mermaid he knew was a half-human, half-fish with a beautiful human top with a fish tail. But these were different. They had steel-like muscles with claw-like teeth. They also had 8 slit eyes that allowed them to dodge Murokan attacks. I am not sure about mermaids, but I call them mer people. They are the children of Liana. Really strong. We can barely fight them outside the water. If it was inside. Lorval shivered as he reminisced about his old memory. Lorval wanted to place a defensive post across the peninsula as the 2 peninsulas were hard to defend and the defensive line was too wide. But after looking at them, he had to give up the idea. Those crazy monsters allowed other monsters to pass but they did not let any of Lorval family to pass. Even with the Muragans and swarms, it wasn't possible to cross the water. But they became weaker when outside the water so it barely allowed them to push the monsters back. Princesses were still a great danger, but now it was more easier. Lorval smiled but Xian was thinking of something else. Liana. It was the name he heard from Necra's memory. It seemed like Liana was one that lived within the sea. The fight was almost over. The Muragans were pushing back the mer people. After they won, they began devouring the dead bodies. The Muragans that ate the bodies began growing scales and fins sprouted out of their body. Oh, so they eat them all like that. I thought they would put some of them by the tree. Xian thought some were used to be absorbed by the tree, but the Muragans ate them all. The Lorval tree has finished growing so it doesn't need any nutrients. This way. 3 of them walked into the tree trunk. Any more questions? You will leave soon, so I will try my best to answer any of your questions. Lorval didn't seem to be interested in holding Xian back. Xian had many questions but he couldn't think of one when asked so he hesitated. Xian then decided to ask about the building. It was the one of the most peculiar things on this side of the continent. The building that I got the core from, what is it? Oh, the laboratory? The one by the western coast. Was it a laboratory? What did you do there? It did look like a place to conduct experiments and do research, but Xian didn't know what was it for. I am not sure. Hey. I went there once, but I never went in. Especially to the place where cores were stored. Wasn't it you who took it out from there? Xian was puzzled. If it wasn't him, no one would have been able to pass through the space so Xian thought Lorval was only one who was able to do that. In fact, the Siculus tree was known to be developed by CO research between Siculus and Lorval. Someone handed it over to me as well. Was there someone that strong? No, I actually thought you were the one who built that place. If someone got out of there, they must have been at the 2nd stage. Therefore, that person would most likely be alive right now. But Lorval shook his head. No, I didn't build the place and you don't need to be strong. You don't fight your own guards when you go into your house. The person who gave me the core was the one who used to live there. Oh, but they were guards? So are the cores that important? Xian didn't think the cores were that important to be guarded by a bunch of betas. No, it is important but not to that extent. I think those guards were also test subjects. Test? What test? Xian wasn't sure what kind of experiment required so many betas. Besides, those were captured alive, which was even more interesting. I think there's someone who can answer your questions better. Who is it? It's the researcher who lived there. Wait here. Lorval then began a sending message to someone and a figure soon came into the room. Hey! Haha, Mr. Xian. It has been a long time. I never thought I would see you on this part of the land. It was a familiar face. Lei Jiop, you were the researcher. Yet. Lei Jiop smiled and took a seat. Chapter 169, Past. I did hear how you came to this world. I mean, you really are talented in getting mixed up with a place. Why did you go there? We opened it near Dragoness territory on purpose. It was going to close on its own, but it doesn't matter. Krana was going to walk in there and wreak havoc, so it would not have caused any problems. That was what Conrad discovered through his skill. Xian felt annoyed by his words, but he decided to let it go since it was now all in the past. Yet, well. But what's the laboratory? It's nothing much. It's just some ancient artifact. Lei Jiop spoke casually, but it made Xian even more intrigued. It was much more than just some old artifact. I never saw such things before, even on the other side. Not here either. Unlike this continent, Xian was a place with advanced magic that allowed places such as to exist. However, that laboratory seemed like it was much more than that. Well, I need to give you another history lesson to teach you that. I got nothing but time. Besides, your history lessons are fun. They needed 2 more weeks for the preparations to be finished. Xian also had fun listening to Lei Jiop's history lesson before. I'll be off. I've got work to do. Sure. You've heard this before anyway. It seemed that Lorville had heard the story from Lei Jiop before, so he left the room. Where should we start? Right. I saw that you had the hand of Gran Ra and the armor of the 7 stars before. How did you know? I saw you fighting with it before you were dragged into Appental a long time ago. You were strong back then, but you are one of a kind now. There had been hundreds who were powerful enough to fight against Xian back then in Donnazian, but there were none now. Yet. It's not a good memory though. Then let me ask. Who made those artifacts? Wasn't it the people here? Do you think the civilization here would allow that? You should be aware that this place has no magic or technology. This land only values power. Right, Steele mumbled. It didn't seem like a high-level artifact could be crafted here, nor anyone from Xian. Even when the Empire was at its peak, it wasn't possible for them to create such an artifact. It was a waste of energy to create such a thing that only superhumans could use. Besides, Xian knew that those artifacts existed even before the Empire. Humph. Come to think of it, it is weird. It wasn't something that could be created with just some simple technology. Lei Jiop smiled as Xian and Steele were lost. I brought those when I came from my country back then. It was for my personal defense. The laboratory was built when that country existed. Lei Jiop spoke about those artifacts as some simple defensive mechanisms, but he didn't seem to be exaggerating. A country? I heard there was no country on this continent. Right. And you know why? Because there's no law. The Lorville family was mighty, but they were too busy and they lacked the resources to create a country to govern the land. Yes, but there was a time when it existed to rule over everything with its might. It was located to the west. My country was such a country. To the west? Is there another continent over the Western Ocean? Xian was told that the laboratory was surrounded by the ocean. It didn't seem like there was any part of the continent that was able to form a country. No, not at all. Then where was it? I didn't see any big chunk of land. Was it a small country? Lei Jiop shook his head. No. It was as big as our current continent. But then, after Xian remembered the broken coastline in front of the laboratory, he came to a conclusion. Lei Jiop answered bitterly. The coast that you saw was the place where used to stand. You can't find it now. The laboratory you saw was located at the far east corner of Brashan. It stayed intact on the day of the great disaster. I was saved because I was inside the laboratory on that day. Everyone else died. Steele believed it meant that the land that was so large that it had sunk under the sea. Was it bombarded with meteors? She couldn't think of any other explanation. Well, we can destroy meteors. We had such power. Then what? Krana or Dragona? Lei Jaob smiled bitterly. Krana and Dragona were only betas back then. They were terrifying beasts even during their beta days, but we weren't scared by anything back then. Hey! Our divine nation, Brashan, was protected by the great war god. Well, it wasn't as almighty like a real god, but don't you call someone a god when that person is exceptionally good at one thing? He was such a being. The first and last of humankind, the most powerful alpha of all the races. He managed to become one as a human, but nobody called him an alpha. The only word that could describe him was. The title that perfectly described his power and arrogance was the one and only. A man who started out as a human and became a god. One who never lost to anything. He was the guardian of the divine nation. The god of cataclysm who sunk Brashan under the sea. He had the same name as Conrad's reincarnation, but there was a great difference in strength. The name originated from the war god in the first place. A long time ago, humans were very powerful. But they were not powerful enough to control the continent. No betas were born among humans. Without one, it wasn't possible to fight against a race with betas. Therefore, humans stuck to the western end of the continent. They weren't weak, but they weren't the strongest either. There were Rotan races with alphas among them. The continent was ruled by such races. Then miraculously, an alpha appeared within the humans. It was the same as becoming a seven-horned. His name was Broxian. He wasn't just a simple alpha. After he became an alpha, he hunted down all the alphas of different races to become stronger. Years passed, and he was then called the. It allowed humans to rule the western part of the continent. Broxian didn't really help humankind, nor did he protect them. But he was interested in fighting the strongest beings, and when he killed the alphas and the other races, humans took over the empty land and claimed it as their own. Broxian wasn't interested in ruling, but he was still human at heart. He had lovers and his women gave birth to his children. These children, with the blood of a god, ruled the country under they. They grew up to be powerful themselves. They had two specific traits. These children of God had been allowed to become betas and were granted long lives. Other humans could not become betas, but these children were allowed at least to become betas. Also, others who were allowed to have a share of the children's blood were controlled, but they were allowed to live immortal lives, giving them a chance to become betas. This created ranks between humans. These children of gods and their servants quickly ruled over the human race. They took in all the strong humans under their fold, and it allowed the family to become powerful forces among the country. When they reached such a stage, they turned to magic. They were still powerful, but they couldn't fight the betas that had overcome 2 or 3 walls. Broxian had no interest in other beings unless they were alphas, so they needed a way to fight. That was why they studied magic. It was magic that was needed for them to be able to fight against the second or third stage betas and a small number of first stage betas. It wasn't just simple magic that was developed on Aratian. All of these events allowed the human race to evolve and prosper. The continent was now under full control of the human race. We had no enemy. At least in the West. Chapter 170, Past. So the magic wasn't developed by the Empire. No. I was surprised by their magic because they started with nothing and soon came to develop it. I thought you taught them. Lei Jaob shook his head. I was an expert on biological engineering. I had no knowledge about magic back then. I knew how to use it, but that's different from knowing how to make it. There was an expert on that. People liked using artifacts to use magic than actually learn magic. I just told what I heard to Conrad and Takian and they made it from that. It was much weaker though. Oh. Was it that strong? Yes. We even had an idea to create a flying island. But we gave up on that. Why is that? Its dragging power increases. We did manage to find a resolution for that, but there were some terrible things living up in the clouds. They can't come down, but we had to give up. They attacked by throwing lightning at us as soon as we went up. Broxian thought about wiping them out, but they ran further up so he couldn't do it. Oh. Stories of one living in the clouds and one going after them didn't seem like a normal story. Anyway, so those artifacts you had were items that we distributed to our soldiers. Those who didn't break the wall needed something to fight with to dampen the damage. I had some in store at the laboratory so I took them out with me. I was only a baron so I needed one. It was called Divine Military Arms AP4, but that name was too dull so I made one up. How do you like my naming sense? Don't look at me like that. So, what do you think we did after conquering the West? Take a break. You should look at it from a regular person's perspective, not with yours. Say, you have enormous power and you are protected by a guardian who kills anything that's really troublesome. What would you do? Go to the east, Steel answered instead. You are correct, Steel. Yeah, I know how it feels. I almost did it when I ruled. I wanted to train instead so I gave up on it. So we went to the east. Oh, and the east means this place. The west is gone now. Don't look so sad. It's really long past in history. Go on. Yes. So we looked to the east, and found it wasn't worth it. Hey. We didn't find any races that were worth ruling over. Besides, there was a ruler here. And those are the Jurna. They had invaded the continent already. Oh. But it didn't matter. The Jurna could not take over the ones with the divine blood. So they tried to wipe them out. Yes, but we didn't do that. Because it wasn't worth it. Yes, and the children of God didn't want it. They didn't want to live in the countryside. The trend was to live closer to Broxian. Everyone wanted to live together in the Broshan nation where Broxian used to live. Nobody wanted to go far out into the countryside away from Broxian. Oh. So what happened? What can you do? We didn't do it. Yet they still needed to know about the race as they needed as much information as possible about betas to proceed with their project. So we built two structures. One was the laboratory you saw, Axarum. It means a place that studies the truth. We researched various projects there. I was there too. The reason for its placement in the east was to study about races in the east. Xian then realized why there were so many betas inside. They were captured for the testing and had not been released since then. What about the other one? You know about the place well, Mr. Xian. Hey? You don't say. Yes. It's. Why the hell did you make that place? Lei Jiao laughed bitterly and spoke. When you experiment, you get a lot of trash and failures. You never know when you might need it, so that's why we created. It looks crude, but it's a large-scale dimensional prison that we made with the best technology at the time. All of those failed races were thrown in there. There were millions of monsters there, Xian bitterly commented. We didn't put all of them in. It's a dimensional place, so it captures some spiritual beings and they probably reproduced inside. But we did put in a lot. Xian now knew why those monsters inside had such hostility and evil energy. If they were locked up for countless years, they would surely develop such hostility. Well, you freed those races in those two places. I wanted to free them from their curse, but they were too strong. It was definitely a curse to be locked up in such places for eternity. Lei Jiao wanted to do something about it, but it was good that it was solved in the end. Steel then asked, so, what did you find out about the East? Lei Jiao sighed. We did find something. They discovered something weird when they studied the Jurna. The Jurna and other races didn't think about going to the south. They tried to ask, but the unintelligent beings weren't smart enough to answer, and these Jurna were so proud that they decided to self-explode then cooperate when captured. People then created an expedition to search the south and walked until they were met with a great mountain. It was enormous, but it had no life. The surrounding beneath the mountain was full of forests, but the mountain itself didn't even have any grass. They became curious and started climbing the mountain. There, they realized why nothing was living on this mountain. Fall back. This place is dangerous. The expedition group wasn't formed with just anybody. However, as soon as they stepped on the mountain, they fell as all their body organs started twisting and swirling. The stronger ones managed to walk further, but even they fell with the same feeling. The place later called the had crumbled, the humans inside chaotically. Everything inside turned to poison, then turned to medicine. Every passage within was paralyzed and then returned back. Muscles flexed and relaxed on their own. This change became worse as they walked closer to the top. Then they concluded it was impossible to climb the mountain, so they divided themselves into 3 groups to go around it. One went to the west while one went to the east. Another team decided to take the sea route. These 3 groups were annihilated. The group to the west was attacked by a reptile-like 4th stage beta that lived at or beyond the mountain of extreme, which was later called. The group to the east went inside and was attacked by a mammal-like 4th stage beta later called. The group that went toward the was attacked by an amphibian-like 4th stage beta that was later called. The lands beyond mountain of extreme were then labeled as the land of the beasts, a forbidden place for humans to go near. It would be simple if God had pulled up his sleeves, but he wasn't interested in betas. Moreover, the 4th stage betas were too much for even the nation to handle, so they decided to leave them be. Yet, they needed to go to the mountain of extreme and check on what beings lived there. There was life living within. Chapter 171, Past. So, there was an expedition group before you. Yeah, it's a long story. So, what lived in that mountain? It seemed Lei Jaop was hinting that something lived inside the mountain, and it became a problem after they ignored it. Well, I think it wouldn't make that much of a difference even if we knew, but we might have found a better direction to take. What was it? Lei Jaop scratched his head and continued, remember the war god? Well, Broxian was interested in protecting us, but his existence was enough to protect us. Yes. Broxian wasn't interested in protecting the nation. But he was too powerful, and Broxian went for any powerful being to fight, protecting the nation as a result. It was probably the same for us, but God told us that it was strongest of the alphas. God was strong enough to rip apart the Krana or Dragona of today. Broxian wasn't one to exaggerate, so it was probably accurate. What? You know how nobles differ in power. I'm sure alphas differ in power also. We thought no one would be able to match Broxian's power back then. So, there was someone, Xian answered. Lei Jaop nodded, yes, within the mountain of extreme. If that was true, then that being was still probably living near the south of this continent. Whatever it is, I should never go near it. Xian realized why this land was not consumed by Harijans. It wasn't because the humans were strong. It was because this mysterious race was blocking the way. Lei Jaop saw that Xian was curious about those races and asked, how many religions are there in Ra Xian? Xian replied, 2. War God and the Sun God, wait. Yes, those were created by the stories I shared out of boredom. You mean? The story of the clash between War God and the Sun God. I told the story to young Conrad when he was reborn as Broxian, but he soon claimed that he was the reincarnation of the god. Haha. Not even close. You should tease Conrad when you see him. So, the story was true. Xian knew the story well. The story of the fight between the war god and the sun god, which destroyed the sea and the mountain. Yes, it was unfortunate that they fought right in the middle of our nation. If we knew that such a being lived within the mountain, Broxian would have gone there to fight by the mountain. If they did, it was probably the Jurna's land that was destroyed. Oh, but that would have destroyed our Asian too. The race within the mountain of extreme watched those humans trying to climb the mountain. Their priests used their special magic to read the memory of the few fallen humans. That was when they found something interesting. There was a huge nation to the west and a being that they considered a god. But they also had their god. One so powerful that they considered him as the god of the Sunday. They shared the information to their god and their god jumped out of the mountain since he was bored. He then flew straight to Brashan nation and began fighting with Broxian. The nation that lasted over thousands of years disappeared. What in the world? Xian was astonished. It seemed like Grana wasn't even close to that level of power. That's what I know. I knew it because I managed to check on the records of the fight from the laboratory. Any movement within the nation was being recorded at the time. What happened next? I don't know. The continent was destroyed, along with everything else. Lei Jiop witnessed the destruction from his laboratory. The fight didn't last that long. It only lasted for about an hour. Yet, it destroyed an entire continent and made it sink under the sea. The laboratory was located in a remote place in the east and it barely survived. We had some humans slowly migrating to the east and that allowed us to survive. At least the Jurna didn't kill those humans as they considered us good hosts. That's why that Jurna told me that. Xian remembered what the Jurna told him and nodded. It looked like that was what the Jurna meant. So, you stayed behind at the laboratory? Yes. I wanted to finish the research and thought it would be a great help for humans to rise again. Other researchers went out before me. I thought I was going to meet with them, but time had passed much more quickly when I came out. Oh, so it was you who was in there? Yes, you must know if you went in. When I was finished with my research, more time had passed than I expected. And the human race was living a miserable life. They forgot about the glorious days of their nation. The children of God were wiped out as they lived the closest to Broxian and so only the common humans were left to live. It was chaotic. There were no rules, no laws, no rulers. There was no central power here. If it weren't for the Jurna, they would have been consumed by the other races already. This was not good. Lei Jiop couldn't even start his project if his race did not have the power to protect themselves. That was when they met someone. The only remaining descendant of the Broxian. He knew about the Jurna and was hiding at the southeastern corner to gain power. I was on a trip and it was gone. I did survive thanks to that though. No. I walked around for 1,000 years, but there's only me. But it's good to see you. I'm Lorval. I never thought I'd meet someone who would remember the days of our nation. Meeting with Lorval gave him hope to bring the human race back to their glory. That was when Lei Jiop began his project along with Lorval. That's what you're seeing now. Siculus, Acra, Murakan, Swarm, and all kinds of things. It's the result of my research within the laboratory. You're like a savior to humanity that way. Yet. It was an epic story. The story of our Asian continent was fascinating, but after hearing this part of the story, Lei Jiop was like the one who created the whole history. Why did you come to our Asian then? I went after giving Lorval everything I studied. I thought there might be something that might help our growth, but it didn't work out too well. But I did get something great. Hey? What is it? Don't look at me like that. It's gross. What do you mean it's gross? I'm looking at you with loving eyes. It was Xian's blood that he gathered to create the orb. Lei Jiop knew the worth of Xian's blood who had reached the second stage and stored some of his blood after creating the orb. It was Xian's blood that allowed Lei Jiop to upgrade the Muragans to their power. All of them are like your children. A copy. Sort of. Ha ha ha. How can you use someone's blood for such perverted work? Besides, I can't have any children now. I'm a virgin. Don't look at me like that. It's okay. You're still 27. You'll live for thousands of years. I'm sure you will have happy times ahead of you. He wanted to tell Lei Jiop that he was now 127 years old, but he decided not to. Aren't those Murugan's dangerous? They are safe. We have Lorville's divine blood in them. They cannot disobey. Oh. Xian nodded. My story ends here. Lorville and Conrad should have more details on your return. I think this is everything I can tell you. Lei Jiop then walked out down to the Siculus. Xian talked with Conrad and Lorville about what to do next. Chapter 172, Evolution. Xian and Steel came up to the tree after discussing their future plans. You will get to depart as soon as we stabilize the barrier. We might not even need the barrier soon as the swarms are devouring the Jurna at a fast pace. We will then use Siculus energy as we intended. The Murugans and swarms were carrying out their purpose, to defend the human race to the fullest. Just like Lorville said, there were new giants coming over to invade and they were now fighting with the Murugans. If they tried to stop them with only humans, they would have lost long ago. That's where the Murugans came in. In their upgraded form, they were now easily pushing back those giants. They fight well, Steel commented as she looked at the Murugans. Tens of Murugans attacked the giants in organized formations. The giant swung its huge arm and spat out energy from its mouth, but Murugans easily withstood the energy and began chewing up the giants' ankles. The giants were very tall and their feet were thick, but tens of Murugans chewing on them caused them fall to the ground. More Murugans then hopped onto the giants, attacking and eating them at will. Steel was impressed by those Murugans. They were like the dream army of any nation. She thought of Sharon's toys as useful war machines, but these were different. Each one of them was as powerful as a duke and was evolving into a beta at a rapid rate. Are they trying to invade the continent with them? Xian asked as he figured it would be possible for Lorville to go over the peninsula with those armies. I don't know. Oh, look! Another one became stronger, Steel shouted as one Murugan suddenly howled. Its body was changing. Arms and legs that stuck out had been sucked inside and all the mouths that were present on its body disappeared. 3 of its heads also became one. It was finally only left with 2 legs, 4 arms, and 1 head. It was now much stronger than its former self. It looks really different. I think that's how they want themselves to be. Xian nodded, however, he had some concerns as he watched them. But then, why are they looking over here? The Murugans were busy gorging on the giants, but a few of them stopped eating and were looking toward the tree. I don't know. Maybe they need something more to eat. Steel answered with a lack of interest, but the context was terrifying to think about. Don't say that. It's already annoying to think about it, Xian answered. If they attacked, it was going to be very tiring. He would win, but it would be a close one. We have more betas than ever. Lorville smiled proudly as he watched the Murugans. Lorville turned to Conrad and asked, Is the installation going well, Conrad? Yes, the barrier is stabilizing, it will be soon. That's good. If we wipe out the Jurna and deactivate the barrier, we can probably install a RA too. We'll think about that after we get rid of the Jurna. Lorville nodded. He wasn't interested in the continent of monkeys, but he was interested in the old studies that they revived. That's when Lorville frowned. What is it? They are acting up again. They are increasing cannibalism also. We did decrease the trait, but it increases when they are done with the battle. It won't be much of a problem. Lei Jiop discovered the Murugan's trait when he was studying different races. When they hit the limit, they ate each other to find new possibilities. However, this was dangerous to the rulers, so Lei Jiop pushed it back down by 1,000 years of alterations. Lorville still frowned. It seemed like they were just eating the giants, but Lorville's heightened senses allowed him to see that they were not. They were eating their own. Lei Jiop looked at them and spoke. I hope, your control isn't broken. No. After Lorville sent them orders to stop the act, they stopped. It still wasn't a good sign anyway. I should look into them. They might have changed after I upgraded them the last time. Lei Jiop thought as he watched the returning Muruggans. They were using the power of giants. If that went out of control, it would mean huge trouble. The Muruggans felt two powerful types of blood within them. One tried to control them non-stop, it told them to stay where they were and listen to the orders. Another one forced them to kill, eat others, and be reborn into another being. Under normal circumstances, a Murugan, a created being, would not hesitate to follow the orders from the first blood as it was their basic composition. The second blood was only an intruder to their body. But it was now changing. They did not know who was the owner of the second blood. However, they were certain that the owner of the second blood was much stronger than the first. The second blood eating away all of the first blood was the proof. Muruggans accepted the change. It was their instinct to become strong. Then they dreamed to meet with the owner of this second blood. The beings that allowed them to become strong with just a drop of blood. If they ate such a being, they would become much stronger. But it wasn't time yet. They had too much of the first blood left in their race. They needed to wash away the blood that controlled them first. And when that time came, it would be time for them to be reborn. Chapter 173, Evolution. Good. We have more betas now. Almost all of them have overcome the wall. Lorville smiled proudly as he looked down on the Muruggans. After the upgraded Muruggans kept killing and eating the giants, mer people, and the other races, most of them had broken the wall. He could now prepare to move on to the next step. It would be great if they could have become second stages. We can't control them if that happens. That's enough. Let them stay by the plains. Lorville smiled as he watched the Muruggans moving to the plains from afar and walked in. The Muruggans felt that the time would soon be ripe. The blood that controlled them was almost gone and what was left of it wasn't enough to control them anymore. What was even more fortunate was that the second blood's owner was nearby. It was like their father, they could feel it that it was close. They wanted to go back to him. And eat him. However, it was still not time. They felt the power of the being. They had become stronger, but it was not enough to fight against the being. Their blood constantly warned them of the danger. Luckily, this place was really ideal to strengthen themselves. The prey constantly came over and allowed them to become stronger. But they were still lacking. So they resorted to their ancient way. They ate each other and filled each other's missing parts. It allowed them to reinforce their weaknesses and strengthened their power. The blood that had stopped them from doing it was no more, and their path was now clear. The Muruggans looked at each other. Now was the time. Even if most of them were sacrificed here, it was okay if they were reborn into the next level of being. They could not fight a two-stage difference, but a one-stage difference would be okay if they had enough numbers. That night, the Muruggans fought and killed to eat each other. The massacre was done in silence. They kept killing and eating until they became stronger. As their numbers that filled the vast plains decreased by half, a change started happening. The second stage Muruggans were now twice as large as before. Also, they grew a pair of arms from their back and another head popped up. The numbers of these second stage Muruggans started to increase. As they were reborn into a new being, they jumped out of the fight and waited. They knew that eating each other was of no further use. The massacre continued until their numbers decreased to 1 out of hundreds. With only hundreds of them remaining, it was much less than the original number. But they were reborn. Next was the final step. They just needed one of them to eat the owner of the blood. The Muruggans were ready. They knew how strong their father was, but they were strong now as well. They tried to fly to the giant tree, but it was not needed. The owner was coming to them. The Muruggans became overly excited as they saw their father flying toward them. Xian sighed. Ha! I shouldn't believe Lei Jiop anymore. It seemed like something had gone wrong. Xian flew over here as he felt the ominous energy from the plains. The energy was hostile towards him, so his first thought that Lorvel was trying to attack him. No. Xian shook his head. He realized that it wasn't something Lorvel could control. No magic would allow control over more powerful beings. These Muragons had now been reborn into beings that were even more powerful than Lorvel. Xian realized what they had done. Even when they were eating each other, they hid their power so that it would be a secret. He was certain they were ensuring that Xian himself would not notice. It was no use running as he was sure they were targeting him. Xian also knew why, it must have been his blood that was used on them. Okay, we'll do it here. Even if he went back to the tree and fought together with the dukes, they weren't going to be much help. All of the dukes combined would not be able to fight even one of these Muragons. Xian was very tense. Even though he was a stage stronger, 100 of them were a huge threat. Xian drew all of his strength as the Muragons charged at him, howling and releasing their power. Xian crushed one that rushed up to him with the power in his hand. Whoever it was, the survivor would be reborn into another being. Xian and the Muragons both fought as they believed it was themselves who would be the winner. Damn it! Let me go home! Xian shouted as he vented his anger against the Muragons. Chapter 174, Evolution. Damn it, what happened? Steel felt Xian jumping out and raised herself up. She felt the energy from the plains and went outside. The tree was full of dukes that were more powerful than her, but they barely managed to feel the energy and was moving up the tree to seek confirmation. Steel grabbed Lei Jaop as he ran up to her and asked, "Hey! What's going on? You said it was going to be okay." Lei Jaop shook his head and shouted, "I don't know. I don't know what's going on." "What? Xian is fighting those Muragons right now?" Steel shouted as she shook Lei Jaop by his collar. Lei Jaop quickly responded, "I mean I don't know why it happened, ugh. But that's not important right now." "What? We might have to run." It was from the back. Steel turned and saw Lorvel. "You will not go and help?" Steel confronted Lorvel, even though Lorvel was much stronger than her. She was desperate. Do you think you can defeat me? No, right? If I get caught up in there, I won't survive. Same goes for the other dukes. We will only get in his way if we go. Damn it! Steel remembered how she felt so helpless when Xian dragged her into the red sphere a long time ago. She thought that she was powerful, but after she saw the world with Xian, she knew she wasn't even considered strong. The fight was happening miles away, but the released power was terrifying. If they went, they would only disrupt Xian's focus. You will die if you go there. So, go with Lei Jaop to safety. What are you going to do? It seemed that Lorvel wasn't trying to leave, so Steel asked. Lorvel just said he wouldn't be of much help even if he went. Lorvel laughed. If they manage to win, we will be wiped out. Of course, we hope that Xian wins. But if they win, where will they come first? To you. Steel spoke grimly. The monsters running rampant meant that they were no longer being controlled. They would surely not forgive the being that controlled over them for over thousands of years. Lorvel nodded. Yes. The winner will be in a half-dead state, but we should still get ready. Even if they are half-dead, I'm not sure if we can fight them off. Lei Jaop's expression turned grim. You will go berserk. Lorvel smiled. It seemed he was ready to use his last resort. Steel didn't know what that meant, but she could tell that it was very dangerous. And that it was powerful enough to damage those Muragons. Take care of Lei Jaop. If they're after me, you don't need to be dragged into this. You're not one of us. You should survive. Damn it. Let's just hope that Xian wins. Lorvel said as he turned to the plains. Please survive. Xian was necessary for the human race. He must not die out here. Xian was barely managing to fight them off. He felt two things. One fortunate and one unfortunate. The fortunate thing was that he knew how to fight when he was being attacked by a large number of enemies. What was unfortunate was that these monsters had learned how to fight against powerful beings firsthand. Xian tried to run out of their formation and attack them one by one, but they did not allow that. They tried their best to keep Xian within the formation and Xian had to give up trying to escape it. He turned to the beyond, as he smacked down the one that tried to bite off his arm. Bastards! The one that took huge damage moved out of the formation and began eating dead bodies to recover. Xian then realized what their goal was. They weren't trying to minimize their damage. They were willing to sacrifice almost everything to kill Xian. What have I done to you? Xian became irritated. These monsters didn't seem to have the basic instincts of survival. That's what annoyed Xian. It was good that eating those corpses didn't make them grow stronger, but they quickly regenerated and came back. The dangerous one wasn't the one that ate the bodies. The dangerous one was the one that actually bit Xian. Damn it! Xian cursed at the monster who had just bitten off his arm. The monster morphed after biting Xian. Something was coming up from the damage it acquired from Xian's attack. It was an arm. If given more time, another pair of arms was sure to pop out. But the arm itself wasn't the problem. The reason that the arm was coming out, that was the problem. These monsters were trying to open up the way to break through their walls. As they opened new possibilities, they went back to eat up on the corpse to heal, then came back. Xian was having a much harder time because of that. He then realized why they were trying to so hard to attack Xian. They just want to eat me up. Fortunately, Xian felt something changing within him. He knew what this feeling was as he had felt it 3 times already. But he didn't like it. It meant that he was going through considerable danger. Damn it! Xian fought hard, but he was still lacking. They were vicious. All of them died except one. He even passed the barrier at the end. If he recovered, he would be a 4th stage beta. However, he had lost. There was one survivor. The final survivor was now at the 3rd stage. This survivor would become the strongest of the land. Both of them were half dead, but Xian couldn't even move. The Murican was also weak, but it seemed it could move enough to at least deal a finishing blow and finish eating him. Ugh, it's sad. He read stories where the main character was saved by his friends at such times, but no one was coming. Damn it! Goodbye world! Xian shouted and panted. At that time, the Murican that was crawling over to Xian with its remaining 3 arms screamed. Hey! Xian had no energy left to turn over, so he looked at the Murican weirdly, but he knew why. Tens of people appeared from a distance and began showering down power after power onto the monster. It did not have much energy left, but it was still at the 3rd stage. They did not dare to come closer, but they attacked it so it would not go near Xian. Xian felt someone grabbing him. We were not late. Are you okay? A man was smiling as he picked up Xian by his arm. You're late, Lorval. No, you're alive, so I'm not late. You just broke through a wall, so we are just in time. We just need to kill him and it will be perfect. Xian thought of some words to retort, but he felt his energy completely drained and fainted. Chapter 175, Evolution. NNGH. Xian felt his body had fully healed and woke up. He could now feel it, he was at the end of the beta stage. Did Grana and Dragona have to go through these stages? They probably did. If he were to pass this one last stage, he would become like the legendary Broxian or Dragona. He would still be much weaker, however, as he would just be a newly born alpha. He could feel the powerful energy from within himself. He was always fascinated when he finally broke through a wall and became a new self. It even tempted him to try and overcome another barrier. The power within was that alluring. Maybe I'm crazy now. To think that I would want to try again. Xian shook his head to dispel those thoughts and glanced around. If his body had felt a threat he might have woken up automatically, but it seemed that the area was now safe. Lorville and the other dukes must have managed to kill off the last Murican. That's fortunate. It had been great timing. If they jumped in before, they probably would have fallen prey to the Muragons, and if they were too late, then they would have been fallen prey to the Murican that had become stronger after consuming Xian. You're awake. Oh. Lorville. Xian greeted Lorville as he walked in. How long did I sleep? Humph. I think it's been about a month. I see. It's not as long as I worried. He was so focused on healing himself that he could not even guess how long had passed. What happened to the Murican? Lorville smiled. Thanks to you, we managed to kill it off. We wouldn't have been able to do it unless you damaged it to that extent. I was prepared to die together with it. What? I was thinking of luring those Muragons to the Siculus and overload it to make it explode. He spoke of it casually, but the context was pretty terrifying. It's okay though. You won and everyone is saved. I thank you for that. Don't make such dangerous things anymore. Yes, that was unexpected. We didn't think your blood would be that powerful. We discovered that your blood completely erased mine that was put into those Muragons. That was the reason why they went out of control. Oh. I see. Yes. Well, that's been taken care of at least. So how are you defending against those invaders? Xian asked. They had been relying on the Muragons to defend the war front, so if they were gone, it would be a huge blow to Lorville. However, he seemed unconcerned. I have other means. I also have swarms too. Swarms? Yes, I can use them now. Were the Jurna wiped out? Yes. There weren't much of them left in the north. They probably all moved in when the barrier was down. We also got more swarms when we cleaned up. I guess it was only natural as we had more food for them. We will manage. That's good to hear. What's even better is that we now can use the energy that was powering the barrier elsewhere. Oh, talking about that. Xian realized the barrier that covered the sky was now gone. It feels weird to see the sky without the barrier. It had been covering us for over 3,000 years, but it's a good thing. We can focus on defending the peninsula for a while. All the swarms are coming here, they will arrive by today or tomorrow. Congratulations! Thank you. It's good news for you too. Oh, right. Conrad had told him that they needed the barrier to stabilize before they were able to send Xian back. Yes. We can now teleport you out. Conrad is working on the rune as we speak. It should be ready by tonight. Xian couldn't believe that he could now go back home. Aren't you glad? You can go back now. Yes, but it just doesn't feel real yet. I just took a nap and then it's ready. Haha, you've been sleeping for a month and we've been keeping busy. You should rest a bit more. Okay. Oh, and where's Steel? Xian asked. Lorville laughed as he answered. She's out at the roots, training. She's been focusing on training for a while now. I think she was shocked to find herself powerless at the situation. But she has talent so she'll grow. The dukes are training with her. Should I call her here? No, I'll go to her. I'll show you the way. Follow me. Xian got out of the bed and followed Lorville outside. No. That's not it. Do it faster. Ugh. There was a training ground located at the outer roots of the tree. It was where the dukes sparred with each other. It was built out of the most durable parts of the Siculus to withstand the dukes fighting. The mile-long training ground of the Siculus tree was now filled with clashing sounds. Steel was fighting against some weird roots that were controlled by a duke. What is this crap? Haha, there's an ancient tree race called. My power comes from them. It's buried under the Siculus at the southwestern side of the land. Damn it. The tree was so dense that it couldn't even be cut with Steel's strongest attack. She tried to fight it off but soon gave up and jumped back to dodge the attack. Ha! It's pretty strong, isn't it? They were the rulers of the southwestern region for a long time. But they were wiped out along with their betas during the first disaster. Ugh, when can I become stronger? Steel ranted. There were dukes and betas everywhere and she needed to catch up to them. The duke heard her mumbling and said, "Is there anything good to eat? Find some of them and try it out." Steel became interested as the duke laughed. "Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. One's like the heart of the ancient race or, a core." Steel then remembered that Xian had mentioned such things. She always believed she had to become stronger from her own training, but she needed results. "I should ask when Xian wakes up." "Yes, you do that. Shall we continue?" At that moment, roots began sweeping over towards Steel, and she began crushing them with her black gauntlets. Xian was watching from afar so he wouldn't disrupt the training and thought, something good to eat. He had something like that. And what he could do with these two? If Steel attempted the succession by consuming the heart of Necra and use Carnine, she would gain incredible power immediately. Unlike Kuntarian, Steel would be able to absorb the full power and be born into a being at its limit. It might solve her age issue too. It had been on Xian's mind that Steel did not have much time left to live. However, nothing was for certain yet, so Xian began to ponder as Lorval asked, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" "Oh." Xian thought Lorval might have a better idea as he had lived longer and began to explain. But Lorval didn't give him an answer he wanted to hear. "I'm not sure as I'm not an expert on that. I don't even know what that Kal Ghoul race is." Xian became disappointed but Lorval added, "But I know someone who might have an answer to that." "Oh." Xian also realized that there was an expert not too far away. "Conrad and Lei Jaob might have the answer to your problem. Go and ask them." "I should do that. Where are they now?" "They're probably installing the rune. Go to the core." "Thank you." Xian jumped out to find them. Chapter 176, Evolution. Kal Ghoul, that's a name I have not heard in a long time. Conrad and Lei Jaob had come to inspect the heart and Carnine. They were intrigued that the heart had belonged to the Kal Ghoul's great warrior Necra, as they had previously fought the Kal Ghouls for a long time. After testing it with various magics, Conrad and Lei Jaob started discussing a lot of things. They started debating with each other on various issues for a while and concluded in the end, "We don't think there will be any issues." "Oh? Really?" "Yes. The heart is stable and we don't see any trace of Krana in there. You won't need to worry." "But..." Xian still seemed to be concerned and Lei Jaob became curious. He then realized what Xian was worried about. "Oh, are you worried about the..." "Yes." Xian explained what he had seen before. He told them about when Kuntarian's ego was gone and Kala Ghoul, the old Kal Ghoul warrior, took over. Conrad and Kuntarian frowned. "What is it?" "So, that Kuntarian guy got the heart that we were studying, but to have beat the man up until his spirit died. You are one of a kind. You won't need to worry about that." "Why is that?" The side effect of having one man's ego disappearing wasn't one to take lightly. However, Conrad didn't seem to be concerned. Xian questioned him, unconvinced, and Conrad laughed. "You would die with that amount of damage before your spirit dies to allow that to happen." "Oh. The body would be crushed before that happened. If Steel falls into that situation, it would be much direr than a soul transfer." "I guess you are right. You probably can use it without any concern. If you think it will be hard to eat it raw, should we process it a bit?" "Is that possible?" Xian asked. The heart was still beating so he didn't feel it was appropriate for a lady to eat it whole. It was quite large too. Conrad began drawing something up on the space. It began to form a circle with various incantations as Conrad took the heart and placed it inside the circle. The heart was pulverized and became a powdery substance. The reddish powder then swirled around within the circle and became a small rock that was about the size of a thumbnail. Conrad snatched the rock and handed it over to Xian. Xian was confused as it seemed very familiar to him and finally realized what it was. Oh, this looks like... Yes. I processed it the same way we make the soul transfer orb. The orb requires more materials, but this is how it works. I extracted the core power of the heart into this, so it will retain its full power when consumed. That's fascinating. Thank you. No problem. We will work on the rune again, so go and have her eat it. Steel won't be easy to deal with from now on. Haha. Conrad smiled as he knew how strong Nekra was from first-hand experience. Xian thanked them and returned to the training ground where Steel was at. Wow, Xian, you came back with a present. So, were you watching me while I was training? Yeah, I went to ask about the heart and Conrad even processed it into this. Xian handed over the red gem to Steel. How kind of them. So, it doesn't have any side effects. Well, it's what Conrad and Lei Jaop said. Didn't Lei Jaop also say it was okay with the Muragans? But I trust them. So I just need to eat this and put Karnine close to my heart. Yet. Are you sure though? Xian was still unsure if he was making the right choice, but Steel just laughed. It will be okay. No, I mean, are you okay with becoming strong in such a manner? Xian was worried that it might hurt her pride. However, she seemed okay. It's okay. There's no right or wrong way to become strong. I can't blame anyone for things that happen because I'm weak. I will grab any opportunity to become strong. I learned this when I was younger. Humph. Xian nodded. But are you okay? You won't be able to use Karnine anymore. Xian shook his head and answered. It broke when I used it back in Apental. Don't mind it. Haha, right. Come to think of it, you're finally paying me back for my armor that you borrowed and destroyed. Oh. I'm just joking. Then, shall we? Steel swallowed the gem, took Karnine from Xian and placed it over her heart. She didn't have to stab it into herself as it immediately began reacting to her. There weren't many visible changes from the outside, but Xian was able to see the changes happening within Steel's body. The gem scattered into powder inside her stomach and began to spread throughout her entire body. Karnine also began emitting powerful energy onto her and spread out. Her inner body began to change. Her muscles tightened like steel and her senses increased. Her bones became stronger and her blood was cleansed and renewed. The change didn't take too long. When everything was done, Xian carefully spoke to her. Steel. Steel didn't answer but glanced at her own body and began thrusting with her fists and legs. It was a different level of power from before. After she finished examining herself, with a satisfied look she turned to Xian and smiled. Wow! I guess you really need to eat good stuff for your body. You scared me. Xian was relieved to hear that Steel was still herself. I don't see anything wrong. It's great. Steel seemed excited about her new power. Xian grinned. Are you going to use Karnine? Steel didn't seem interested in using Karnine, so Xian asked. Steel frowned and replied, Didn't you say it's broken? Yeah, but it is still good enough to use as storage. It will be better than the necklace. Oh, you're right. I should put my gauntlets in there. You can have Nitsmatan back. They traded Karnine and Nitsmatan. I think the gauntlets are more suitable for me. I'd use them even if Karnine wasn't broken. Steel spoke as she pounded the gauntlets against each other. Then, they saw a huge wave of a silvery-looking substance approaching from a distance. Wow, look at all those swarms. They became even stronger. The swarms were much larger than the one that protected the Carltonheim estate. The two of them found it interesting that this swarm contained an enormous amount of energy. Where did they get that energy? Haha, we don't need the barrier anymore, so we can utilize all the energy we want. Oh, Siculus. Xian turned to Siculus, who jumped out from the swarm and said, "We will use these to defend now. I pulled out all of the stored acra from around the continent. By the way, I heard what happened. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm good. But that will surely help." The swarms quickly moved under the Lorval. They were a bit weaker than the Muragons, but they seemed that they had become strong enough to defend the place. Xian relaxed at the increased defense and began looking forward to his return. Xian got up from his bed from a sudden loud tremor that shook the Siculus. What's going on this time? Xian instantly became concerned when something unusual happened now. Besides, the energy wave wasn't something he could overlook. It was so massive that if it blew up, he would receive quite a bit of damage. After checking, Xian wasn't too worried as the energy didn't seem to be volatile. It's still uncomfortable. He was sure that something was happening at least. Xian thought about going to check it out, but he went to check on Steel first. She was already awake and was glancing around. "Xian, what have you done?" Steel automatically assumed it was Xian's fault and confronted him. "I'm not some harbinger of disaster, I don't know what's going on either." It's fishy." "Yes, but I don't think it's dangerous." "Right. They're not running away. Let's go check it out." Looking at the other dukes standing around and checking on the situation, it didn't seem to be much of a threat, so Xian and Steel ran to the place where the tremors originated. Chapter 177, Grand Plan. What's going on? "Oh, Xian." Siculus greeted Xian, who came up. Siculus and the other dukes were feeling the energy coming from the bottom of the tree as if they had been waiting for it. "What is this energy? What are you guys doing?" Xian asked as he felt the powerful energy radiating from beneath the ground. "Isn't it amazing? This is why we made Siculus, the Acra, and the swarms in the first place." The energy was slowly flowing into the core of the tree. The massive energy was becoming more apparent and powerful as it gathered towards a small spot. "What do you mean? I thought they were created for the human race." Lei Jiop told him that Siculus and Acra were made to protect and help grow the human race. However, it seemed that Siculus was implying that there was a different motive. And the swarm? They were supposedly built to fight the Jurna. Xian became confused, but Siculus couldn't contain his excitement as he answered, "Yes, yes. It is for the human race, but there's another purpose for it." "Okay. You'll see it soon. Don't worry, you won't have a problem going back home." "Humph." Xian looked away as Siculus pointed out what worried Xian the most. He didn't seem like he was lying after all, so Xian decided to wait and see. Within the core was a man standing inside, however, the man and the core weren't visible as a countless number of swarms were covering them. The core was huge, but it was completely covered with swarms. But it was clearing up as swarms quickly began to disappear. The silvery waves were rushing into the place where core and the man stood and were absorbed in as it transferred the Acra energy onto the core. The core was now filling up with silver liquid from within, and the man who stood inside was being drawn by the silver liquid. There were two men watching, Conrad and Lei Jiop. They were prepared for any emergencies, but the project didn't seem to have any issues so far. "It's really working. Lei Jiop, you really did it." "Yeah. I researched it for a long time. But don't you want to be one too? Isn't it to become a..." Lei Jiop laughed. "That only works for a man with divine blood." It was a project to bring out the full potential of the divine blood that had been restricted by human blood. It can't be used on any man, other than the descendant of Broxian. I was so relieved when I found Lorval, you know? "Oh, maybe you might work since you are the son of the war god, right?" "Haha." Lei Jiop laughed as Conrad scratched his head in embarrassment. I really thought I was a son of God back then. You know, being reborn and all. Haha. Yes. But the world is large, right? Yet. Conrad agreed. There was no one weaker than him on this tree. No, there were two. Steel and Lightnovel. But that didn't prove much. Don't blame yourself. You're still within the top 50 ranks for humans in terms of strength. Haha, that's embarrassing. Conrad, a once emperor and the most powerful man in the continent, laughed. There are a lot of monster-ish people. Lorval will be on the step to become a when he comes out of there. Hey? Isn't he becoming an alpha from that? Conrad asked, but Lightnovel shook his head. No, it's not that easy. This isn't enough to bring out the full potential of the alpha, Broxian. Oh, you didn't tell me the next step. Lightnovel smiled as he answered. Lorval knows. He'll take the needed steps on his own. Oh, it's almost over. The enormous number of swarms had now melted away within the core and it was shining with a silvery light as strong aqua radiated from within. Then, the silver liquid swirled around like a tornado and Lorval began absorbing it. As the energy was absorbed, Lorval began to undergo a change. The sound of bones breaking and rearranging would make anyone cringe, but Lightnovel approached him to check. Good, it's going well. We have to move on to the next step. Can you give me that? Conrad handed over a sphere that was about as big as 2 human fists. Conrad seemed to be tempted to take the sphere for himself as he reluctantly handed it over. Can I become strong if I eat this? It's the extract of a 3rd stage. You can't become strong with it. It's made for the divine blood. Come on now. Humph. Conrad handed over the sphere and Lightnovel threw it into the core. As it was thrown in, it changed the silver liquid rushing into Lorval, accelerating the process. Conrad watched worryingly as the creaking sounds became louder, changing the shape of Lorval's body in a grotesque way. Conrad asked, what if that Murican comes back to life? Lightnovel shook his head. That's not going to happen. This is the last step of the process. We are removing the contaminated human blood out of him. Okay. It's almost done. Lightnovel spoke as he looked at the silver figure turning into a human shape at last. Steel was confused. The energy was subsiding but it looked like nothing changed. However, Xian seemed to be in shock. By the gods, what have you all have done? Xian felt something was born from below. A powerful but familiar energy. What happened? Steel couldn't feel anything but she knew that Xian had felt something. Something was born just now. Hey? What is it? Is it that serious? Steel asked as it had been a long time since she had seen Xian look so serious. It's about strong as me. Hey! Didn't you break through the wall this time? Yet. So, you're at the 4th stage now, right? And so is the one that was born from below. The sheer amount of energy that was collected would partly explain the situation, but that wasn't enough to create a powerful being equal to Xian. Just then, the newly born being jumped up to Xian with incredible speed. His power was now very different from his old self, but he was a familiar face. Haha! Have you been looking at the world this way? It's amazing. Lorval glanced around as he checked himself and his new power. It was probably very exciting, as Xian had been when he woke up from bed. Lorval's excitement would be greater as he broke through a few stages at once. It's you. What just happened? I guess you have the right to know. I will explain it all. Steel, can you give us a moment? Lorval called to Xian and jumped down with him to the bottom of the tree. Chapter 178, Grand Plan. Where are we going? I have something to show you in return. It's all thanks to you that we got this far. Me? I didn't do anything. I will explain everything. You'll see it soon. Lorval quickly moved down the Siculus and Xian followed. Xian first thought that they were going to where the swarms stayed, but Lorville moved past them. There was a deeper underground channel beneath the swarms. Is there something below? Yes. Lorville seemed excited with his new power as he kept smiling as he answered. As they went further down, Xian noticed something shining from deep below. What's that? That's it. They arrived at a deep cavity within the ground. Xian found two weapons stuck within and moaned. There was nothing he could feel from the weapon, but it wasn't because the weapon was worthless. The weapons did not require such feelings or energy. A silver spear and a golden sword. It seemed like they had been crafted by the finest blacksmiths. Xian didn't know what they were made of, but he was able to realize one thing. Those weapons were powerful enough to damage Grana or Dragona. It didn't mean the wielder could defeat either of them, but that was really something. Xian became curious and asked, "What is that? Are those weapons from the Divine Nation days?" That would have been amazing, but Lorville shook his head. You are only half right. It was made during that time, but our nation did not create those weapons. Then, Xian was now full of anticipation. Yes. Those are the weapons used by the War God and the Sun God. Oh. He expected that weapons with such presence could only be possible to be weapons of such beings, but it was amazing to hear that they were really weapons of such legends. Lorville continued. The spear, the War God took out what he needed from the alphas, extracted it, and created it with his own hands. We are not sure how many alphas were killed to create that weapon. I believe the Sun God's sword creation method is similar. They were just weapons, but had been created through horrific methods. Where did you find that? I don't think Lei Jiop knows it exists. I met Lei Jiop 1,000 years after the war was over. A lot of things happened during that time and I couldn't tell him everything. Oh. I have this special skill called. It allows me to see through any secrets that are hiding. I traveled around the continent using this power. Let me tell you a story. Lorville went on a trip as he grew interested in the eastern continent. It was a simple trip, so he just took a few of his people without much preparation. The continent was a very dangerous place, but Lorville loved adventure, so it did not worry him. He then learned that there was life at the other end of the peninsula towards the northeastern corner of the continent. However, he wasn't able to go across, so he gave up and returned. That was when he saw a light shining from the western continent. He quickly returned to the west, but there was nothing there except for an ocean. The vast empire of Brashan was no more. It had been sunk into the sea within hours. Lorville quickly gathered the survivors. Fortunately, there were a lot of survivors. Unfortunately, the survivors were shunned human outcasts as they were deemed not fit to become divine citizens. Lorville also went to check on the laboratory, but the researchers were all gone. He knew there was another secret room beyond the portal, but he couldn't pass through all the betas there, so he gave up. There was another unfortunate turn of events. He was the only surviving divine blood. Lorville was sad. He wanted to bring humans together to form a nation again, but all that was left were ruffians, outcasts, and thieves. Anyone who might have had the power to revive the culture, technology, and the magic of the nation were all gone. Then, another problem cropped up as the Jurna started controlling the humans. There were a limited number of divine seals that he could distribute, so he couldn't protect all the humans from the Jurna. That was when he began raising the strongest of the humans to make his forces. Lorville himself was also strong at the beta stage, so he was considered the strongest among the humans. The humans called him and his people the and considered highly of them. However, Lorville did not like it. He wanted to bring back the glory of the old days. 1,000 years passed. He had earned a fascinating power called. He became excited when he got the power. Lorville tried to use it to empower humans, but it was difficult. Then, he found something. When he followed the quest that was given to him by that power, he found a trace of the War God. He thought if the War God was alive, that would mean they had a chance that the divine nation would rise again. It wasn't the nation that gave birth to the god. It was the god that made the nation. Yet, Lorville despaired at the information given by on the weapon. Relic of the war god. Stats. Relic of the sun god. Stats. Relic. That word on both the weapons meant that the wielders of the weapons had been killed. Besides, the weapons were useless as he could barely lift them up. It wasn't possible for him to use them. Lorville didn't know what to do with the weapons, so he just stored them. He then hid the news that the gods were dead. The humans were hoping that God would come back to save them. Then Lightnovel came after 1,000 years. He had been hiding within the laboratory. It was fortunate that both of them were alive. They both needed each other to fulfill their dream. That was the beginning. The project to create a new god. The Alpha. Lorville despised the Jurna who controlled the human race. There was no way to fight back until now, but Lightnovel had his ways. While the swarms and Muragons pushed them back, Lorville planted Siculus and spread Acra to help humans grow. However, these weren't originally made for this purpose. Their original purpose was to create an alpha. Lightnovel's plan was simple. The divine blood was blocked at the first stage of beta for unknown reasons, and Lightnovel thought it might have been because human blood was mixed in. That was simple to solve. The human blood just needed to be cleaned out to open the possibility for the next stage. It needed three things. A man with divine blood. It was opening a possibility of Broxian's blood, so only his descendants were possible to do this. The second thing was the powerful extract from a powerful race to wash away the human blood. A first stage extract at least was needed to wash away the first stage beta's blood. The third was the sheer amount of energy that was even hard to find during the days of the divine nation. That was why Siculus, Acra, and swarms were created. They collected enormous energy through Acra and Siculus and transferred it via the swarm. The extracts were solved by Muragons as they devoured others for their power. They were successful until they drove out the Jurna, but something happened next. Chapter 179, Grand Plan. When the Jurna were driven out, monsters began rushing in from the other side of the peninsula. Lorville and Lightnovel had to focus on defending before they could even wipe out the Jurna. As they couldn't wipe out the Jurna, they had to channel the energy of Siculus to create the barrier to stop the Jurna from invading again. They worked to increase the number of nobles, but it didn't help. The bigger problem was the Muragons. Their plan was to consume the Muragons that became first stage betas to evolve into the second stage and control the Muragons to become second stages, before consuming them again. However, they stopped evolving. None of them were turning into a first stage beta. And with the monsters attacking from the other side of the peninsula, they couldn't even focus on increasing the number of Muragons. With all of these happening, 3,000 years had passed. Lorville almost gave up. But everything has been solved in recent days, all thanks to you. Xian's blood quickly allowed the Muragons to evolve into the first stage beta. Lorville was planning to consume them to reach the second stage, but they consumed each other to evolve into the second stage. And as they fought with Xian, they went on to reach the third stage. Lorville was shocked when he realized the Muragons were beyond his control, but he also realized that if Xian won and if Lorville consumed the extract, their plan would finally move on. The new quest window was telling him that. That was why he waited until the Murakan evolved into the third stage and became weak enough for him to kill. Xian performed well for that. They did not even need the barrier anymore as all the Jurna were wiped out. They now only needed to bring in the energy using the swarms. Didn't you say that the Muragons were all taken care of? Of course. We processed them all into extracts. They are all here now. Lorville tapped himself. Xian thought about smacking the man for what he made him go through, but a fight now would mean disaster. Did you do it on purpose? No, we were just lucky. Couldn't you have just used my blood? Lorville laughed. No, it's not that simple. The Muragons can do that, but I can't. I would have done it if it worked. But, doesn't it mean that anyone can become strong like that? Xian was dumbfounded as he had gone through so much trouble to become this strong while Lorval became at the same level without paying for anything, but Lorval shook his head. No, it wasn't easy. I had prepared for 3,000 years. Besides, you need to be a descendant of Broxian. I'm the only one left. Lorval spoke as he sighed. But Xian considered if all of that allowed to create a powerful being like Lorval, it was worth it. But didn't you rush a bit? Xian asked as there were some parts that seemed dangerous. If Muragans were bit stronger, for example, their plan would have been failed miserably. Lorval laughed. Haha, remember I have this special power? Besides, I didn't have much time. Divine blood doesn't grant you immortality. I've lived too long and I have many enemies. Well, congratulations anyway. Lorval shook his head. Haha, thank you. But the project is actually a failure. Hey? Why is that? Didn't I say I need to be a god? I need to become an alpha to become a god. Alpha and beta are two different things. It wasn't a matter of strength. If Lorval was still stuck even at such strength, there was no chance that he will become as strong. Besides, his blood wouldn't allow for the creation of new divine blood with beta. The right to lead the race was only given to the alphas. I see. Xian nodded. We only had third stage extracts, so this was the limit. This is a failed project. Yet. Lorval added a little and Xian became concerned at that last word. Yet? Is there another way? Yes. After I absorbed the Murakan's extract, I absorbed a fascinating trait also. But I knew that was going to happen. Can I not hear about it? Xian felt something wasn't going right, but Lorval shook his head. It won't change the result, but it's up to you. Go on. Yes. The trait, it's a trait that lets you become stronger once you survive through the brink of death. It's amazing that you can break the wall just by doing that. Ugh. Lei Jaop, I'll need a word with you after this. Xian sighed. He expected it when he saw the Muragans. Fighting and eating each other wasn't enough to become that strong. He was sure that his blood was the cause. However, it was really unfortunate that this same trait had been passed on to Lorval. I guess you know what I want to do next then. Take one that you like. At least we should use the weapons to feel the threat. Lorval pointed toward the weapons. Xian felt something was seriously going wrong. It would be really dangerous if he fought with Lorval with that weapon. Even if he survived, he would at least have his arms cut off. Xian was very powerful, but that weapon was much more than that. It wasn't a weapon that a beta could wield. Did you have this in your calculations? Lorval laughed. Didn't I tell you that I was lucky? I didn't have a lot of time left. I guess the war god is helping me. Oh, by the way, I'm telling you because we will be fighting anyway, but I wasn't going to send you home. Can we solve this peacefully? I'll tell you where you can fight until you die. If you go to the south. Oh, the Forbidden Lands? I'm not powerful enough to fight against Krina or Dragona yet. I will die even if I become an alpha. But I'll go there and train when I become an alpha, so don't worry. Is there any other fourth stage beta? No, that's why I'm looking at you. And remember I said I have special power telling me what to do. Lorval spoke as he watched the quest window popped up in front of him. Quest, Final Evolution. Overcome the barrier and reborn into a god. If success, evolve into an alpha. If lost, death. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Xian wanted to avoid fighting at all costs, yet it seemed like there was no other option. He thought about pulling out both the weapons and ambushing him, but Lorval seemed to be expecting that and had readied himself with the weapons. He was speaking as if he was relaxed, but he was ready for an ambush. Damn it, give me the sword. Good. I thought it would fit me better to fight with my ancestor's weapon. Lorval pulled out the spear and threw the sword of Granare to Xian. Xian then asked, "If you fight with me, it means you might die too. Is that okay?" Lorval laughed. "If I can't become an alpha, it's better that I die." "What? I do not wish to stay a beta until I die. I'd rather die here than lose my chance to become an alpha." "Damn it!" Xian understood why Lorval was so eager to fight. If they fought with the weapon they were holding, one of them would become an alpha in the end. Lorval desperately needed to become an alpha, so he couldn't let this chance pass. "Should we move? Why not fight here?" "Why would I? I have no bad feelings against you. I'm actually thankful to you for everything. It's not my wish that the woman you care about dies from the fight." Lorval then jumped out, and Xian followed him back to the ground. "Should I stab him from behind?" Xian thought about it but shook his head. Lorval was now at the same level and he was fully on guard. Xian shook the thought away and followed Lorval out. Chapter 180, Transcendence. "Xian, what's that?" Steel asked Xian as he came back with a weird golden sword. The Duke also had a silver spear in his hand. She didn't sense any weird energy from it, but Steel figured it was something powerful. Xian, who didn't even consider Carnine a worthy weapon, was holding onto the weapon tightly. "It's a present, ha! Hey!" Xian sighed heavily and Steel became surprised. Xian seemed to be raging. "What's going on?" "It's nothing. You should stay here. Take my Nitsmitten for a while." If Lorval had any bad intentions, there was no way to protect Steel. Luckily, Lorval wasn't interested in that, so Xian decided to leave Steel here. When Xian was done speaking, he glanced at Lorval and Lorval jumped out at once. Xian then followed, leaving a dumbfounded Steel behind. "Good, it's better you leave her behind somewhere safe." "Where are we going?" Xian asked Lorval as they flew over the peninsula. "We are not as powerful as the Sun God or the War God, but the surroundings will be crushed when we fight. It's better we fight somewhere with no one around." "You care about people?" Lorval laughed. "Haha, they are poor beings. A divine blood like me has to look after them. If we have an alpha back in our race, we can regain our former glory." "Humph! I'm just going to go back to my home," Lorval answered grinning. "You can do that. If you win." Xian frowned at Lorval. When Lorval arrived at the end of the peninsula, he jumped towards the sea. It would have been considered suicidal if Lorval didn't kick the water surface and jumped again. "Hey! Follow me! Isn't this enough? Don't you think it's better to be safe?" Yeah, it's bit close." He had destroyed a mountain when he fought Necra, and this time it would be on a much larger scale. "I hate fighting someone strong as me." The sea that divided the peninsula to the other side of the continent was filled with dense fog. "Can't I just ambush him here?" Xian didn't have any intention to play fair, so he thought about a way as the fog hindered their visibility, but he gave up. "Isn't the fog so dense? It's always dense in this place." "Have you gone over?" "A few times, but I almost got killed. Crossing it isn't much of a problem. I just need to dodge those mer people." Lorval was curious as to why all those monsters came from the beyond, so he decided to pave a way with the Muragons and swarms to go over. The other dukes begged him not to go, but Lorval was irritated as his project was put on hold because of those monsters. "I want to know why they keep coming over for the last thousands of years. What are you going to do if I die from old age? Go extinct." Lorval finally managed to cross the sea with his power of Axare and the help of the Muragons and swarms. "I was foolish back then. But I was only about 3,000 years old then. Is this the same road?" Lorval shook his head. "No. It's not even the safest time to pass. I was weak but they won't dare to attack us. Look down." Xian nodded. He did sense a lot of beings cowering away as they passed by. Lorval was displaying his full power, so some of the monsters even fainted. But, did you go over? Yes, that's why I'm taking you there. I couldn't stay long back then though, but it was a breathtaking scene. I've always wanted to go back again. I will be taking a look at that continent once I win. You should too if you win. Xian ignored what he said, as he had no intention of coming back to this suspicious continent. However, he was curious about what lay beyond the fog. As they traveled further in, the fog began to clear and Xian realized what Lorville meant. It's beautiful. Right. If it wasn't covered by fog, we would have already seen it from the other side. There was nothing on the beach, but there was a huge mountain range in the distance. It was so tall that it even broke through the clouds, and it was so large that it felt like the continent was just a part of the mountain. Xian realized what created the fog. The shorter peaks were the ones creating the fog, but there weren't just a few, there were thousands of these peaks. What is this place? I don't know. I don't have any information popping up. It seemed that the giants or other races were staying by the corner of that mountain before they came over. I'll check it out once we are done with the fight. Lorville spoke as he let out his full energy. Don't worry, you won't get a chance to see that. Haha. Don't you think this is a good place to fight? I wanted to show you this before you die. Those are some really strange last words. Xian gripped the sword tight and readied himself. This is my first time fighting someone as strong as me in a one-on-one fight. Xian had always fought with numerous weaker beings. It was the first time in his life that he was going to fight someone on equal footing. It seemed that he might be at a disadvantage as Lorville would have much more experience than him. However, Xian believed in his instincts. Even now, his instincts were telling him what to do and how to fight. That was what allowed him to survive all those fights that would otherwise kill him. He knew his instincts would bring him another victory. Chapter 181, Transcendence. It's begun, Lei Jiao mumbled as he saw flashes of lightning from over the horizon. The sea in the horizon was filled with dense fog as always, but now it was being cleared away by powerful shockwaves. There was no sound that traveled this far, but the silver and golden flashing lights were still visible. Conrad turned to Lei Jiao and asked, "Did you know that this would happen?" "Yes." "Didn't I tell you that it's not finished yet?" "Yes." Lei Jiao had said it wasn't finished when Lorville exited the core. The preparations only allowed Lorville to reach the 4th stage. "We need to overcome the last wall." "Yes, and then? With Xian, we can do that." Lei Jiao explained the last step. "So if they fight until they die, the other becomes an alpha, just like that?" Conrad asked back, unconvinced. However, Lei Jiao laughed. "Yes. The one who returns will become the new god. Or they both die. That's also a possibility." Lei Jiao nodded. The path to becoming an alpha wasn't an easy one. Xian dodged the end of the spear that struck under his nose and swung his golden sword. The sword destroyed the space and the ground each time he swung. The peak that stood nearby had been destroyed a while ago, and the giants and mer people were frantically running away from the sudden calamity. Xian and Lorville were fighting in the direction toward the peninsula, so they couldn't even run toward the peninsula. Xian then thought about another thing as he saw the lands being destroyed. At least no one will dare to fight over this way. It was a place with a trace of powerful beings. Monsters with heightened senses would not even dare to come close to this battleground. Xian then refocused himself on the fight. The opponent wasn't like any he fought before. He thought that fighting the Murugans was the most danger he would ever have to face in his lifetime, but this was much worse. What is he doing anyway? Xian was shocked at the amount of powerful magic that Lorville was using. Each of the hundreds of magic was very powerful. Xian dodged the silver spear and deflected the blue ray of energy with his sword. The ray was sent towards the ocean and instantly froze a few miles of water. However, it was then melted by a green ray that was also deflected. Is this the power from? That's not fair. It seemed that Lorval was using all the magic he had available. Xian thought he had a good chance to win until Lorval started using his magic. Although they were at the same level, he would win. This was because of pure talent. He knew how to fight and how to win. But Lorval was much stronger. He was even using the power to control time and space that Necra used. He can do all sorts of things, but I only know how to swing a sword. Xian complained in his thoughts. But Lorval was also good in a physical fight. He kept on pressing Xian with the silver spear among the rain of various magic attacks. The attack that barely missed Xian's ear sent a shockwave that created a deep hole in the ground. Xian followed the lines that he showed up in front of him to dodge the attack and swung his sword. If it was an easy target, it would have shown him the shortest possible way to victory, but the line was showing him a much more difficult method. In order to dodge the attack and counter it, he needed to give up his arm. If he were to attack the throat, he needed to give up his own throat. If he were to destroy the left hand, his right hand would be destroyed. There were a lot of possible ways, but they all required sacrifices. There is no easy way. As they fought endlessly, they gained injuries. The land and the sea had been destroyed. Xian then fought something that was changing from within. It was almost ready to undergo a new change. Xian felt why Lorval wanted to become a god as he felt the change. If this change reached completion, he would really become powerful enough to call himself a god. Just like Krana who decimated the empire in the blink of an eye, he would be such a being. The fight became more intense. Xian knew what Lorval was thinking. If they slowed down the fight, they would both survive, but they would never become an alpha. The change happening from within them didn't allow such slow fights to happen. It wanted a dramatic change, a danger that would bring the body to its limit. That's why Lorval was pushing him. Xian was now becoming serious. If one of them was to survive, he wanted to be the one. He also was curious about what would happen at the end of this fight. Xian then began oppressing his opponent. Even with all that magic, with such power, it didn't matter. He had lived with just a sword, and he would survive with just a sword. Steel was surprised at the sudden wave of energy spreading. This is the energy coming from beyond at the battleground. It was enormous, dark energy that spread out, congratulating the born of a new being. It spread far beyond the Siculus and onto the continent. Steel then saw the dukes around her fall down. Hey? What's going on? She had befriended them while training, so it was shocking when she saw all of them fall. However, the question was quickly answered as Lei Jaop approached together with Conrad. Congratulations! Mr. Xian has won. Do you know what's going on here? Lei Jaop nodded. Of course. All the people who have received the seal of divine blood dies with the owner of the seal. It means Mr. Xian has won. I guess the power came from him. Steel brightened up but asked again, then how come you're alive? Conrad said he didn't receive the seal, but the problem was Lei Jaop. Steel thought that Lei Jaop had lived this long because he had received the seal from Lorval. I'll explain that later. Shouldn't you go greet Mr. Xian? I'll be looking after the core here. Steel then rushed towards the energy. There was the possibility that Xian would not be in a healthy condition even if he had won. Chapter 182, Transcendence. Lorval died with a satisfied look on his face. It seemed Lorval didn't care who would become an alpha in the end and his last words were confusing. Good luck. You'll need it. What did he mean by that? Xian then focused on the power within him. Wow! It was beyond expectation. As soon as he was reborn, his body, which was full of injuries, had all healed. The power that seeped out in the process was raging through the land even though it was just the remnants of the power. Xian didn't have time to think about that. The change that was happening within him was even more amazing. He had been moving instinctively to change the world. No matter how strong he became, it didn't change. But it wasn't like that anymore. Xian knew how could do this now. The him before he became an alpha was a different being than what he was now. He then realized why there needed to be such stages to evolve and gain another power level. Its difference wasn't something that could be managed at once. The wall that he just broke through wasn't just a wall. It was the change extracted from within that exploded in the end, changing his entire body. He also took both of the weapons. These were used by a self-claimed god, so it would suffice to call each of them a. He then realized he had not been using the weapon to its full potential. This type of weapon that was created with a countless number of alphas, was not something a beta could wield. As he was thinking about how to store the weapon, it began to scatter and became a powder that Xian's body absorbed. When Xian thought about the weapon one more time, it appeared on his hand again. Oh, it can do that. Xian made the weapon disappear again. Ha ha ha. I see the ways now. I don't need to go through this pain to become strong anymore. Xian was glad. That he wasn't able to see anymore since he was 17 had now shown up again. Xian learned that the world was very large and there were powerful beings throughout the world. Steel was correct. He needed to take the chance and become strong when possible. Even now, he could think of 3 beings that were more powerful than him, Krona, Dragona, and Liona. Xian was very unlucky in that sense, as there was no telling when he would need to fight them. He needed to become strong enough in order to beat them up. I should train hard now. But to think that I still can't defeat Krona, wow! He couldn't believe how strong he had gotten, but it still wasn't enough. He now realized he was very lucky to have managed to escape after slapping Krona. If Krona never imagined that she would be attacked like that, Xian would have no chance of running away. It's fortunate that I can use teleportation magic to go back. It might take a long time for him to become strong enough to fight head-on with Krona. He was also thankful for the mysterious race blocking the way in between. If it wasn't for them, Krona and Dragona would come over to this part of the land and destroy everything. Hee. I should go back now. Xian began running toward the shore from the sea. The shallow beach at the continent was now destroyed, its floor was now like a deep sea. It didn't matter as Xian could just run over it. Xian then found Steel flying in at a distance, so Xian flew over to her. I'm here. Xian. What happened? Hee, I won. Steel was worried that something might have happened as the energy waves had stopped, but Xian looked very normal. What had happened? I'll tell you on the way. Xian began to explain as they flew back to Siculus. So have you broken through all the barriers now? Yet. There's no barrier blocking my way anymore. I didn't know how good would it be to grow stronger by training. I'm thankful for it. Oh, there it is. Let's go. I need to have a word with Lei Jaob. Siculus and Lorville were on the horizon and memories were flashing past Xian. Starting with the Appental to the result of him being thrown in this world, along with the Murican and Lorville's attacks. It all had been started with Lei Jaob. Xian checked on Lorville as he arrived. Its vast space was very empty as the entire Lorville family was now all dead. There were no swarms, Muragons, dukes, or Lorville himself. That's why you should choose who you're picking on. Steel spoke astonishingly. You make it sound like I killed them all. Well, I did, but it was self-defense. Yet. But aren't those monsters going to come over now? Xian shook his head. They won't come over, at least for a few hundred years. The land has been destroyed and the ones that can sense the energy won't dare to come over, Xian answered confidently. That's good to hear. Yes. It has been a long journey. I wish my brother had a lot of babies. My family values children, but he has 3 wives, so. It was all over. Xian had gone through a lot, but it was now time to go back. As Xian turned toward Siculus, his face became grim. Hey? What's going on, Xian? There's no one here. What? Both of them. At least that's what I can see. There was no way Conrad and Lei Jiop could hide from Xian. Xian searched the parts of Siculus and finally came to the core. The core was very empty, but Xian was able to feel that it had been used to perform teleportation magic. There was rune drawn on around the core. Xian tried to see if there was any trace left, but there was nothing. Did Lei Jiop run away? Xian couldn't understand. He did have business with him, but he wasn't going to kill him. He would just get a beating and that was it. As Xian looked at the core, some weird marble dropped from it and Xian picked it up. There was small energy coming out from it, so Xian sent his energy in. Then it began making sound and a video popped up. Lei Jiop. Haha, Mr. Xian. Good to see you again. It was Lei Jiop. This small marble was working as a communication device. Xian tried to trace it down so he can find where the video was being sent, but it seemed like it had been blocked. Where are you? Why did you leave so suddenly? Haha. But don't be too angry. You can go back to your home. You see the magic rune next to the core? That's the rune that connects to our Asian continent. The core is damaged, but you probably can source the energy now. You're an alpha now, right? Humph. Xian wanted to smack the man's face at once, but he didn't want to look for Lei Jiop as he was tired. Lei Jiop continued. Yet. Why are there so many things that you didn't tell me? This one's the last. You have to know. It's really important. Everything that Lei Jiop spoke was all very fascinating, so Xian would have been eager to hear whatever it was that he hid anyway. Xian asked the reason why. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hey! Xian became confused and Lei Jiop began to explain. Chapter 183, Lacra. Where should I start? It's been a long time since I found out about you. How long has it been? About 10 years now. 10 years ago, Xian was dragged into Apental. If Lei Jiop had found him, then it would have been 10 years. Lei Jiop shook his head. No. It's longer than that. Hey? Then how did you know about me when I was in Legrand? Or Contian? Rumors of Xian had spread at the time, so it could have been within that time frame. Lei Jiop's organization had a network of people working for them throughout the continent, so it was possible. But he still shook his head. Then when? I should say, it was when you were born. Right after the ceremony. Hey! Xian was dumbfounded by the unexpected words. Lei Jiop smiled. I heard that it's to measure the Bander rating and see how talented the baby is. The power differs from time to time. Measuring the power of a 100-day-old baby doesn't mean much when it can't even control the energy from its surroundings. Humph. Even then, I taught the Bander rating system to the people and had the nobles go through a ceremony to measure them. I'm pretty sure you know the reason for that. Steel answered instead. It's to calculate the blood ratio between a humans and a monkeys. You are correct. The highest ratio we ever had was 86%. This is what you know as an 86 Bander rating. And they were all reported to you, I assume. Lei Jiop grinned. Of course. That's why I went all the trouble to have Magical Council start a useless ceremony like that. Besides, the higher the ratio did mean that the person would have greater power, so it wasn't completely useless in the end. So, that's how you found those who would be your people. Lei Jiop nodded. I didn't mean anything bad. Even with the high human blood ratio, you still might die in an accident when you're young. We couldn't have that, so that's why we had to know. To protect them. Do you think Steel could have managed to survive long enough to succeed in a coup against her father and claim the throne as a young girl? There were plenty of powerful people within that kingdom. So, you were protecting me then. I think Robin Utton was protecting you back then. She couldn't be there all the time, so she pressured the Magical Council to work for you and sometimes did it by herself. We couldn't let anyone die. This did allow us to increase the number of superhumans. So, you must have been watching me too. Well, you were different. You were different from the beginning. Steel, what was your rating? I think it was 82. My jealous brother and sister almost killed me because of it. Steel frowned as she spoke. Lei Jiop then turned to Xian. I think Xian would have gotten at least 99 or 100. Steel guessed as the number was a percentage, so she thought 100 would be the maximum. But Lei Jiop shook his head again. Steel was shocked. Hey? Didn't you say it was a percentage? It calculates the power stored within the blood. If those monkeys on Aratian had 1 in their blood, then people on this continent had 100. A pure-blooded monkey would have the rating of 1, and if the blood reacts to about 40 times more, it would be at 40%, at least that's how we calculated it. Then what about 497? It's not like I should have 5 times the blood of others or anything. Or am I like descendant of the war god or sun god? Or a hidden sun? Xian asked, but Lei Jiop laughed. Haha, you sound like Conrad when he was young. Don't learn that from him. There's no secrecy in your birth. But there's something else. Remember I said I mixed my blood in with the monkeys when I tested them. Yet. Hey? Didn't you just use yours? Lei Jiop shook his head. But what? Steel asked. What do you mean? What? Oh, right. Why are you still alive? I heard that people with the seal die when the divine blood leader dies. Why are you still alive? Xian never thought about Lei Jiop's age, as people with the seal could gain immortality as long as the divine blood leader lived. But this would mean Lei Jiop had lied. It was either Lorval was not the last of the divine blood or the people with the seal didn't die. Lei Jiop laughed. I did not lie. Lorval was the last of divine blood and people with the seal died. Those dead dukes are proof of that. No descendants of Broxian are left in this world, Lei Jiop answered. And remember I said I had the blessing of a priest? I never said I received the seal. Isn't that the same thing? Steel wasn't familiar with either concept, so she thought it was the same thing. No, they're totally different things. There are no priests in the human race. But there are priests in another race. Like I said, there wasn't just one god back then. Hey? You don't mean? Xian began to realize what Lei Jiop was saying. Yes. The beings that gave me immortality, they are the priests of Lucra, the followers of the sun god, Gran Ra. I live because of their blood. Lei Jiop continued his story. Lei Jiop tried going to the Forbidden Land after he gave all the information he had about becoming an alpha to Lorval. But he didn't expect much, as he didn't have much time left to live. 1,000 years had passed outside, but he only had been in for 150 years. Yet, he only managed to become a baron, which did not grant him a longer lifespan. It seemed like he only had about 10 years left at most. It would have been good if he had received the seal from Lorval, but Lorval was using his entire seal to control the situation at hand, so Lei Jiop descended south without it as an adventurer. He did not have that much time left, so he thought it would be nice to go on an adventure through the Forbidden Lands before he died. That was when he was kidnapped. Lei Jiop was passing by the roads that went around the Mountain of Extreme when he was kidnapped and dragged into the mountain. Luckily, the power of the kidnappers allowed Lei Jiop to withstand the effect of the mountain. After the higher rank of kidnappers read through Lei Jiop's memories, they moaned. They were using different words, but one word came through Lei Jiop's head through a telepathic power. Connector of Axare? You mean Lorval? We do not care who he is. The fact that there is a connector means that we have not rooted out yet. Lei Jiop couldn't understand what they were saying, so he began asking questions. We are Lucra. It's the name given by the mighty Gran Ra. Lucras, the followers of Gran Ra, began explaining their side of history. Chapter 184, Lucra. Lucra, the mighty race that gave birth to the powerful Alpha. They did not originate within the Mountain of Extreme, nor they were powerful from the beginning. They were weak when they started out because of two traits. They can only grow stronger through fighting at the brink of death. No amount of training will allow them to become strong. It was a peculiar trait, but it allowed them to grow stronger at a faster pace since the continent was full of dangers. They were weak to start, but it made them shine when they inched closer to their limits. The wall that was hard to break through with training was easily broken through once they overcame a death challenge. However, the results were tragic. There were a lot who couldn't overcome the challenges and died. As they roamed the lands, they found a mysterious piece of land. The land posed more dangers as one became stronger. The power that made the body strong became its attacker. This land was like a blessing to the Lukras. After they discovered the land, they stayed there and continued training. The weaker ones started training on lower ground until they were close to dying, which then they went further down to keep themselves from dying. The one who became stronger moved up toward the peak. The mountain became harsher as they went up, but it allowed the Lukras to become stronger. They called the mountain A. Their power grew within the mountain. But there was a problem. The warriors within their fold had become alphas. The problem was that the mountain was no longer a threat to them. Then, they moved out of the mountain to hunt down alphas of other races. If they died while doing it, that was that. The survivors became stronger as they hunted down the alphas. The humans that came exist on the eastern continent in later days thought there were no strong races on the land, but this was because the Lukras wiped them out first. This process eventually decreased the number of alphas within the Lukra, but it gave birth to one miraculous being. The most powerful being, one who appeared after defeating countless alphas. The one with the golden sword. After Gran Ra killed the king of the giants who ruled the eastern continent, he came to have the might of a god. But this gave him another problem. There was no one else left that was strong enough to fight on the same level as him. No, there was one. One who lived above and had no interest in the land. Ruler of the who lived above the clouds, the one almighty. Axare knew he would die if he fought Gran Ra, so Axare avoided him. There was no way to catch Axare who hid among the clouds, so Gran Ra came back to the Holy Land, disappointed, and slept. The other alphas of Lukra slept with him. 1,000 years passed and Lukras had been training while Gran Ra slept. That was when the human came to his reign. The priest read through the minds of the human expedition as he became curious about the outside world. Gran Ra strictly forbade them from going out of the Forbidden Land at beta stages, so they had no way to know about the outside world. Then when they found out, there was a powerful alpha that was strong enough to fight. They sent a message to Gran Ra and it woke him up instantly. Broxian was shocked at first, but he wasn't the one to avoid a fight. But there was an unexpected turn of events. Axare came down to take the chance to kill the two annoying alphas who came after him at every chance. One alpha was the one who kept coming after Axare to fight, and another one even made a flying island to come over to the sky. Axare was irritated, but these two were as powerful as him, so he avoided fighting them. But as they fought each other, he thought he would have a chance. Besides, if one of them grew stronger than they were now, it would allow them to rule over the sky. The priest knew what happened after, as Gran Ra sent him the view that he saw before he died. The three almighty powers had killed themselves in the fight. After checking to see their god, and the other alphas died, Lukra began concentrating on training. There was no more god protecting them, so they needed to protect themselves. The above the clouds weren't easy opponents. Both their gods died, so they were equal for now. Humans were counted out as they were almost eradicated by the battle. 1,000 years of boring opposition continued. They each had the upper hand on their lands, but also meant they could not invade the other's territory. The Lukra priest was then drawn to a human walking by the mountain of extreme. After reading through the memory of the human, Lajaop, the priest was surprised. The reappeared. Almighty. Priests confirmed his death by the sight given to them by Gran Ra, and they also had the evidence. As the body and its spirit were torn apart, all of the magic it contained had spread onto the races of the world. It was still much less powerful than who knew how to use all kinds of magic. The death of ALLA gave birth to races who could use at least one of the magical powers. These were in full control of ALLA and only allowed Dracons to use it. But there it was. Unlike other magic, this one required part of the spirit of ALLA himself. It was a magic that was so powerful that only a few Dracons were allowed to wield. But ALLA consumed all of his spirit prior to his fight between the alphas, so there were no more connectors left. The priest wasn't afraid of the connector himself, however. The problem was that if the connector was left to become stronger, it would eventually lose its control to ALLA. The reason for ALLA to share his spirit was to use it as insurance. If the connector became an alpha, the connector would be reborn as ALLA. But the priest realized the situation wasn't as dire as he first thought. It seemed the connector wasn't a valid one, as it did not get the spirit from ALLA himself. It would make him a minion to ALLA, but it seemed he had free will. The magic that this Lorval used also were much less powerful than the actual magic used by the connectors he knew. The fact that Lorval could not break the wall of the beta was the proof. Connectors automatically knew how to break the wall with the power. The priest also knew the plans that Lightnovel made would also fail. This man did not know the true power of an alpha. The Muragons, for example, would surely stay in the same state. The priest then began to think about his next move. Chapter 185, Lacra. The beasts out in the world were evolving. These beasts thought it was their chance to become strong, as powerful beings such as Axra, Gran-Ra, or Broxian were gone, and they were now almost done with their process. If they were reborn, it would add 3 new alphas. They wanted to get rid of them, but it would draw the Dracons down to come and attack them. They weren't visible from the ground, but they were up there, watching the Lacras. They could defeat the Dracons if they fought on the mountain, but they would lose if they fought in the skies. Fighting on the ground would be fair game, but no one would start a fight with no advantages on their side. The Lacras loved to fight, but they did not want to die. Thus, they stayed within their territories for thousands of years. And if those beasts finished evolving, those beasts combined would rise as the third opposing power. But if Axra were born again, that could change things. Axra also had a mighty power like the sun god himself. Fortunately, Dracons didn't seem to realize that there was a new connector of Axra. If they knew, they wouldn't have left the connector alone. Yet it also meant that there would be more connectors to come. They needed to root out the Dracons and connectors to win. That was when the priest turned to the human. The man named Lightnovel. The priest knew what this man's purpose was. The poor human race that Dracons nor Lacras paid attention to after they were eradicated. Dracons did not care about them, as they were sure that the human race would no longer give birth to any. Lightnovel was one who dreamed of the poor human race rising to obtain their lost glory. He was the one who wanted to bring back the war god. The priest spoke to Lightnovel. Good. The bad news is that your plan will fail. That Lorval cannot become an alpha. The priest explained the details concerning the connector of Axra. Lightnovel was shocked. This meant that his project was a failure. His plan was to use the divine blood to bring forth its potential, and the only surviving divine blood was out of the picture. No. I must let him know. Wait. Listen to the good news. The priest held on to Lightnovel. The good news is that your plan will fail anyway. I have seen your plans, it's not enough. You do not understand the alpha. Lightnovel was shocked again to hear that his plans that he had studied for 100 years were incorrect, but he quickly calmed down. If the priest was right, his plan would not succeed anyway. We have 2 choices at hand. Train within the mountain, or go fight the Dracons. Both these choices aren't any better than the other. The Dracons still guard the skies, and we will see more connectors be born across the continent. It won't be easy, but in the end, one among them will become an Axra. Lightnovel could not understand why the priest was telling him all that and asked. Why are you telling me all this? Don't say that you are asking me to fight the Dracons together with you guys. The priest shook his head. No. You humans are too weak. At least not now. But I will trust you, the human race, who gave birth to Broxian. We will ultimately fall if we stay in this state. But we have no other choice. So I am offering you a form of alliance. We will attract the attention of the newly born alphas and dracons. You should continue your research and create an alpha no matter what. And when that time comes, perform your duties as an ally. It was what Lei Jiop wanted. To create an alpha again within the human race. But Lei Jiop shook his head. No. I don't have much time left to live, and if my project failed, I don't even know where to begin. The priest spoke. It seems that man called Lorval has used the seal to the limit. I will help you with the aging problem. Swallow this. Priest created a weird red marble in his hand. It's our blood. Take it. Lei Jiop thought there was no harm at this point, so he swallowed it at once. Then the priest began mumbling something and sent strange energy to him. Lei Jiop was shocked as something within him began to change. The priest answered. Our blessing only works on one of our race, so our blood has to flow within you if I were to give you our blessing. It will not grant you our race's traits, but you will live for eternity as long as that blood remains within you. And the blood will help your research. Our blood is much more superior to the blood of your own kind. Lei Jiop was given a time of eternity and a vital ingredient for his research. I must return and study at once. I will surely make an alpha to fulfill our duty. Lei Jiop tried to jump out at once, but the priest stopped him. Our blood flows within you. The dracons will not miss this. You will die as soon as you step onto your land again. Lei Jiop was dumbfounded by the word. But it does not matter. You can go back if we take away our blessing. However, it will take away your immortality. So what? I can't do anything here. The priest shook his head. Yes. You will have your answer there. It seemed that the priest was confident about his answer, so Lei Jiop was intrigued. The priest laughed. Lei Jiop almost slapped him in the face out of irritation, but he held back as he was much weaker. Don't look at me like that. Our hunches are much different than the ones you have. Think of it as a foresight. Besides, you have no other choice left. Lei Jiop agreed to go south. Find the answer by using the time and the blood given to you. And when you find the answer, come back to this place. I will take away your blessing and send you back north again. The priest nodded. Yes, you should go now. The beasts are going through their evolution, so this is the chance for weaklings like you to pass through. All the beasts are staying by their side to protect them. This is your only chance. Lei Jiop then hurried to travel south. He wasn't still sure what to do, however. First, I will gather much information as possible to make an alpha. And then go back. After he traveled through the lands, he only found monkeys, and Lei Jiop was confident that there would be no alphas in this part of the land, so he decided to study and create a plan to make an alpha and return home when he was done. The blessing would have to be removed when he returned, but it would still give him 10 more years. Lei Jiop then began mixing his blood in with the monkeys to create other humans to find his way back. He had all the time he needed. That was when he came to witness the birth of a miracle. The birth of the one who could possibly become a god. Chapter 186, God of Humans. The migration project is as you know. I did intend to come back. Humph, Xian nodded. We were studying the Lucra's blood to learn more about alphas. We couldn't bring out the trait of the Lucras until we got the unexpected. You mean? Yes, it was you. I was so shocked. After Lei Jiop gained enough information about becoming an alpha, he was then preparing to return home. That was when he came across something entirely unexpected. The one who had been born with Lucra blood. I never thought putting my blood would result in the birth of a being with Lucra blood. The powerful blood usually doesn't mix well. Remember that monkey's blood was at 1 while humans are 100? Lucra blood would be at about 300. At least that's what I had when I studied their blood. It didn't even work when it was mixed into humans, so I never imagined its blood would be awakened within the monkeys. 300. It meant that the one with such a rating would be born with 3 times the human potential. Considering that humans here would easily become nobles, or superhumans on the Eurasian continent, it was outstanding. I was shocked when I heard the report of your rating. It meant that you had Lucra blood. It was the first time in 3,000 years that I ever saw its blood being awakened, along with the chance to become an alpha. The proof is that you become strong when you face the threat of death. Don't you think it's odd that you can become so powerful just because you have just encountered such a threat? Other betas can't do that. Humans became strong through training while Dragona went through molting and Krona absorbed its offspring. The only race that could become strong with such a way were the Lucras. You have the traits of both humans and Lucras. Lucras can't become strong through training in return. Xian was still confused and asked, but that's weird. Even if I awakened with the blood, wouldn't it max out at the 300 rating? Lei Jiao laughed. Yes, that's why I had such high expectations for you. It means you were beyond my expectations. To me, you were like a miracle. Humph. There are no secrets to your birth. At least far as I know. I am not sure how you were born with such a rating. I am a scientist and I hate things I can't understand, but I also love it in some way. I can't control it because I can't understand it, but it can give me surprising results. Humph. Anyway, it seems like your father was surprised. Your father used secrecy magic on the one who performed the ceremony. However, wouldn't you find it weird for the one who went to check on the rating on the famous family who usually had high ratings, to come back with secrecy magic? I unlocked it and checked it out. Oh. I think your father thought it would have been enough to keep it a secret from the magical council, but they are one of us. There's no hiding from us. Were you that curious? Lei Jiao nodded. Of course. You can't imagine how shocked I was when I heard the rating of 497. That's when I changed my plans. I kept this to myself and decided to watch over you for a while longer. I didn't want my friends to know about you in case they would do something to you. As you see, they were mostly more powerful than me. Lei Jiao didn't want his friends to know about Xian in case they wanted to try to see how strong he was before he became strong enough. You wanted to make me an alpha. Xian knew what Lei Jiao's plan was all along. Yes. It was unexpected, but it was fortunate. I never thought there would be one who had the chance to become an alpha on that side of the continent. Humph. Did you do something behind my back to make me an alpha when I was young? Xian asked. Lei Jiao shook his head. No. You were born to a very good family. I didn't need to do anything. I didn't have to protect you like steel, nor did I need to teach you in secret like Liviath. Besides, you were stronger than me when you were 12 years old. I was so shocked. That was incredible speed even considering your blood. Lei Jiao knew that Xian had broken the wall when he was 12. This was secret that he had not told anyone up until now. You've really have been watching me. Of course. Anyway, I didn't do anything until you were 17. Why would I when you became so powerful without any help? It was better to let you do it on your own. Are you sure? Xian wasn't convinced, as every problem he had faced was all tied to Lei Jiao. What's interesting was that you were really unlucky. I didn't intend to drag you in, but you came right into it every time. Hey! Xian frowned. Lei Jiao was so glad at Xian becoming so powerful. It was unbelievable strength. He had never seen such strength even in the days of the Divine Empire. It seemed Xian would soon become an alpha without needing any of the plans that Lei Jiao had prepared. But it didn't matter. If Xian were to become an alpha, he had filled his purpose. Lei Jiao even thought about postponing his plan to go back if he could help Xian become an alpha. But Lei Jiop was shocked what Xian decided to do when he came across the wall. I will give up becoming strong. This is enough. It was absurd, but it made sense. Xian was already too powerful among those monkeys. He was at a duke level just before reaching a beta barrier at age of 17. However, that didn't bode well for Lei Jiop. He needed Xian to become an alpha. This was his best chance. Even if Lei Jiop were to return, there was no telling that he would succeed in making a human other than Lorville to become an alpha. Besides, he wasn't sure if Lorville was even alive to this day. Lei Jiop was mad that Xian wasn't eager. That was when he began studying things himself. He did some research on Count Kerbal and the others around him to find a way to make Xian stronger. The result was disappointment. He can only become stronger through the brink of death? Who is powerful enough to even be able to kill him? Xian was already too powerful. It would be possible if Conrad was alive, but it was before Conrad had come back to life and Necra was still sleeping. But he did not give up yet. This land didn't have anything that would threaten Xian, but the northern continent was different. He just needed to bring Xian there. That was when Lei Jiop decided to proceed with his plans to return. That was why Lei Jiop was shocked when Xian was dragged into Appental. The door was small, but Appental was too dangerous for a being before reaching the beta stage. Yet Xian came back alive and evolved into a first stage beta. Lei Jiop was overjoyed. He did not care about the new. It just didn't need to become an alpha. Lei Jiop was worried when the spirit of the connector was blown away, but he used the body to reincarnate Conrad. Lei Jiop then thought about another plan. To make Xian much stronger. He thought about using Necra to have Xian fight against him. But before Lei Jiop could find a way, Xian disappeared. Lei Jiop frantically tried searching for him, but he couldn't find him anywhere. He began searching for Steele, who might know whereabouts of Xian, but she also had gone missing. Steele had talked about Xian's whereabouts to the king and the family, so Lei Jiop managed to find out what happened. It seemed that Xian had walked into the threat of death on his own. Then, Xian came back as a second stage beta. Lei Jiop was overjoyed again. He was so happy that he even made soul transfer orbs for Xian's family and tried to offer everything he could to Xian. Then he realized that there was nothing that would endanger Xian anymore. There was nothing on Ra Xian. But the other continent had such things. Lei Jiop then began making preparations again. The reopened Appental wasn't for Xian. He never imagined Xian would foolishly jump back in when he knew how dangerous the place was. Lei Jiop's plan was to place a Ra Shar Roa there and lure Xian by offering to make the soul transfer orb for him and put him into. That was why he did not share every detail. If Xian heard about Lucra or Draken, he would never come over. Lei Jiop then stopped by the Mountain of Extreme to remove his blessing and check on what had happened in his absence. Chapter 187, God of Humans. The priest looked the same as before, but he also looked different. At 6 feet tall with golden, tentacle-like hair, the priest also wore a vest created with a mysterious fabric. He was full of dignity. But unlike the years before, Lei Jiop couldn't feel any power coming from him this time. He must have become an alpha. It seemed like nothing serious had happened, but he wanted to know about the ongoing fight between Lucras and Drakons. Lei Jiop asked. Human, it has been a long time. We are still at war. But it is in balance, now the third power is opposing us. We did not intend for those beasts to become this strong, but it's too late now. We can't go down there anymore. This balance will stay for a little longer, unless we have something that breaks the balance. So I must ask. Have you succeeded? Do you think you will have such powerful being in your fold? Lei Jiop grinned. Yes. I will soon fill my duty as an ally. Don't worry. The priest laughed. The priest then took the blessing and blood away from Lei Jiop, and Lei Jiop felt something within him flowing again. The time that had been frozen within him began to move. You have about 10 years left to live. I hope you find your result before you die. Lei Jiao moved out of the mountain and came down to his world. He went on to find Lorval. He was still at the beta stage. He knew when he heard from the priests, but it felt bitter to see it in his eyes. Lorval was shocked to see Lei Jiao, who should have died within 10 years, come back after thousands of years. Lorval was sad to hear about what Lei Jiao explained. Yes. But don't worry. I found out a lot of things from that land. Lei Jiao explained about what he found and about Xian. Lorval spoke. Bring him. We must make him our god. Lorval had given up on himself already, so he wanted to try for a possible chance. They needed to place the barrier and fight the journey to install the Roa and bring Xian over to this world. As they were preparing, they heard shocking news from Conrad, who was out on repairing barriers. Hey! You know, the Xian guy? He's here. It seemed Xian had jumped into Appental that Lei Jiao opened to escape through Krina. He was now a third stage beta after fighting his way through the place. Lei Jiao was astonished. It was amazing that Xian went looking for danger as if he was cursed. He sent Xian to just in case, but it was too easy. Lei Jiao could have walked in and taken the core without any danger anytime, but he had been saving it for Xian. Lei Jiao was then worried. There was no way to put Xian in another dangerous situation anymore. He was too strong. That was when Xian did it again. Murugan suddenly evolved into second stage betas and attacked Xian. It was unexpected, but Lorval's quest window guided him on what to do. The cursed power taught him the right way to achieve his goal. Murugan's made Xian become the fourth stage, and fortunately, it even gave them the extract of a third stage beta. Thanks to Xian, everything was solved soon afterward. Lorval then reached the fourth stage. Lei Jiao then realized what he was thinking. It's time. If I die to create an alpha among us, it's worth it. Lei Jiao asked, but Lorval shook his head. No, that will not work. And that will not allow Xian to become an alpha. But what if you win? That will turn you into Axare. Lorval answered. Then that's what it will be. But I will kill myself if I think I will win. My guess is that even we are at equal power, he will win. Lei Jiao mumbled as he heard that from the Lucra priest. He didn't like that since he was a scientist. No. I am sure of it. Don't worry. The Duke then walked into the core to undergo the final step. That's where it ends. But I really didn't do much. It was all you all along. Xian couldn't find any words to respond with. These people had spent 3,000 years to just make one alpha. So, what do you want? I am an alpha now, but what if I do not want to fill my duty as an ally? You should know about me already. Shouldn't you beg me to do something? Lei Jiao laughed. Of course. That's why I'm not asking you any favors. Would you help if I asked? No. You value your life and your family above all else. I know this. You will not put your life in danger to fight against Dracons or Harijans to protect all people. I need other ways. Hey! Thanks to you, we did earn safety. Only humans remain within this land. You have destroyed the monsters within Appental and Axarum. Its barrier was getting weaker, so I was going to ask you to protect us from it. You also defeated the Jurna of the North. Didn't you also destroy the Eastern Peninsula? The monsters will not come over anymore. You also wiped out all the Narajas in the central region. There's no other race than the humans here. The swarms took care of the rest on their way. But isn't there south? Wasn't it the reason why Lucra asked to be an ally? It seemed things went well within this land, but there was a bigger problem. Xian thought the south was a bigger problem. Harijans, Lucra, and Dracons, they were fighting each other at the moment, but if humans grew to become a threat, they would surely come after them. What did you say? Xian looked at Lei Jiao. That's up to you. I've helped you to become an alpha. I can't help you with dealing with those godlike races. Ha ha ha. Ha, ha ha. Xian felt anger rushing through his veins as he watched Lei Jiao laughing from beyond the screen. I feel accomplished. I don't have much time left, but I've done what I needed to do. It seems all my burdens are gone now. Oh, one more thing. Don't just smack away people like that. Haha. I wanted to tell you this so badly for so long. I should go after him. Xian decided to find Lei Jiao even if he had to search through every part of the land. But Lei Jiao continued. I only have 5 years to live. Shouldn't you let me have this vacation after 3,000 years of work? Besides, you won't have time to find me. What do you mean? To go home? Yes. You need to go home now. I forgot to tell you one important thing. Lei Jiao then told Xian what he discussed with the priest before he embarked on his adventure down to the land of the beasts 3,000 years ago. Chapter 188, God of Humans. Lei Jiao spoke as he looked back to his land, but the priest added. You have to go to the south. Besides, you will not be able to make an alpha in that land. Lei Jiao was angry, but was also curious. It is because they despise fighting the weak. That is the reason why you humans are alive. You all are weak. It was disappointing to know that they survived only because they were weak. Being an alpha is a different story. You have never seen the birth of an alpha, I assume. The birth of an alpha involves a powerful energy wave that rings throughout the whole continent. That land is where dragons can still reach down. An alpha is no longer considered weak to them. Even if you succeed within that place, the new alpha will just get caught and be killed. If an alpha is born, they will send their alpha to kill the new alpha. You must evacuate your alpha immediately. Lei Jiao asked. The priest answered, we will leave those evolving beasts alone. When they become an alpha, the dragons will not easily invade their land. We will also draw their attention on us. That way, its land will be the most safest place while being dangerous. Xian was dumbfounded. Then you should have finished it at Xian. Why did you? Xian thought it would be better if Xian and Lorval teleport to Xian first and fight there so that the dragons will not come after them. But Lei Jiao shook his head. It would have been dangerous even then. Dragona, Krana, and Liona would have come for you. Besides, there's nowhere to run within that land. And if we did that, we wouldn't be able to defend the East Peninsula anymore. Lorval brought you there intentionally. Ugh. You probably knew this from before, but alphas can't find each other if they decide to hide. The energy that rings out when they are reborn is the only way to find them. Did you now know why I'm telling you this? Dragons must have felt your energy. The dragon betas would stand no chance against you, but the alphas surrounding the lookers are a different story. You must flee via the teleportation rune at once. The alphas of those dragons must have heard of your birth by now. They are masters of magic. They probably know how to use communication magic. I'm sure they're on the way to find and kill the newly born alpha. You should have told me that first. Xian began blowing energy to the rune. It wasn't because of Lei Jiao's words. Xian himself was now feeling 3 powerful energies flying toward him at enormous speed. Well, it's still not too late. You should run now. The Xian continent is the only place where you can survive. You should train while you hide there. And wipe them out. You can do this. You have the blood of Gran Ra and Broxian. Ugh. Do you want to live in peace? Then you should become strong. It should be safe for a while once you return, but you never know when the power balance will be disrupted. If that happens, the land will be in chaos. Do what you can do best when that time comes. Beat them all up. Become stronger and wipe them out. That's the only way, and the only choice you have. That's all I can say to you now. Steel. Come here. Xian quickly filled up the needed energy to the rune and the rune began to activate. Xian hid all of his power and dragged steel into the rune. Soon, he was gone. Right after they were gone, dragons landed on the ground while they flapped their slick 10 pairs of wings and checked on the runes. The dragon frowned. If they tore through the dimensional barrier, those crazy beasts would jump at them at once. The 3 of them weren't enough to fight against those beasts. They were the same type of alphas, but the power difference was too large. As they wasted time fighting the Lucra, those beasts had become too powerful. Let's return. We need to keep the Lucra at bay. What about these insects? How have they given birth to such a being? Haha, if you want to dirty your hand, go on. I didn't know you were that scared of those weaklings. One of the dragons mocked the other. Attacking the weak humans was absurd. It was a dirty act. The 2 dragons growled at each other, but another one stopped them. Stop! We must focus on our target. It's Lucra we must be focused on now. Then they began flying back to where they came from. Whew! Lei Jiao sighed after he was finished talking through the communication magic from within. Is it finished? Yet. They really are arrogant. Lei Jiao was worried that the dragons will unleash their anger toward the humans, but it didn't happen. But is it okay? I'm the 2, right? Am I not dangerous? Lei Jiao grinned. Ha, do you think becoming an alpha is that easy? You are not even a beta yet. Ugh. By the way, do you really have only 5 years to live? Conrad asked worryingly. Yes. About 5 years. But I can revive through the orb. Ha ha ha. Conrad became dumbfounded. It seemed Lei Jiao spoke about the 5 years to Xian in order to fool him. I did all I can though. The rest is up to Xian. You believe in him so much. I don't think he's the type to fight for humankind. What if he stays hidden? Conrad spoke as he saw Xian as someone who hated fighting. It didn't seem like Xian will come to people's aid. There's a limit. Besides, I don't expect him to go out and beat up all of Harry Jan's dragons or Lucra just now. Then what? It will be peaceful for a while, but it won't last long. If the balance between the 3 races breaks down, the land will be at war. Xian will have to fight if he wants to protect his family from it. The human race will be wiped out if he doesn't. Right. That's why I created orbs for his family. So that they will not die before that happens. I also increased Steel's lifespan. I want Xian to protect his family. That will suffice. He will fight those disastrous races to protect his family. I didn't expect him to fight for all of humankind. Broxian didn't do that either. Oh. Monsters can deal with monsters. Besides. Hey. Lei Jiao grew hesitant. Conrad waited for Lei Jiao to answer and he grinned. I can't believe I'm saying this when I believe in science, but Xian is really unlucky. He will need to fight whether he likes it or not. Right. Conrad also knew how unlucky Xian was. We should look after ourselves for now. Right. The Lorval family that ruled over this land was now gone, but Conrad was still there. Conrad would probably be able to unite all of mankind and encourage them to grow. Conrad nodded. They needed to think about what to do on this land where only humans were left. Chapter 189, Homecoming. Warrior Lerun, the person in charge of protecting Ra-Shar-Loa No. 7 of the Kukutaran Empire, was chatting with a friend. Ra-Shar-Loa was in one piece. There would have been horrific danger or other attacks from other countries in the past, but there were no threats like that anymore. Lerun yawned out of boredom. It's quiet today too. It's better that way. I love working here. It's too quiet though. It's boring. I want to fight. Lerun loved to fight, peacefulness was too boring for him. This place was too dull compared to his days at the Great North Wall. Don't say that, Lerun. It's a bad omen. No way. Stop believing in superstition. There's no such thing as an omen. Ha. Don't show off because you did some studies. Haha. I'm a graduate of Granpala, remember? Hey. Larun turned back as he heard some strange sound coming from behind. The Rashloa was collapsing. The dimensional warp gate was now crushing inward, creating a new blue sphere from within. The sphere became bigger as it raged with lightning shooting out from it. Damn it! Run! Larun began to escape. The energy that was being formed from within wasn't normal. Is it a resistance army? What is going on? Larun thought as he ran, but the expected explosion didn't happen. The sphere began to subside without doing anything. As it disappeared, two figures were standing within. Wow, it's prickly. Right. I don't think it's a normal Rashloa. Yet, maybe it's because we didn't use Xer on that. Or maybe because it was a one-time use. Oh, by the way, it's nice to smell familiar air. Right. We're home. Xian and Steel took a deep breath as they glanced around. They were home. Larun and his friend looked at them. Who are they? Two figures appearing through a powerful torrent of energy. One beautiful woman and a well-built man. So, is this place really safe? Steel ignored Larun and the man and spoke to Xian. Steel was terrified as she felt the presence of three dragons flying at them before they teleported away. Lei Jiao reassured them, but they couldn't believe him after all lies he gave to them. Xian answered, if what Lei Jiao spoke is true. I guess it is. And I have a feeling that it is true. It should be okay as long as I hide my power. If those alphas could come over, they would have come already. Xian was concealing his power just in case. It was time to train to become much stronger. He was strong, but the land was still filled with dangerous beings. Besides, Xian now knew that he was too unlucky to think that he would not have to fight. If you need to hide, can you use the power? Can't you even fight back even when a guy like Lei Jiao comes to beat you up? Xian frowned and shook his head. Don't say it like that. If I don't have to fight an alpha, it will be okay. It's a different level of strength. And that's what you call hiding? What if you destroy a mountain like before? Xian laughed. It won't matter. Destroying a mountain isn't much anyway. It's wide, but it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Steel looked at Xian weirdly, but Xian continued. The energy that radiates from a fight between alphas is not like that. It might have a similar range of destruction, but the power is entirely different. I just need to be careful to not use such power. If I were to draw attention for breaking a mountain, Krana or Dragona would have come for me already. You're right. Xian then glanced around. We should return home and rest for now. It's been 5 years. But I'm not sure where we're at. Steel also glanced around at that word. We can ask. Hey, you two. Steel then asked the warriors at a distance. Larun looked around and found no one other than them, so he pointed at himself. Me. Steel nodded. Yeah, you. Come here. Why yes. Larun was terrified at the power coming from the woman. What year is it right now? Larun was confused at the question, but he quickly answered as the woman narrowed her eyes. It's the 3rd year of Kukutaran. Hey. 3rd year of Kukutaran, is there something wrong? Larun shivered as he answered. What the heck is Kukutaran? Is this place Xian? Hey, Xian. Xian nodded. Yeah. Lei Jiao told me that. Is this place Xian? Xian asked Larun. Larun became suspicious. Don't make that face. Of course. It is Xian. Is there another continent? Xian then became confused. Then what is Kukutaran? Where did the continental year calculation disappear to? It was year 1017 in continental year before Xian left the place. He assumed it would be around 1022, give or take, but it was shocking to hear. Then Larun answered. Oh, it is 1022 in continental years. But you should be careful. No one uses that anymore. Xian frowned. Hey? What in the world? Looks like we came to the right place. Yet. Seems like a lot of things changed. They did come to the right place, but things had changed a bit. Steel laughed. We can ask again. Oh, right. Hey, you got time, right? What's your name? Larun quickly answered, I am Larun. Right. We've been on traveling for, about 5 years. Can you tell us what happened while we were away? Steel asked and Larun began searching through his memories. 5 years. I can probably start from the attack of Harry Jans. Yet. We have nothing but time, so take it slow. The giant Harajan appeared at the Great North Wall 5 years ago. It seemed that something happened to the giant defensive rune that the Magical Council was working on, and it was destroyed. Then it was attacked by a 6-horned Harajan. People became frantic as only the superhumans could handle them. Guards of the Great North Wall frantically searched for Groin while the Magical Council tried to contact Tokian. King Naraha also seemed to be looking for someone. But it was all useless. They were all gone. All superhumans that existed within the land were gone. However, they could not give up yet, so they brought all the forces they could muster and advanced toward the Great North Wall. However, the 6-horned Harajan disappeared magically, leaving only the ruined trace of El Usera behind. Bringing the forces up north wasn't a bad choice, as Harijans began rushing out from the forest in massive numbers. Chapter 190, Homecoming. The joint forces that were sent up the north to fight the 6-horned Harijans did not need to fight any 6-horned, but they instead had to fight against numerous Harijans that were coming down. This was later called the as Harijans attacked the human land for years after that. It seemed as if they were being chased out from something within. Luckily, there were no 6-horned in the fray, so humans were able to defend against them. That was when a new hope appeared within the humans. It was a superhuman who rose to power during the fight at the Great North Wall. But people were worried that Kukutaran would leave behind his own kind just like other superhumans did. Kukutaran was a Grand Bander from Brashan, who had proven himself to be a very powerful asset to the human fight against Harijans. If he left the wall, the defensive line would crumble. Kukutaran did not choose to do that. Instead, he began searching for 5-horned Harijans around the wall and killed them. People were astonished and praised the superhuman's might. Doesn't it mean he just copied what that old man Groin had been doing all along? What's with the year? Larun thought it was weird that woman was speaking of superhuman Groin as if he were someone she knew. Yet it seemed like it would not be weird for such a strange woman to have some sort of connection with the superhuman. I guess there's more to it. Can you please continue? Oh, yes. Just like she said, that alone cannot explain the year counting. People were delighted at the superhuman who did not leave them and instead protected them. Kukutaran did not stop there. Of course. You will all become mine. I protect what is mine. Kukutaran then went on to unite the whole land. It was unexpected, but it was also unstoppable. Tien, who had been gaining momentum under leadership of King Narisha, Sharon, who had united Khan Kingdom, were powerless against superhumans. It was a quick and simple process. Kukutaran traveled to various royal palaces and quickly gained control over all of the kingdoms. Within a month, the whole continent was under his rule. Even the 4 grand banders of Tien could not do anything against him. King Narisha, Swordmeister Kirain, Captain of Dragon Akalagol, and Roman the Great Warrior. Hey? What do you think you can do? Kukutaran scoffed at those 4 who stood against him, and the 4 grand banders surrendered without putting up a fight. The power difference was too large. After Kukutaran visited Taran Kingdom as his last destination, the world was united as the Kukutaran Empire. My! Xian was dumbfounded, and so was Steel. I guess he was really bored, Steele blurted out. Any superhuman could have done it in the past. They just didn't do it because it was not worth it. Yeah well, there are no remaining superhumans here so he could have been bored. Right. It's a bit different now. Steele nodded, as she knew that there were no more superhumans that remained in this part of the land. If that's the case, does that mean something happened to your family? Oh, you're right. Xian then turned to Lerun. Do you know what happened to the Roman family? Roman family. Lerun thought about what had happened. There were too many things that happened with so many rumors and he couldn't remember anything that revolved around the Roman family of Tian. Lerun then remembered something. I don't think there was anything special. It's not like people were dead when the continent was united. I do think they moved up to the Great North Wall. Every warrior and soldier was sent there. Yes. There's no point in having soldiers when there are no boundaries or borders to protect. They're all there to defend the wall now. Oh. Where can I find them then? You can probably find them by the Krasha fortress, that's the most important defense point still. It was destroyed when the undead army attacked us, but they've fixed it now. I see. I should go there then. By the way, where are we? This is RA 7. Steele frowned and glared at Lerun. They didn't understand the new names in the new world, so Lerun quickly realized this and changed the name. Oh right. This is RA of Old Einkel, south of Tehran. Steele then remembered and clapped her hands. Right. I wondered why it was so familiar. Do you recognize this place? Yeah. I had to come all the way here to catch my fleeing brother. It was a fun trip. I had the chance to ransack the Usharans also. Anyways, I know the way then. Let's go. Okay. We'll be there in a day. Yes, if we go with your speed. Lerun then became confused and interrupted their discussion. I was talking about Krasha Fortress. Not the Crotan, the closest city from here. Yeah. I know. You keep doing your work. Xian, let's go. Steele then readied herself and disappeared through the plains. She shot out like a meteor, but the man was much faster. His body faded for a second and he was with the woman. What did we just see? We should report it first. Lerun and his friend quickly returned to their post to report to headquarters. So they appeared out of nowhere. Yes, Your Majesty. Kukutaran seemed to be intrigued by the report. Good. I thought they all left but there were some who stayed behind. Hey, you. Yes, Your Majesty. One of the nobles who stood beside Kukutaran bowed and answered. They are heading to the Roman family. Yes. I think one of my babies wanted to visit the Romans. I'll visit them. She should be happy to visit them in a while. Understood. Should we prepare the Roa? Kukutaran shook his head. There's no Roa near that place. It's not far. I'll just go slowly. Then we'll prepare for the trip. Yeah. Kukutaran then began moving down to his harem, where his babies were kept. Chapter 191, Homecoming. It changed a lot. I didn't think 5 years was that long. Xian spoke as he swept his glance across the sceneries while running. Steele agreed. She had lived for hundreds of years, but things seemed to have changed drastically within these 5 years. Is that a transportation device? Steele mumbled as she saw a metal carriage passing beneath them. It had 6 wheels and no horses were pulling it, but it was still moving quickly. It didn't seem like it was common as there were only a few of them among the other carriages, but it was still fascinating. I guess a lot of things changed after that emperor came about. Yeah, but Xian. Why are you moving so slowly? Steele asked Xian. She first thought Xian was matching her speed but he was still moving slower than her from time to time. Xian grinned. Well, I'm kind of training. But don't worry. It's still in the testing stage. Xian smiled, but it didn't resolve Steele's question. What kind of training do you have to do while running? I'll tell you later. It's not ready yet. Yet. We're almost there though. So, this continent really is much smaller than the other continent. They were quickly closing in on Krasha even when they were not going at full speed. It took them a few days to move between the Siculus tree on the other continent, so it was a lot smaller. We'll move quickly. It's been a long time since I've visited my family. Yet. Xian, where are you? Count Roman sighed as he looked out to the production of weapons outside his window. War had ceased, but training and the preparation of armies did not stop at the Great North Wall. Some mysterious group began providing them with mysterious technologies to create weapons. Amaran. The world had changed because of two things after Xian had disappeared. One was obvious, which was the birth of the Emperor. After the Emperor, the world had been united as one nation. Some considered it to be bad, but most people considered it to be a good thing. The Emperor was not interested in much else other than enjoying his time and filling his pleasures. His desires did not exceed that of a wealthy noble, so it wasn't that much of a problem. After Kukutaran came about, the kingdoms stopped fighting each other and the people of the land began to enjoy their peaceful lives. But there were other beings that came about to change the world. Some kind of secret organization began to surface and they spread their advanced technology to the world. One was Amaran. The group shared its technologies about weapons to arm the Great North Wall. Another was Baroka, which had vast knowledge of magic and other knowledge that helped humans understand the world better. And finally, Manika, which allowed the creation of advanced machinery like the transportation device. People were glad that these organizations appeared, but they weren't ready to accept such advanced technologies yet, so it had been a slow process. Count Roman knew a lot more in detail because of Limenu, the brother of Ryan's third wife. I wonder if they are living well. Ryan, nor Xian are here with me. Count Roman sighed and looked outside. Then he found something strange. There were two figures approaching at an enormous speed. Although they were coming in at such a speed, there was not a single dust cloud across the plain. Count Roman brightened up instantly. He's back. Father is coming out to meet us. Yet. Steele also had a heightened sense after she absorbed Necros' heart, so she too knew what was going on within the Krasha fortress. The one powerful presence within the fortress was coming out. He could have just waited in there. Well, it's a return of a son who's been missing for 5 years. Steele spoke and soon they were at the fortress. Count Roman quickly came up to him and hugged him. Xian. Where have you been all this time? Count Roman spoke, overflowing with emotion. Something did seem to have changed in Xian, but he was still his son. Xian sighed. I was at a really far place. I also realized there's no place like home. Let's not stay out here. Come in, come in. You should come too, Stantel. 3 of them walked in and began talking about what had happened. Count Roman was in awe after hearing what Xian had gone through. So, there were humans on the other continent? And all the other superhumans moved there. Yet. Oh, by the way. I heard that there was a new superhuman here? Cuckoo, something. Xian asked and the count sighed. Kukutaran. He became a superhuman 3 years ago. He was a grand bander from Brashan. Xian then thought about Narisha. What happened to Narisha? He had tried so hard to rule Tien. Count then smiled bitterly. He's still busy. We have been united, but the Emperor isn't really interested in ruling. I think he just united the land because he had other motives. I heard he's created a harem to keep his wives and concubines. He was a special kind of superhuman, but it didn't matter. As long as the Emperor didn't mess with his family, Xian was not interested. In fact, it was good to have his family out of danger as there were no more wars between countries. But, where's Ryan? Count then turned grim. He's been taken away. Taken away? Yet. By the Emperor. What, he has no use for him. Why? No superhumans would need a master warrior. Xian couldn't understand what the possible reasons were. He took him because he was handsome. What? He was taken into the Emperor's harem. Xian was dumbfounded. And he followed without any resistance? What about his wives? Count Roman answered, he couldn't fight when he had his wives. What would you do if superhumans harmed the wives? Ryan followed him voluntarily. Crazy son of a. Xian couldn't believe that this kind of thing happened during his absence. He could not imagine that he would encounter someone with such a weird taste. I have been absent for too long. Xian gritted his teeth and turned to his father. So, where is this Kuka guy? You got a job to do, Xian. Xian flexed his fists as he thought about what to do. He usually stays at Karen, but you won't need to go there. Hey! There was a message. He's on his way here, with your brother. Ryan too. Yet. It seems that the Emperor calls him a baby and adores him. Xian laughed bitterly. Good. Then I won't need to go too far. If he had become a superhuman 3 years ago, he was probably at the Baron level. Xian wouldn't need to destroy the whole place to beat him up, so Xian prepared himself for Cuckoo Something's arrival. Chapter 192, Homecoming. Isn't it about time you let me go? Ryan asked Kukutaran from the side. He didn't have much energy in him to speak, but Kukutaran grinned and answered. Why would I? I'd never seen a handsome boy like you before. I wanted you ever since I was at Brashan, but I couldn't do anything back then. I have the power to do whatever I want now. Why would I let you go? Kukutaran had brought many into his harem, but he had never seen a boy as handsome as Ryan until now. Kalagol was also handsome, but there was something weird about him that Kukutaran did not like. Ha! Ryan sighed and shook his head. You still do not like me? I even let you stay with your wives for half the year. And I do everything you want. He was right, but it didn't give Ryan any freedom. By the way, it seems that the new superhuman is your brother. I am looking forward to meeting someone of my kind. He's probably a different kind. Ryan wasn't that knowledgeable about superhumans, but even he could see that his brother was a bit different. Ha ha ha. Ryan shook his head as he saw Kukutaran laughing. He wouldn't able to make him understand, but there was no need. Krasha was right in front of them now. The report that was brought up did seem like Xian. Xian jumped over the fortress wall as he felt the presence approaching. As expected, the figure seemed to be about a Baron level, just about the same as Lei Jaop. He also felt a familiar presence. Xian was glad to feel his brother's presence, but he was also worried. The overly excited Steel followed Xian on his back. Hee, should I lend you the stick? Steel laughed as she flashed the metal stick that Lei Jaop had given to them. We'll get Ryan first. When they arrived, there was a giant parade of people. Ryan was at the front. Brother, long time no see. Xian. But this is unexpected. Xian knew who was Kukutaran was among this large group of people. He was expecting a well-built man with a scruffy beard and a rough-looking face, drooling over his brother that he could beat up mercilessly. But it was the opposite. Xian mumbled as he glanced at the woman grinning next to Ryan. I thought it was a he, why wasn't I told of this? Kukutaran, the emperor of the Kukutaran Empire, was a slender and beautiful woman. I can't believe even the kidnapper is a beautiful woman for brother. It seemed like Ryan was blessed to the end, unlike Xian who seemed to be cursed. Xian couldn't beat up the person yet because it was so unexpected. What does it matter? Doesn't change anything, Steel said. It really didn't matter much, and Xian wasn't the type to hold back just because the target was a woman. Wait. Xian realized his brother didn't seem to be in a dire situation, so he approached to ask about what was going on. A portable tent that was stored within some small bag was prepared. It was very lavish and big, considering that it was created by mysterious parts within a bag. And there were 4 figures sitting down inside. Kukutaran, Steel, Xian, and Ryan. All the others were preparing food and drinks while they talked. Xian came to a conclusion after talking with Ryan. So, you were taken away by force at the beginning, but it wasn't all that forced, and you came to like her. Yet. Don't look at me like that. She's a poor girl. Xian was dumbfounded. Ryan was too sympathetic and generous toward women since the beginning. Xian wanted to beat up the cuckoo-something woman that took Ryan forcefully even now, but he couldn't do it when Ryan was saying that it was okay. It seemed like she didn't do anything bad either, and also seemed to have cared for his family. Besides, doesn't look too bad. Maybe she can take me in also. It didn't seem all that bad of a life to Xian. It's not like Ryan was considered a slave either. Xian glanced at Kukutaran, who was smiling. She had been taking care of Ryan with everything he needed, and was beautiful. It was the perfect life that Xian had dreamed of. Damn it! I'm envious. Xian thought. Steel noticed this and grabbed Xian's arm. What are you thinking? Hey! Oh, no. It's nothing. I was just thinking about future plans. I should do something about her later. What? I'm not thinking about anything. Xian quickly replied to Steel, who was glaring at him, and changed the subject. So, are you going to keep my brother? Kukutaran answered, smiling. Well, I guess I have to give up now. What can I do if the one like you will not see it happening? Xian frowned. She wasn't like any superhuman he knew. Ryan, are you going back then? Your family is within Krasha. What about you, Xian? I have to talk with her for a while. Ryan then nodded. Okay. We'll talk later. Ryan walked out and there were only 3 of them left. It's nice to meet you. I have a lot of questions. Kukutaran started first. A lot. Steel became curious as Kukutaran asked calmly. Of course. I thought there was some kind of secret society of superhumans, as none of them did anything after becoming one. So I figured there was some kind of a code or a law between them. But none of them came after me. It made me wonder. Why did all those superhumans leave human society? You can do anything you want. Is there something that I'm missing? I was so curious. Steel and Xian now knew why Kukutaran was different. She didn't consider other humans as lesser beings. This was why she created an empire and made a harem to fulfill her pleasure. Kukutaran was the first alpha of the Naraja level race that Lightnovel named as a monkey. It's amazing that she pushed out the human blood from within. She was special in that she managed to drive out the Lightnovel's blood and became an alpha. Oh, that's why I couldn't feel it. Steel realized why she couldn't feel anything about Kukutaran, like she did with Liviath or Groin. Then she realized what Lightnovel had said before. It was the matter of a race difference than a power difference. Kukutaran was powerful to be considered a noble, but she wasn't the same kind. Xian thought about sharing what he knew, but decided not to. It was too long of a story to tell, and it would not make a difference anyway. Anyway, I was worried, so I tried hard to find someone just like me. That's why I changed the name of the country to Kukutaran and made a mess, thinking someone would appear. The most recent sign of a superhuman was you, Xian. That's why I came here, but I couldn't find anything before. And you took Ryan along with you? Xian asked. Oh. I'm sorry about that. He was my type of guy. I didn't do anything bad. Kukutaran continued, but here you are. I actually thought I would never manage to see a superhuman anymore. You saw the trace of the migration. If she had become a superhuman while fighting at the Great North Wall, she might have found the trace of Lei Jaop and Conrad running to the north. Kukutaran nodded. Chapter 193, Homecoming. It made me feel even more desperate. I knew that there were a group of superhumans, but finding a trace of them moving up to the great forest at once. I thought something was going to happen in this land. Some disaster maybe. It was a possible explanation if one did not know about the existence of the northern continent, so Xian nodded. So you thought about going after them? Kukutaran shook her head. No. Why would I? I know the forest is dangerous and I don't know what exists beyond. Besides, I love this world. I was just curious about the reason for such a quick depart. I would need to prepare if something had gone wrong in this world. Or follow after them. Xian shook his head. It's safer here. You should stay. If something really happened it would be because of those alphas, so Xian told her to stay. You know something. So, where have you been during those 5 years? It seems you have returned through the Roa. Are you two only ones who returned? Yes. Why is that? Xian frowned as he remembered what he had gone through on the upper continent. Xian answered, well. I just came home. I didn't go on purpose anyways. Kukutaran became intrigued. So there's something, up in the north. Xian nodded as he answered. Yes, but it's better you don't go. There are too many evil beings there. It was a wonderful choice that Lei Jaop made for himself for not explaining about dragons or Lucra. If he knew, he would not have gone there. Kukutaran narrowed her eyes as she did not receive a detailed answer, but shook it away and talked about different matters. After a while, Kukutaran thanked Xian. Thank you. At least I have achieved my small goal. I was really worried that something might happen. Well, you don't need to be worried. Xian said that because if something happened, Kukutaran wasn't enough to handle the situation, so he thought it was worthless to worry. However, Xian didn't go into the details. But what am I going to do with those alphas? Xian was only one able to fight those when something happened. He was told that the land was in balance, so it was peaceful for now, but it didn't change the fact that the continent was being surrounded by such beings even now. Xian sighed and began moving toward Krasha. Kukutaran cleaned up the tent and began to return. Steel asked Xian as she saw Kukutaran going away. Xian, are you going to let her go? Xian nodded. Yeah. She had been good to Ryan. Besides. Hey. I realized that I am too unlucky. Steel looked at Xian as she seemed shocked that Xian just realized it. I can't be by Ryan's side every time. He should take care of himself. If that woman had a grudge against me for beating her up, who knows what she'll do to Ryan when I'm gone. Steel then answered casually. Then why not kill her? No, I don't want to do that. Isn't that what you want to do? Humph. Xian spoke as he shrugged it off and Steel scoffed. I'm going to train. Oh, but I'll need to talk with my family first. Train. Yeah. Steel looked at Xian. She had never seen Xian training until then. Your Majesty, you have returned. Kukutaran went straight to the meeting room when she returned. She usually despised having a meeting, so it was weird. But she came because she needed to talk about her future. She wanted to talk with Decadwin, the leader of Great Magical Council, who became the new leader after Takian's disappearance. He was the first grade magic priest, but he was strongest among all priests when Takian is excluded and also had many followers. He also knew a lot of secrets as he helped Takian closely. Yeah, I'm back. So, what was it like? Kukutaran shook her head. No, I can't beat him. I was going to kill him if I had to, but... No way. I thought it was going to be easy since I heard he's only 27. Was it that much? Kukutaran answered. I actually don't know about that, Xian, but I had some kind of feeling that I can't fight him. Besides, the woman next to him was even scarier. Does she seem stronger? I don't know who's stronger, but she didn't like me. They are both much stronger than me. She could see it at the moment. Her soul was telling her that if she were to fight them, she would be ripped apart. Decadwin laughed. That's fortunate. Right. It's good that I didn't do anything bad to Ryan, just like you told me to. Kukutaran wasn't being nice to Ryan because she liked him. She did like him, but she was a type that liked to rule over all things. She only had been nice to Ryan because of Decadwin's advice. That brother of Ryan's is probably a superhuman. And he loves his brother. It doesn't matter if he doesn't return or is weaker than you, but you must prepare in case he is much stronger and returns. Right. Should I send him back then? Decadwin shook his head. No, keep him for now. Besides, it seems that Ryan is weak against any woman who's nice to him. It's good to befriend him. Okay. I'll let him do what he wants for now. And that was the right choice. If Ryan had something bad to say about Kukutaran, Xian would have probably pounded her on the spot. Decadwin asked Kukutaran, who was shivering at the thought. Was there anything you found out? Kukutaran narrowed her eyes. Yeah. I found a few things. First is that I should never touch them, and second is that they did not disappear because something bad was going to happen here. That's a relief. Decadwin sighed. He was the right-hand man of Takian, but he never spoke much about his plans. It was as if Takian thought it was pointless for Decadwin to know of his plans, as Decadwin won't be much of a help. This made Decadwin feel worthless. Decadwin was scared when Takian disappeared. He did not know why they went, but he knew that it was a very dangerous attempt, and if they did it anyway, there was a possibility that there was something going on that he did not know about. Now, he knew that the land was safe. Kukutaran wasn't one to leave behind anything that could pose a threat. She had been relaxed when she knew that she was the only superhuman here. That was why she went to check on the new superhuman at once. She needed to prepare. Unfortunately, these new superhumans weren't people that she could handle. They weren't hostile, but they were still a great threat to Kukutaran's reign. Oh, and did you find what's up on the north? Kukutaran shook her head. No, they didn't tell me. It was as if they were thinking I wouldn't be able to do anything even if I knew. Damn it. It makes me mad to think about it. Kukutaran frowned, and Decadwin smiled bitterly as he knew how that felt. But it seemed that those won't be much of a threat here. We'll just leave them be and go back to our business. Decadwin nodded. Understood. I'll be at home. Oh, and tell me if you find any more resistance. Yes, Your Majesty. Decadwin smiled bitterly. There was no one left after Kukutaran wiped out any resistance left within the council while ago. The superhumans were all too violent. Unlike others, Kukutaran was very much interested in human affairs. Decadwin had no other choice but to stay with her for a while longer. Chapter 194, Training. Xian recounted to his family where he had been and what he had gone through. I thought you just loved to travel. Haha. Xian smiled bitterly. He had been away from home 2 times in 5 years, although it wasn't intended. However, it wasn't only Xian who had changed during those 5 years. Anyway, congratulations on becoming a Grand Bander. Xian spoke to Ryan. He was now a Grand Bander at only 34 years old, which was considered quite young. Considering that Steel had become a Grand Bander at the age of 30, this was a huge feat. Ryan smiled. Yeah. I worked hard and became a Grand Bander last year. I thought about you when I reached the level. Xian smiled. That's fortunate. Xian was glad to think that other than that weird superhuman, there was no one who could threaten his family anymore. Ryan then asked Xian, Oh, have you met my children yet? Hey! Xian was dumbfounded for a second, then brightened up. Wow! That's amazing! Xian was excited. His family had been short of children for generations and Ryan just said that he had children. That meant there was more than one. Let me see them. Yes, yes. Ryan then told his wives to bring the children and they all went separate ways. Wow, my nephews and nieces. Do you like babies? Steele asked, curious. Aren't they cute? Haha. Maybe you might make a good father. Xian, however, denied it. No, I just like looking at them. They waited for a while longer, then Xian asked Ryan after seeing that his wives weren't returning. Why aren't they coming back? He thought there was probably one or two, and became curious as all three of Ryan's wives weren't returning. Ryan spoke embarrassingly. There's more than just a few. Hey! Xian was surprised. His family had a lack of children for generations. They barely had one or two at maximum. Even then, one of the two usually died at an early age. It wasn't because they lacked wives. Their family had the power to have many wives if that solved the problem. It was the first time that two children within the family had grown up normally. But it seemed Ryan had much more. How many children do you have? Corridum has two. Veronica only gave birth to one. But Kyokraxa had quite a few. How many? 5. You have a total of 5. No, Kyokraxa gave birth to 5. Haha. Xian was dumbfounded as Steele laughed. Suddenly, kids began running in and started talking to Xian. Steele glanced at all of them and spoke. They are all cute. Look at Ryan. Didn't you know that daughters are born with their father's looks? They need to thank their father later on. Right. Ryan was handsome and his 3 wives were also very beautiful, so it was normal for their babies to be very cute. An interesting point was that Kukarax's children were larger than the other children. They must have been born with the Targan race's traits. They grow quickly. I think they become adults at age 10. Oh. You're right, Ryan answered Steele's comment while Xian seemed impressed. They will all become powerful warriors. But none will become like Xian. That was what Steele was looking forward to. The Roman family had given birth to a legend named Xian. If Ryan was the father of 8 children, there might be a chance of another legend, but it didn't seem to be the case. Besides, not all 8 would want to become warriors. I respect what path they choose to take. Xian nodded. Yes, my nephews and nieces. You can live in peace without fighting, your uncle will protect this land. Xian thought and decided to train beginning tomorrow. The training ground within Krasha was a training ground dedicated to the Roman family. Ryan and Count Roman were out for work, so it was only Steele and Xian on the training grounds. Xian asked Steele, are you going to train too? Yeah. I'm curious as to what you will do. Can I be like you if I copy what you do? Hee. You know it's pointless. It was pointless to copy what others did at Steele or Xian's level. It was only important to keep continuing what they had been doing. However, Steele really was interested in what Xian did to train. What kind of training brought him to that state anyway? Steele was now at the stage where Xian had been. She realized how much power he had been holding back when he fought in the Leground region. If she were to fight her old self, she was sure she would finish it within a minute. That was why she was so interested. She wanted to know how Xian got to the same level as herself at only the age of 17. Well, I just knew what I needed to do back then to become stronger. But I got more options when I got to a new level and thought about applying it to my training. What is it? Steele asked back, but Xian answered casually, it's nothing much. I just can fully control what's happening within me. With slight limitations. Hey, so, an alpha can do that? Steele was surprised, but Xian wasn't impressed. It was because it didn't mean much when he fought. It doesn't help when fighting. Oh. But I think I can apply it to my training. I got a hint from the story of Lukra who lives in the mountain of extreme. Lukra, or beings who became powerful as they overcame the threat of death. Xian could not go to the mountain as the path was blocked by Dragona or Krina. But if he could control himself, he didn't need to go to the mountain of extreme. Steel couldn't understand. Is that something only you can do? Can other alphas do that? Xian answered, I guess they can. Then I don't get it. What? Didn't we hear that the Lukras went out to hunt alphas as the mountain was useless to them? Xian nodded. Yes. Couldn't they just change their bodies to put themselves in danger, just like what you are trying to do? You can't do that. You can't voluntarily put yourself in danger. Your instincts will stop you. Besides, you know yourself that you will not do it to the point that you will kill yourself. You can't call that a death threat. But what about you? Xian smiled. I have other blood than just the Lukras. Oh. I won't be putting myself in that threat, but it will still help my training. I tried it when we were on the way and it really was effective. Steel then remembered what Xian was doing when they were on the way. She figured it was weird as Xian lost his balance from time to time, but it seemed he had been testing it out. So, that's what you were doing. Yeah, I did it lightly as we were moving, but I'll do it for real this time. However, it will take time. Xian then began changing his body. I wish we could send a message to Mr. Xian about this good news. Lei Jiop was saying that it was good news, but his face looked grim. Conrad spoke from behind. You will get killed if you send the message. Lei Jiop nodded, right. But what should I do? We'll think about it for a while. Besides, he needs a break. There was no way to go across the land at this time anyway. They needed the Siculus and Acra at their former levels to collect enough energy to travel. Lei Jiop began to think of what he needed to do. Chapter 195, Training. No sound was heard, but it seemed like something within Xian was churning. His entire body was now changing to try and kill himself. The blood had turned into poison and his muscles worked against him to hold him back. His bones grew weak and his senses screamed in agony. Xian clutched his heart as he felt he was getting dizzy. He was not at the end, but his body was being overloaded. He then followed the way that allowed him to become stronger. The way was to keep changing as his body condition kept on changing. So, this is why the Lukras were so powerful. It would have been weird to not get stronger when facing such pain every day. It even killed a few of them while training. Luckily, he did not need to go through that much pain. He had human traits in him. A little more, just a little more. He would not die as his body would refuse to change the body enough to kill himself anyway. Xian proceeded further to change his body. He just didn't need to die. However, he needed to become more powerful while he still had time. The reason he stopped training was because he did not realize what kind of monsters existed out there. It was different now. He now knew what kinds of monsters there were. NNGH. Xian, are you okay? Steel asked worriedly as she looked at the moaning Xian. Xian barely managed to shake his hand to signal that he was okay and stood up. I can, barely move. Xian was almost to the point where it would kill him. He became so weak that even those baby nephews and nieces of his were enough to beat him up right now. This was worse than when he barely managed to jump out of Appental in Kerbal. Xian then began moving in the ways that he could see in front of him. As he moved, his body worked against him to attack him, but he did not stop. He couldn't. He knew he was getting much more powerful, and his theory was correct. Xian was relieved as the unbearable pain that he was going through was really worth it. It reminds me of my old self. Xian became proud as he felt his limit growing each moment and remembered the days of his old training. You need to do this to become powerful. Xian, what are you doing? That's too slow. This way is much faster. Look, I can make my sword shine too. A beautiful memory. Xian smiled as he remembered the old days. But then he became irritated. How long do I need to do this? How strong are those Lukras or Drakuns? I should just use Krana as my standard. That was the only Alpha Xian had seen. He saw Drakuns flying at him, but they were too far for him to accurately measure their power. Xian was going through extreme pain. It wasn't enough to kill him, but he felt like he had been thrown into a giant grinding stone. Xian gritted his teeth and concentrated on training. Wow! I probably can't do that. Steel became pale as she saw Xian's body changing constantly. She knew how powerful the energy being worked inside was. Well, Xian is Xian. I'll do mine. Steel then began meditating. Her power wasn't obtained through training, so she needed time to manage it on her own. This was what she loved to do when she was in the Leground region. The training only finished when night fell. Xian sighed. Wu. Xian, is it okay to carry on for that long? Steel asked Xian, who was stretching. Xian stood up suddenly when he could not see any more ways. Xian changed his body back to normal, but he seemed really tired. Steel quickly went to Xian to hold him up as he seemed he was going to fall any time soon. Xian said, I should do my best when I have time. You know my life goal. I can't rest easy when I know those monsters are hacking away around us. Oh! Xian's life goal was to live happily for a long, long time. It was a simple goal, however. Xian wasn't alone on his journey to achieve this. I always thought I was the strongest in this world. Haha. So, when are you going to stop? My first goal is to beat up Krana in a one-on-one battle. Steel then became curious, as Xian spoke ever so casually. How long will it take? Xian answered, I don't know. Hey! It could be fast or slow. I might come across another barrier. Who knows what awaits? I will eventually become strong enough to beat them up if given enough time. I heard the balance will be broken easily. So we should still have time. Steel nodded. The balance was still being kept at this point. But I'm thirsty. Is that drinkable? Xian thought as he glanced at the golden drinks to the side. He didn't know what they were for, so he decided to ask later, in case if it wasn't something for him to drink. Then they went back to Krasha Fortress. Did you finish training? Ryan asked Xian. Yet. Are your kids training too? Ryan laughed. Father is teaching them how, and I do my own training also. Father apparently loves them a lot. I see. You should do it too, watch over your nephews and nieces for a change. Xian nodded as he loved his cute nephews and nieces. Oh, what are those weird drinks in the corner of the training ground? Xian asked his brother. Ryan answered, right, you must not have heard of them yet. You know about those mysterious organizations. Yet. He knew about them a long time before. Organizations such as Amaran, Baroka, Makana. These were probably contractor groups of Lei Jaop. The reason why they revealed themselves to the world was probably because no one was ruling over them anymore. However, Xian did not know what kind of technologies they shared. That drink is called. That was what was distributed to the warriors during the Great Invasion. Meaning a holy well, the potion was proved very formidable in protecting the wall. But after the incident, they were spread among the warriors very quickly. Chapter 196, Training. A product made by the organization Baroka, which studied human biology in secret. It was created because of a suggestion by one of their researchers. That resulted in the birth of Serine. The effect increased the consumer's physical prowess marginally for 1 to 2 hours. It had the side effect of the user becoming tired for a full day, but it was worth it. During the Great Invasion, this gave warriors in the warfront a much higher survival rate, and all the kingdoms quickly distributed them. However, it was after Kukutaran had become a superhuman that these potions gained their fame. Kukutaran consumed these potions like drinking water, and pursued the Harijans deep into the forest. After 2 years of war, she had become a superhuman. The potions gained instant fame after that. However, it lost popularity after no more superhumans were born and it was proven to not be useful for training. Those were used during the Great Invasion. We placed them at the training ground for warriors to use when they trained there back then. However, no one wanted them, so we just left it. Maybe we should clean it out soon. Would it work for me too? Xian thought that if it did, it would be of great help in his fight against the alphas. However, Ryan shook his head. Powerful warriors who can control themselves will not have any remaining power within them to make that potion work. It should work on Grand Banders, but not on you. I see, Xian acknowledged it in disappointment. Still, I thank Baroka for that. That potion saved many lives, including mine. Oh. So Lei Jiop did do something useful for a change. What Lei Jiop did wasn't really all that pointless, but it only worked against Xian in some way. Xian was thankful to Lei Jiop for helping to protect his brother. But that's that. Lei Jiop asked Xian to go easy on him as he only had 5 years to live, but Xian knew that Lei Jiop wasn't one to die easily. He definitely had other means. Oh, besides, he has an orb too. That man. Xian looked forward to the day he would meet Lei Jiop again. Do we have about a month for the teleportation rune to be finished? Conrad answered, yeah, you can say that. The core will be repaired within that time, and you can probably go by then. Are you going to go by yourself? Lei Jiop then stared at Conrad. No, I won't walk to my death like that. He also probably would have realized about the orb by now. Right. Besides, the news that they needed to give to Xian would surely make him angrier. Then, who are you going to send? Conrad asked. Livieth. Hey? Why? Conrad was confused as Livieth didn't seem like he had any connections to the problem. He doesn't work and he's the most unhelpful among us, so he should do at least that. Besides, he has seen Mr. Xian's power, so he'll be careful around him. Conrad nodded. Robin Uten, Caracal and the others had not seen Xian. It's not like Xian was violent, but their friends were too violent, and that might be a problem. It was better to send Livieth, who knew how dangerous Xian could be. It won't be that much of a big deal. We'll have him send the message and come back. Besides, he seemed a little depressed lately. Livieth seemed depressed that he was only at the level of a count in this world, while he had been the strongest back in his world. Oh, and why did you leave all that stuff behind? Like Amaran? It's no use. It only works for the monkeys. Oh. Conrad nodded. The magic of the human race in the divine nation was very different than what they had been studying in the Aratian continent. They did not even need Talak stones then. It's fortunate that teleportation magic still exists. We should let Livieth bring something back here if he finds something. There might be resistance, but there was nothing that could stop Livieth in that part of the world unless he crossed paths with Xian. A month. I hope Mr. Xian has grown much more powerful in that time, Lei Jiop said with worry in his voice. When are they coming? Isn't it about time? Kukutaran snapped irritably as she was massaged by one of her slaves in her harem. Decadwin almost frowned at the naked slave, but held it back. We have 32 days left. It will be different this time. Kukutaran gritted her teeth as she thought about what had happened then. She met them while she was on a massacre through the forest. That was when she realized that there were more powerful beings above her. Xian and Steel were two of those powerful beings. So, that man is stronger than her. After careful investigation, she learned that Stantel I had been beaten up by Xian a long time ago. She needed to find a way. She needed to do one of two things. Become stronger, or kill other strong beings. However, she didn't have the luxury of time, so she just decided to do both. Are you sure it will be okay? Kukutaran laughed. Don't worry. I have an ally. It'll be great if they die together. Kukutaran smirked as she thought about the new ally that came. It's been about a month since I got here. Xian was slumped on the training ground. The body that was working to attack him quickly returned to normal and began healing him. The training was agonizing, but it wasn't useless. His training had progressed quickly because of it, and he was now much stronger than he was a month ago. He was now strong enough to at least run away if Krishna came after him. He decided on a place to run to if Krishna or Dragona chased him. What a sad life! It was sad that he had no choice other than to run there if that happened, but it was better than dying. When Xian returned, there was a letter waiting for him. Xian, it's for you. Hey! A letter? Why not use communication magic? Xian curiously took the letter. An invitation. Chapter 197, Provocation. The invitation was decorated and filled with all kinds of formal words, but it was summarized to this. Inviting me to the Lightnovel region. There was no reason why he was being invited, but it didn't matter. It was the sender that was more important. Why did that Kukutaran woman send this to me? He thought that he would never see that woman again, but the letter was definitely from her. He would have ignored it under normal circumstances as he was too busy training. However, the last sentence in the letter made Xian move. It was very provocative. Xian searched the fortress, thinking some legendary assassin had sneaked in to kill or kidnap Ryan or his family, but they were all safe. He then thought if that was to lure him out of Krasha to attack his family, but it would be pointless if he took all of his family with him. What is she up to? Does she just want me to beat her up? Xian finally decided to go anyway. His questions would be answered if he went. If Kukutaran was really up to something that might pose a threat to Ryan's life, he needed to take care of it. However, Xian could not just leave Krasha, so he decided to ask Steel to stay behind and protect his family. Even if Kukutaran was up to something, it would be okay if Steel was there to protect them. Steel, can you look after them while I'm gone? Steel asked as she had just returned from her meditation. Where are you going? Are you going to try your power as an alpha? Xian shook his head. Don't say such scary things. This is Lionel's territory. I don't want him to know I'm here. Haha, you're too paranoid. Who knows what'll happen? Xian replied. Right. Then where are you going? I'm going to Lightnovel. Lightnovel. Yet. I was invited. Steel narrowed her eyes. Is it that B*TCH? B*TCH? That cuckoo, something. Wow. Xian was surprised that Steel knew right away and that it made Steel turn vicious for a moment. Have a safe trip. Xian felt something was off but thought Steel was just worried and answered, it should be okay. He was too strong against her anyway. He could have destroyed every plan she might have even when he was his 13-year-old self. Xian then began traveling to the Lightnovel region. I have about 3 days left, maybe I should take it slow. Xian then decided to train on his way and began walking slowly toward Lightnovel. Why is he not coming? Does he not care about Ryan? Kukutaran turned to the direction where Krasha was. She gave as little time as possible in case Xian might prepare something. If she was correct, it would take only about a day for Xian to arrive, but Xian was nowhere to be found. She panicked as her plan was beginning to fail from the start and Decadwin answered quickly, You should wait, Your Majesty. He will come for sure. The report says he loves his family. Kukutaran nodded. She too knew that Xian really cared for his brother. However, since Xian didn't arrive as she had expected, she became angry and clenched her fist. The problem was that one of her slaves' head was in her grasp. The slave could not even scream as her power crushed his head in a second. Kukutaran shook her hands off and ordered her other slaves. Dispose of this. Ryan thought Kukutaran wasn't bad, but that was because she did not show him everything that she did. She wasn't the type to be caring. The slaves became pale from fear and removed the dead slave who they had been talking and laughing with until a day ago. However, Kukutaran's anger didn't subside. "Damn bastard, you should have sent the invitation earlier then." Decadwin cursed within. It was hard getting slaves that were handsome enough for Kukutaran. Suddenly, Kukutaran's face brightened. "He's coming." Kukutaran brightened up instantly and smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that even the slaves that were terrified became mesmerized by her beauty. Kukutaran frowned. "Hey? What's wrong with him?" Kukutaran could not imagine why Xian was barely walking. Xian stopped training as soon as he saw Legrand in the distance and began healing himself. His blood that had turned to poison, turned back to the blessed blood that began healing his body. His muscles and bones became stronger. Soon, Xian was back to his normal self as he jumped towards Legrand. He also felt Kukutaran's presence, so he jumped in front of Kukutaran and asked, "So, why did you ask me to come? What about Ryan's life?" Kukutaran said, "Well, you should come in first. We have some time left." Xian didn't know what she meant but decided to hear it inside. Kukutaran then asked, "You really love your brother? Skip to the point." Xian could not be friendly when the letter only asked him to come to Legrand without any reason. He was sure that her intention was to use Xian for something. Kukutaran shrugged and answered, "Well, it's certain that Ryan baby will be in danger." "Who's after him?" Kukutaran shook her head. "No, it's my life that's in danger actually." "Hey? Do you think Ryan will die in your place out of chivalry or something?" Ryan would not do that, so Xian was dumbfounded. Kukutaran laughed. "No way. But if I die, Ryan will die too. That's why I'm saying he's in danger." Xian glared at her. "What do you mean? Did you know about Sarine?" Xian felt that he would hear something bad. Everyone knows it as a simple strengthening potion, but that's not its real purpose. It's a potion that was created by using a certain race's blood to create a powerful control over the user. The power it gives to the user is real though. "What kind of control?" Kukutaran laughed. "It's simple. When the master of the blood that was used to make Sarine dies, everyone else that drank the Sarine dies too. Baroka's amazing. I think most of the warriors had consumed Sarine. But what's important to me is that Ryan also drank it." Kukutaran smiled as she spoke to Xian. Xian's grim face proved that her plan was going well. Chapter 198, Provocation. Kukutaran always wondered how to fortify her control over the world. There was only one superhuman now, but if more superhumans were to arrive, it would pose a threat to her rule. That was when Decadwin came to her. Kukutaran asked. She nodded. She had drunk it when she fought over the wall. Decadwin continued. Its purpose isn't to empower the user. That is only its secondary effect. Decadwin then explained about the Rosh Arans. After studying the blood of that race, Baroka was able to successfully extract the key component within the blood. Their plan was to create armies of the dead just like the Rosh Aran, however, they failed. Instead, they managed to create Sarine. Sarine contained one of the traits from Rosh Aran's blood. When one consumed Sarine, they would be connected to the owner of the blood that was used to mix the potion. When the master of the blood died, everyone who consumed the potion would also die. There had been no warrior who did not consume Sarine until now. The rumors that had spread at the time also tempted warriors into consuming it. It enticed all the warriors who weren't interested in Sarine into consuming it. Decadwin shook his head. It doesn't mean much when you are here. No one will be able to fight against superhumans. Besides, beings other than superhumans can't consume this without melting away. Kukutaran swallowed the potion at once. I didn't know the day I would find this trait useful will come so soon, Kukutaran said eagerly to Xian, but Xian was thinking of a different thing. What should I do with her? He had narrowed down his options to 3. Beat her up and take her to steel and lock her into Karnine. Beat her up and burn that master blood from all parts of her body. Beat her up and leave her be as his family had the orbs. He quickly gave up on the third option. The orbs were valuable and hard to make without Lei Job. Besides, it also meant that thousands of warriors would die, which would result in the Great North Wall being breached and Xian falling under Harrigan attacks. The second option seemed like the best idea. He thought about it, but after checking her body, he had to give it up. I will need to use my alpha powers to do that. The potion seemed to be bound to her body. If Xian wanted to destroy every bit of the potion, he would have to bring forth his power as an alpha. However, there was a chance that other alphas might notice him. Xian couldn't risk that yet. Then the only possible option was number 1. It meant she would stay locked up within Karnine, but that was the only viable option he had right now. I should tie her up so she can't kill herself first. It seemed like Kukutaran didn't know how weak she was, but it was time to show her that life didn't work as she intended. When Xian started to move towards Kukutaran, he felt something very familiar approach. He focused on the presence and remembered where he had felt it before. It was the presence of the Gran Ines. They had been wiped out by Xian back then, but it seemed like they were moving. The one at the forefront was the one he could never forget. It was the strongest of the 3 that he fought by the husk. Kukutaran became tense as she also felt them approaching. They are coming to kill me. Xian became curious. He had time to proceed with his first option, so he decided to ask for now. But I don't feel any hostility. Why do you think they are coming to kill you? Kukutaran smiled. Well, they probably didn't want to do that, but they will now. Kukutaran then jumped out at them, swinging her sword. Kukutaran found some mysterious beings while she was traveling through the forest. It was a strange race moving around with weird armies. She realized it was the race that gave their blood to make Sarine. They were powerful, but they weren't powerful enough to fight her. She decided to destroy them and keep their blood for herself, and found someone very mysterious. That one was holding onto bones and covering them with Rosh Aaron blood. It was doing this while Kukutaran was busy fighting against the Rosh Aaron. It seemed strong too, but it wasn't powerful against Kukutaran. After Kukutaran wiped out the slaves, she then approached it. What are you? Kukutaran tried to kill it when it didn't answer, but she couldn't. The bones it held began to create veins within the blood, and its bones began gaining muscles and skin over it. Soon, there was a beautiful woman standing there. It ignored Kukutaran and walked to the mysterious being and spoke. Kukutaran became angry, but she couldn't do anything. She knew that the woman was much stronger than her. Rodaval, you have done good work. You flatter me, my queen. But we need more blood to revive our people. These Rosh Aarons won't be enough. The queen frowned as she turned to the Rosh Aarons. It would be nice to drag them into the territory of Dragana, but Dragana would not allow these Rosh Aarons, who had the stench of Krna, to live there. That was when the queen found a human. She seemed to be a superhuman, but she seemed very weak. Human. What is it? Take this Rosh Aaron and increase their numbers. We will take their blood then. The queen's choice was simple. If they could not take these with her, she just needed to have this human raise them. She couldn't stay outside of Dragana's territory for too long, but taking blood wasn't going to use much time. What are you going to give me in return? Kukutaran asked, but the queen scoffed. I will let you live. Damn it. I will go once a year to Legaran. You shall wait for me there. The Legaran region was close to Sky Mountain where they stayed. It would be inconvenient for that human woman, but it didn't matter. After the queen took more blood for the Rosh Aarons, she revived more of her people and flew to Sky Mountain. Kukutaran gritted her teeth. Damn it. She couldn't fight back as she was weaker. It seemed these Rosharan's blood was important to them, so she thought about killing them all, but she shook her head. The queen would surely kill her. Kukutaran gave up and took Rosharan race to the Layground region and continued to increase their number. She supplied the blood to that queen who came yearly, and Kukutaran's anger grew. That was when she saw Xian. Now, it was time. It was time to use that Xian to kill that arrogant queen and the others. She did not know how strong Xian was, but it seemed like he was much stronger than the queen. Kukutaran could feel something from Steel or the queen, but she couldn't even feel anything from Xian. That was why she worked. If she died, his brother would die as well. If she jumped in to try to kill the queen, it would make the queen try to kill her instead. Then Xian would jump in to keep her from dying. At least that was what she was trying to do. Ugh! Kukutaran felt a dull pain at the back of her head and then felt pain all over her entire body as something began pounding on her. She heard something as her sight faded to black. She's a mad one for sure. Ugh, there's so many in the world that need to get beat up. Chapter 199, Provocation. Something has happened. Let's go, Rodaval. Yes, my queen. Kalrusha quickened her pace as the place where she promised to meet the woman became noisy. This was her third visit, but it was the first time that something seemed off. Kalrusha then witnessed something unexpected. That woman, didn't she say she was the empress? Yes. And she's getting beaten up. Kalrusha frowned. If the woman was getting beaten up like that, she could not collect the blood. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Kalrusha frowned as she tried to recall. Then, she remembered. It's the man who fought against the husk of Dragona. The man who fought against them and their undead. She was controlled, but her soul still remembered. It made her realize why that cuckoo something was being beaten up. He was even stronger than the queen herself. In fact, it seemed that he had become even stronger now. I should wait. She didn't want to get mixed up in it, so she decided to wait. Suddenly, Kalrusha felt her head ache. A great being was flooding into her consciousness. She knew exactly what it was and gritted her teeth. Then, a great voice came from within. You! Go fight him! Kalrusha wanted to shake it off, but she couldn't resist. The man in front of her was scary, but the one sending her the message was even more terrifying. Haha! I will help you out. Kalrusha felt her control over her body fading. Deep within Sky Mountain, at the highest peak where no one dared approach, there was one that nested within. An enormous being covered with millions of red scales crouched at the peak. Dragona, the ruler of Sky Mountain. Dragona frowned as feelings of shock were transmitted to him by one of his minions. Dragona quietly focused it. This was the best way to train his power, but he was bored. Dragona looked around outside by taking control of other races, and he did the same this time. The reason of his minions' shock was because of one man. A male, a race of Ro. Dragona knew about this male. He had read the memories about him a few times through his minions. It looks like Ro. But maybe not. He seemed like Ro, but he was too strong. He then remembered that he had ignored him because the male wasn't as strong before, but he seemed much more powerful now. The minion would not have noticed, but he could. It seemed that this male had broken through a few more walls. But it wasn't enough, as the male was too powerful compared to the one that was getting beat up. Dragona quickly made a decision. He did not expect his minion to put up a fight. It would not change anything even if he helped. But that wasn't important. He just needed to check if the male had become a being that rivaled his power. One slight trace will allow him to know. If he wasn't at the level, he didn't need to be bothered with. However, if he was, then even if he was in Lionel's territory, he needed to hunt it down. It seemed Lionel wasn't aware of the male yet, so he needed to consume it first. You, go fight him. Haha. I will help you out. Dragona took control of his minions, which was all of the Granines. Hey? What is it now? Xian became dumbfounded as he saw the Granines charging at him. Something had changed. It seemed the Granines were talking to each other until just now, but now they seemed like they were out of their minds. The absurd thing was that they had suddenly become much more powerful. It doesn't make any sense. However, it did not matter. They weren't much of a threat anyway. He didn't even need to unleash his power as an alpha. Xian beat up the leader of the Granines and threw her to the ground. Then, he snapped the arms and legs of the Granines and piled them together. He then stared at the Granine. Something within him was tingling. It was never a good occurrence when he felt this, but these beings were so weak. There was nothing dangerous about them. This is fishy, unless something jumped in. Xian then realized what was going on. Granine. Guards of Dragona. Dragona of Sky Mountain. Interference of a superpower. Xian came to a conclusion. Damn it. Considering his cursed luck, the possibility of getting caught was 100%. As Xian gritted his teeth, the leader of the Granine suddenly spoke, I see you now. It was too hoarse of a voice to be from a woman. Yet it wasn't coming from just her. All of the Granines spoke in unison. After that, all of them melted away. Xian didn't care. He was now in grave danger. His instincts were warning him of that. Damn it, what is wrong with my life? Xian sighed as he had to flee to his destination so early. He then turned to Kukutaran. Ha! If it wasn't for this woman, this would not have had happened. Xian glared at the woman angrily. He wanted to beat her up more, but he didn't have much time left. If Dragona was going to come at him, it would not take him much time. He could only use the second option now. He could not allow this woman to die elsewhere. So Xian began drawing out his entire energy from within and put his hand on Kukutaran's head and began pouring energy into it. Ugh! The power was enough to blow up Kukutaran with just a scratch, but it didn't kill her. Xian carefully controlled his power and erased the weird magic traces within her body. This would ruin the body that allowed Kukutaran to become a superhuman. When he was done, Kukutaran would turn back into an ordinary woman. But Xian didn't care. It was done very quickly. Xian's power swept through Kukutaran's body and erased all of the magic traces. Liana has probably noticed me too. He did it purposely and used his power ever so strongly. If he was right, it would be better for him to escape if Liana came after him also. When he was done, Xian spoke to Kukutaran. You will now live as an ordinary person. You should repent for your life. Xian then jumped out and shouted to someone that was standing around. Hey! Do me a favor. Hey? Me? A man who looked to be a high-ranking official looked at Xian. Send a message to the Roman family that I have to go traveling again. There was no time, he had to run. Xian shouted in a loud voice so that everyone could also hear it. He then disappeared. After Xian disappeared, the other slaves began to stand up. What happened? Is it real? Did she really lose her power? They had definitely heard that sentence. You will now live as an ordinary person. You should repent for your life. The words left by a man who swept away the weird race and Kukutaran. It meant that they were now free. And they now had a chance to take revenge. However, they were still afraid of Kukutaran. Suddenly, a brave man ran up to Kukutaran and kicked her. You son of a b***tch. It was a noble who had been friends with the slave that had his head crushed by Kukutaran. The noble, Kurdan, began kicking her with all his pent-up rage. Kukutaran flinched but could not resist as she was slumped down. Other slaves then began jumping in to beat up Kukutaran. After her power was gone, she was now just the same as a female warrior. And all of these slaves were former warriors. Decadwin could have protected her, but he fled as soon as Kukutaran began to be beaten up. Kukutaran, who had ruled the Eurasian continent, ended her reign miserably. Chapter 200, Escape. Xian had only been thinking of one thing after he came back to the Eurasian continent. Xian was always unlucky in such cases, so he needed to always be prepared. He said his first goal was to become strong enough to fight Dragona, but his true first goal was to think of a way to escape. The answer was simple. The best possible choice was to hide in the land without fulfilling his duty as an ally and grow in power. If he were to go to the Lacrosse land, he would be forced to do their bidding. However, he needed a second option. If he were to be caught by the other alphas, he needed a safe place to escape to, and the only place that was safe was the Mountain of Extreme. He now had a destination, so he had to think of the method to get there. There were two ways. He could go from Donasian, or from Eurasian. The former was safer because he could get past the Dracons while hiding his power. So, his first thought was to teleport to the Donasian continent and move to the mountain that way. However, he had to give up when he found out that he had no coordinates available to teleport with. That left him with only one way. To go through Krana and Dragona. So Xian's first goal became to grow in power so that he could flee from them. He did not need to flee from them for long, as he just needed to safely get into the mountain. He thought it'd be better if more of them came after him at the same time. His memory from Necra showed him that those Harijans were not friendly toward each other. He had been seen, so now it was up to his speed. He unleashed all of his energy and sped up. The surroundings changed and space distorted as Xian shot across the realm towards the great forest. As he revealed himself to Liana, he went straight into Krana's territory. Just a bit more, and I'll be in the Lacrosse territory. The forest was vast, but Xian's speed was fast enough to dash through it quickly. The problem was that Dragona or Krana was much faster than him. But, Xian was counting on one thing. The three Harijans were greedy. When he read Krana's memory, he saw that those three did not intrude each other's territory. However, now Dragona was ignoring that and heading straight for him. That probably was the same for the other two. I'll take the chance while the three of them fight against each other. It was just speculation, but it was all Xian had. There was no other way. If he decided to hide within the continent, those monsters would surely wipe out the entire continent to find him. If only I could teleport. Xian gritted his teeth as the path through the forest seemed long. Dragona thought as he felt the energy of the man running away. He was heading straight towards the territory of Ra, across Krana's territory. If he were to go into the Ra's territory, there was no way to chase after him. He needed to catch him before he reached that place. But if he could not catch him, he could not let the other Harijans get a hold of him. That would disrupt the power balance between the three of them. Haha, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. It's time to say hello. Dragona sped up into Krana's territory. Larun looked behind as strange sounds came from the Roa again. Hey! Larun frowned. It was a familiar phenomenon that happened when the mysterious man and woman had appeared before. Again. Larun wasn't as surprised as the first time, but he quickly moved to hide in case something happened. After the bright blue light like the last time, a man appeared. Who is it now? A man walked out and dusted himself off. Where do I need to go to find that Xian? Maybe I should start with the Roman family. The man, Liviath, mumbled as he glanced around. He did not know where to start. Damn it, Job. He had been lazing around as he had nothing to do, but this was a dangerous task. Liviath remembered Xian ripping the red sphere years ago and frowned. I'm just delivering a message, he won't do anything. He was concerned because the message wasn't good news. However, it wasn't his fault, so he counted on Xian's judgment. Liviath then noticed a monkey crouching nearby and told him. Hey, come here. Yes, sir. Hey. It seemed the man was familiar with such unusual happenings, so Liviath became curious. He could guess what must have happened. Were there other people who popped out like me? The monkey seemed like he knew something. Yes. There were 2 people that came through, just like you did. Good. Livieth smiled as he found a clue from the get-go. So, where did they head to? They went to the Roman family in the Krasha fortress. Livieth nodded. I should go there then. Livieth met someone he did not want to see as soon as he arrived at the fortress. Old man. Long time no see. Why are you here? This brat is here too. Livieth sighed. He didn't figure that Steele would follow Xian all the way here. It seemed that she had grown so powerful that he did not even dare to fight her anymore. He had heard from Conrad that she was now just a bit weaker than him, but it seemed like it was true. I have to deliver a message to Xian. Where is he? Livieth asked, but Steele shrugged. He went to the Leground region. He'll be back soon, but I can pass the message to him. Livieth pondered for a second and nodded. He didn't want to travel all the way to Leground by himself, and if he did not have to talk to Xian directly, it was for the better. He had to stop by Amaran and Baroka to take some stuff, so it was better to give the message to Steele and leave. Sure. Please hand this to Xian. What is this? Steele asked as Livieth handed her a small egg-like object. It's an artifact that contains the coordinates to a place right next to the Lucross territory. If you throw this into a Ra, you can teleport right into the Siculus closest to the Mountain of Extreme. He can walk from there. But why are you giving this to him? Livieth then shared the message from Le Jaob. The Lucras wanted this. They said he needs to fulfill his duty as an ally, but he must not die. So they wanted to check his power first. Therefore, they are calling him to their territory. What? Well, I guess that Xian will not want to go, but there's no choice. If the Lucras die, we will all die. Xian would have gone mad if he heard this. Steele sighed at Xian's cursed fate. That's all there is. Without this, he will need to pass through Dragona and Krina. That's too much. That's it then. Okay. Bye. Steele nodded and sent Livieth on his way. It was exactly half a day before Xian had arrived at the Leground region.